Henry Weber. Verso. Nicaragua. The Sandinist Revolution. Translated by Patrick Camilo. 1. The Nicaraguan background. Nicaragua, like all the other provinces of Central America, was conquered by Cortez's lieutenants about the year 1523. In fact, the invaders only really subjugated the plains of the Pacific coast, the richest and most highly populated region inhabited by Corotec Indians of the Aztec family. The jungle-covered mountains of the northwest, the dense forests of the east, and the whole Atlantic region, or Mosquito Coast, inhabited by Carib Indians, resisted the Spaniards stubbornly and never fell completely under their control. In these hard-to-reach areas, Indian communities lived until the late 19th century in a state of semi-autonomy based on their traditional mode of social organization. On the Atlantic coast, moreover, they enjoyed British political and military support throughout and beyond the period of Spanish occupation, for Britain was anxious to acquire an operational base for its rivalry with Spain and France, and later with the North Americans. Indeed, in the 18th century Mosquitia became a de facto British protectorate, which has left its mark in a number of cultural traits, most notably the speaking of coastal English. It was only in 1894, under the presidency of General Zelaya, that the region was truly integrated into the country. Bartolomeo de las Casas, a bishop who took up the Indian cause, left the following indignant account of the hell on earth to which the peoples of the Pacific Plains were subjected. In 1522 or 1523, this tyrant, the governor of the mainland, went off to subjugate the perfectly happy province of Nicaragua, and made a most wretched entry into the region. Who can speak too highly of the cheerfulness, good health, friendliness, and prosperity of the numerous people? It was truly wondrous to see that there were so many villages, spread over the length of 3 or 4 leagues and full of wondrous orchards owing to the great number of inhabitants. The land was flat and smooth, so that the population dared not forsake it save with great trouble and difficulty. Hence, they suffered as much as possible the tyranny and bondage which the Christians imposed upon them. For they were by nature very mild and peaceable. This tyrant and his companions, all the other tyrants who had helped him to destroy the other kingdom, Panama, subjected this people to so much evil, butchery, cruelty, bondage, and injustice that no human tongue would be able to describe it. Today, 1542, there must be 4,000 or 5,000 persons in the whole of Nicaragua. The Spaniards kill more every day through the services they exact and the daily, personal oppression they exercise. And this, as we have said, used to be one of the most highly populated provinces in the world. The burden of Spanish colonization. Placed under the authority of the Viceroy of New Granada, the Nicaraguan province suffered the common fate of Spanish colonies for a period of 3 centuries. It exported slaves to Panama, Santo Domingo, Peru, Ecuador, and Chile, wood, dried meat, tallow, leather, cocoa, and coloring to other colonies and to the mother country. Manufactured goods were legally imported from Spain and smuggled from Britain and France. But such trade was a surface phenomenon, and the colony of Nicaragua remained an essentially subsistence economy. Spanish aristocrats in their haciendas, Indian communities on their collective lands, mestizos and lladinos on their chacras or small family plots, these all lived in a condition of virtual autarky. Besides, war and piracy often interrupted trade with Europe for long intervals. Spanish domination brought the introduction of Catholicism and aristocratic structures from the metropolis. At the apex of the social hierarchy, royal functionaries levied tribute and ensured that the colony respected the sovereign's decrees. At a lower level, the provincial aristocracy ruled over huge landed estates, fiercely exploiting an Indian and mestizo workforce held in bondage or subjected to forced labor. The señor in his hacienda had more or less the same powers as the feudal nobleman in his fiefdom. This social system survived the coming of independence in 1821. Slavery was abolished in 1824, and forced Indian labor gradually became a thing of the past. But in one form or another, servile labor persisted until the last quarter of the 19th century, profoundly marking social relations in the country. In this context of extreme social and economic backwardness, political conflicts took the form of unrelenting struggle among regionally based clans. Throughout the 19th century and part of the 20th, endemic warfare pitted the Leon liberals against the Granada conservatives, the former being, in principle, modernist, Masonic admirers of the American and French revolutions, the latter traditionalist bigots attached to aristocratic values. As in the rest of Central America, however, this did not involve a European-style opposition between pro-conservative landowners on the one side and an industrial bourgeoisie plus a feeble, craft-based petty bourgeoisie on the other. The Nicaraguan liberals were champions of free trade more than civil rights and freedoms, and the personal dictatorships they established were not a whit less severe than those of the conservatives. In both camps, moreover, the troops were essentially peasants pressed into service under the command of landowners. The civil wars, very much like wars between clans of rival nobles, plunged the country into a chronic state of instability, all the deeper in that both sides unhesitatingly sought rescue from foreign powers. The Walker episode. Ever since its discovery in the 16th century, Nicaragua has always been of interest to the great powers. The British were ever present in the field, contending with the Spanish in the period before independence and with the North Americans until the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty of 1850. This country, at the heart of the isthmus between the two Americas, was strategically placed to inflame covetous desires. Its west-facing coastline made it a key point for control of the Caribbean, while its topography and the size of its lakes marked it out as one of the best possible sites for an Atlantic-Pacific canal. When the Californian gold rush gripped America between 1850 and 1860, the route to the west through the lakes of Nicaragua acquired even greater interest for Yankee migrants, being both faster and less hazardous than the U.S. land route or the fever-dogged crossing through Panama. Thus Cornelius Vanderbilt's Accessory Transit Company, which offered a deck rate of $35 against his competitor's minimum price of $125, transported as many as 2,000 people a month. But then he was dispossessed by his two partners while on a trip to Europe. The Central American Federation, of which Nicaragua formed part after independence, broke up into autonomous provinces in 1843. In Nicaragua itself, the struggle between liberals and conservatives for control of the new state degenerated into civil war. But when the liberal Francisco Castellan suffered defeat in the field, he looked for outside support against the conservative troops of Frutos Chamorro. William Walker, a journalist with ambitious ideas, responded to the appeal. With the financial backing of the new Accessory Transit Company directors, who were eager to strengthen their hold on the interocean route, he raised an American phalanx, which took the conservative capital of Granada in October 1855. It was not long before Walker turned against his liberal bedfellows and seized power in his own right. A Southerner and ardent supporter of slavery, Walker dreamt of shepherding the 5 isthmus states into a single white republic. This was the period just before the War of Secession, and Walker hoped that the construction of a model slave society in Central America would bolster the Southern side against the abolitionists of the North. On June 10, 1858 he duly had himself elected President of Nicaragua. His government was at once recognized by the President of the United States, Franklin Pierce. English was declared the official language, and the property of enemies of the Republic was handed over to naturalized Nicaraguans. Slavery was reintroduced. If Nicaragua's independence was saved, it was because the other Central American states grew alarmed at the ambitions of a pro-slavery privateer whose flag bore the motto, "Five or none." Financed by the Accessory Transit Company and the British government, concerned at Walker's designs on Mosquitia, Central American troops entered Nicaragua and scored a first victory in May 1857 at the port of Rivas. Walker found shelter on an American ship and made a triumphant landing in New York. 4 years later, he was back in Central America to recover his presidency, managing to seize the Honduran town of Trujillo. Captured by the British Navy, however, he was delivered to the Honduran authorities and shot on September 12, 1861. This first contact with the United States did not bode well for the future of the region. The Coffee Era. Once the American phalanx had been repelled, the two factions in Nicaragua made their peace. The conservatives would now rule the country for some 30 years. In the second half of the 19th century, coffee rapidly became the major export commodity, far outstripping other products. 20 years after Guatemala, El Salvador, and Costa Rica, Nicaragua in turn discovered the green gold and was swept into the world capitalist market. Coffee represented 50% of the value of Nicaraguan exports until the cotton boom of the 1950s and 1960s. The cafetaleros were hungry for good land and a free labor force with which to exploit it. The colonial legacy of a subsistence economy vaguely tied to the market could no longer satisfy them. Nor could the rudimentary state that corresponded to it. The US-inspired liberal constitution of 1826, and even the conservative constitution of 1858, emancipated the peasants from obligatory labor. As a result, the Indians returned to their community lands, and small family plots sprang up again. As long as the landed gentry concentrated on extensive animal rearing and subsistence agriculture, they could accommodate themselves to this development. But when the coffee boom broke, it became necessary to recover land and labor ready for exploitation. During its 30-year rule, the conservative aristocracy attempted to realize this goal by creating the legal basis for expropriation and forced labor. The most reactionary law, promulgated in 1877 by the Pedro Chamorro government, unleashed an uprising of Indian communities in 1881 that was drowned in blood. A Nicaraguan Bismarck. In 1893 the new plantation bourgeoisie brought to power the strongly nationalist head of the Liberal Party, General José Santos Zelaya. The 16-year-long Zelaya dictatorship embarked upon an authoritarian modernization of the country, only to be cut short by the U.S. Marines. After a fashion, Zelaya tried to assemble and guarantee the general external conditions of capitalist production. A whole battery of laws considerably strengthened the process of appropriation of the soil and proletarianization of the labor force. Farmers had to justify their occupation of land by reference to a newly created register of civil property, so that when, unbeknown to the small peasants and Indian communities, a chain of legislation demarcated national lands and identified irregular small holdings, the legal basis for expropriations existed. In very many cases, moreover, illegal methods were hastily adopted. Intimidation, terror, or usurious interest rates of 30 to 60% resulted in the short-term alienation of land and revival of forced labor. As part of the same process, land belonging to the church and the Indian communities became legally alienable. The effective incorporation of the Atlantic coastal region, now given the name Zelaya, at last created a unified national territory. As a genuine labor market was coming into existence, the economic infrastructure, transport, electricity, communications, and the state infrastructure, public education, administrative apparatus, underwent considerable development. The growing of coffee was officially encouraged through a government bonus of 5 centavos per tree for those who already owned more than 5,000 square feet. In order to finance public investment and expenditure, Zelaya had recourse to international loans, not always on favorable terms, and to the printing of money. This small country was not, however, able to contain the ambitions of a liberal dictator who dreamt of commanding a new Central American federation. In 1906 a war that opposed Nicaragua to Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador led to the vexed intervention of the United States and Mexico. The various states of Central America then signed the 1907 Washington Convention, undertaking not to interfere in one another's internal affairs and to submit their differences to an international court of arbitration. Scorning the Monroe Doctrine, then still very much in force, Zelaya carried his craze for independence so far that he shunned the New York financiers and contracted a major loan with a British banking syndicate. Relations between Washington and Managua, which had at first been excellent, now continually deteriorated as Zelaya's nationalism collided with the growing power of North American imperialism. The U.S. decision to dig the Panama Canal set the tinder alight. General Zelaya had been counting on an inter-ocean water route for the country's economic development, and he opened negotiations with Germany and Japan for the construction of a rival canal. This was more than Uncle Sam could stand. A Yankee protectorate. In 1909, Juan J. Estrada, the conservative leader and governor of Bluefields on the Atlantic coast, took up arms against the central government. He was advised and financed by Adolfo Diaz, an employee of the Luz and Los Angeles Mining Company. The U.S. Secretary of State, one Philander C. Knox, who, as it happened, was a legal advisor to Luz and Los Angeles, then broke off diplomatic relations with the Zelaya government and gave unreserved support to the rebels. In order to avert direct U.S. intervention on the lines of the Panama, 1903, and Cuba, 1905, operations, General Zelaya handed power over to José Madrazo, while the government army set out to crush the rebellion. But Zelaya's withdrawal did not satisfy the State Department. Knox wanted to see a government in Managua that would offer every guarantee to U.S. interests. The Marines landed in Bluefields in December 1909, saving the beleaguered rebel troops and carrying Estrada to power. A heavy price was paid for this rescue operation. Thomas C. Dawson, envoy in Panama, was hastily dispatched to Bluefields by U.S. warship. Estrada had to go aboard and sign a series of American-Nicaraguan accords, known as the Dawson Pacts, which in effect placed the country under U.S. administration. These pacts brought to power Adolfo Diaz, trusted servant of the State Department and the Luz and Los Angeles Mining Company. The state monopolies created by Zelaya were abolished. Nicaragua undertook to settle its external debt, to reorganize its finances with the help of U.S. banks alone, and to guarantee the interests of foreign citizens. A joint commission, composed of 2 Americans and 1 Nicaraguan, was set up to investigate any outstanding claims. By way of a guarantee to the U.S. banks, the Nicaraguan Customs Department, Post Office, national banks, mines, railways, and harbors were placed under the control of the 2 New York creditor banks, W. Seligman & Co. and Brown Brothers & Co. In just a few years, they would repatriate several times the value of the money they had advanced. This development of U.S. guardianship provoked a liberal-led national uprising in August 1912. A corps of 1,700 Marines, soon to be increased to 2,700, landed in Nicaragua at the request of Adolfo Diaz and proceeded to crush the revolt. Once order had been restored, a permanent force of Marines was stationed in the country. Then the Diaz government was legitimized through elections. Nearly all citizens were denied their civil rights, wrote Beals. In the liberal center of Leon, second largest city in the country, only 80 persons were allowed to vote. In the entire country, with its population of 800,000, Diaz won a total of 4,000 honestly counted votes. Diaz denied the United States nothing. The thorny canal problem was settled in 1914 by the Bryan Chamorro Treaty, which stipulated that for a mere $3 million, never actually received, Nicaragua would cede sovereignty over the areas required for the construction of a second Atlantic-Pacific Canal. Since the U.S. government was hardly likely to dig a water route alongside the Panama Canal, this simply ensured that no other power would exploit Nicaragua's potential. In 1925, considering that 15 years of occupation had pacified the country and secured their interests, the Americans withdrew their troops from Nicaragua. Fresh elections had just brought to power a conservative president, Carlos José Solorzano, who was acceptable to the liberals, and a liberal vice president, Juan Bautista Sacasa, acceptable to the conservatives. 2 months after the Marines left, however, the conservative General Emiliano Chamorro seized power in a coup d'état and drove the liberal members from Congress. The ensuing civil war was fiercer than ever. Once again U.S. Marines landed to impose a compromise on the two sides. Adolfo Diaz, the man trusted by Washington, was back in business. But the constitutional vice president, Juan Bautista Sacasa, enjoying the support of President Plutarco Elias Calles of Mexico, who considered him the only legitimate holder of power, then established a government of his own in Puerto Cabezas on the Atlantic coast. Under the command of General José María Moncada, Minister of War in the constitutional government, the insurgents scored a number of swift victories despite the arrival of another contingent of Marines. The new U.S. intervention to save Adolfo Diaz aroused a storm of anti-imperialist protest in Latin America and the rest of the world. Although it was now accused of collusion with Bolshevism, the Nicaraguan resistance found supporters even in U.S. political circles. The Kellogg-Coolidge policy, said Senator Burton K. Wheeler at the Ford Forum in Boston, has led to armed intervention in Nicaragua in behalf of an American-made puppet president foisted upon the people against their own will for the simple reason that he is ready at whatever cost to Nicaragua to serve the New York bankers who for 17 years have been mercilessly exploiting Nicaragua under the aegis of the State Department. Harry L. Stimson, the special envoy of President Coolidge, eventually managed to negotiate a compromise between Adolfo Diaz, 10. and Moncada, according to which the liberal and government troops would hand over their weapons to the Yankee Marines. In return, the liberal leaders would receive posts in the government. Furthermore, General Moncada would enjoy U.S. support during the 1928 presidential campaign, while Sacasa would become president after Moncada, as the price for his acceptance of the Moncada-Stimson agreement. The way the United States had put an end to the Zelaya regime and installed Adolfo Diaz was very instructive. Shrewd defenders of U.S. imperialism traditionally argued that, after all, the United States did have legitimate strategic interests in the region, and could not refrain from involving itself in what happened there. Throughout the 19th century and even later, the Central American elites had shown a propensity to disorder and civil war, an inability to solve disputes in a rational manner, and effective legal systems. It was not so much the attraction of colonial superprofits as a need to avoid general chaos in the region that compelled the United States to intervene in Central America. The dismissal of General Zelaya was evidence against such ideological rationalizations. For the U.S. intervention of 1909 aimed not to substitute an effective government for one in a state of collapse, but to replace a nationalist regime, too independent in the eyes of Washington, with one that responded to American behests, both public and private. The new regime did not save the country from chaos, but plunged it into economic regression and an outbreak of violence that blocked all further development. Thus, in 1926 Sacasa's advisor H. Afilio Argyrello would write, "Nicaragua, the past 16 years has gone back at least half a century. Public schools, throughout the entire country have been closed wholesale. Money formerly devoted to public instruction is used to subsidize Jesuit and parochial schools. Concessions of utterly ruinous character have been given to powerful American concerns, which have merely exploited the natural resources of the country for their own benefit without any benefit whatsoever to Nicaraguans. Deprived of customs and tax revenue, saddled by its U.S. creditors with very harsh repayment conditions, Nicaragua was well and truly pillaged by its guardian power." On May 8, 1927, all the liberal officers accepted Moncada's urgent request to surrender on the U.S. terms, all except one. "I consider Moncada to be not only a deserter, but also a traitor," declared Augusto César Sandino. "No one authorized him to sign a treaty with the enemy in the name of the Constitutional Army, and still less a treaty with the invaders of our country." Augusto César Sandino was born on May 18, 1898 in the village of Nicanohomo. The illegitimate son of the rich landowner Don Gregorio Sandino and an Indian woman employed on the estate, Margarita Calderon, he was disowned by his father until he reached the age of 11. In those early years he shared the wretched existence of the children of agricultural laborers, even accompanying his mother to a debtor's prison at the age of 9. But more than hunger and poverty, the young Sandino sharply felt the injustice of his fate as compared with that of his half-brothers. When he was 11, his father took him in and sent him to primary school. But his stepmother made him eat in the kitchen with the servants. Trained in his father's grain trade, Sandino set up his own business in 1919 and saw it quickly prosper. He asked for and obtained the hand of a cousin with whom he had been in love since childhood. But then an absurd incident, a village affray, shattered the course of his life. One Sunday, in the middle of Mass, Sandino was insulted and jostled by a young man from Nicaragua. There and then, he shot the aggressor in the thigh. Compelled to flee the country, he worked first as a mechanic in Honduras, then as a United Fruit plantation worker in Guatemala, and in 1923 as a warehouseman and mechanic in the Mexican oil port of Tampico. These wanderings, and above all his stay in Mexico, played a decisive role in his ideological development. For in the working-class town of Tampico, he discovered all at once the anti-American nationalism of the Mexican Revolution, a very radical labor movement, and the vaguely contemptuous sympathy Nicaragua's fate aroused abroad. In 1926, stung by his friend's attitude of skeptical condescension towards the anti-Chamorro liberal uprising, Sandino returned to his homeland and joined the ranks of the insurgents. In June 1926, this future Freeman's general found a storekeeping job in a U.S. gold mining concession in San Albino. In this northern town, he used his own money to arm a small band of fighters, and then threw himself into civil war on his own authority. Right from the start, his tiny army differed from the liberal columns. It renounced the idea of forcible recruitment, and professed a nationalist mystique symbolized in its black and red flag and its watchword, Patria Libre o Morir. From conventional to revolutionary guerrilla warfare. At the moment when Moncada and the liberal leaders agreed to accept Washington's demands, Sandino had a force of 300 well-armed men. Operating from his northern mountain center, he substituted guerrilla methods for the conventional style of fighting practiced until then. It was a measure of his success that despite systematic bombardment by the U.S. Army, the government position in the area became more insecure, and American boys died in considerable number in the forests of Nicaragua. When he rejected the Stimson Compromise between Chamorro and Moncada, binding himself to remain under arms until the last American soldier left the country, Sandino cut through the traditional mode of Nicaraguan politics based on opposition collusion between liberals and conservatives. The 1928 election of the liberal President Moncada did not make him return to the fold. With Sandino's guerrilla activity, a new political force, hostile to both factions of the Nicaraguan oligarchy, made its appearance on the historical arena, a form of petty bourgeois nationalism, tinged with utopian socialist and spiritualist ideology, which grew increasingly radical in the heat of the guerrilla struggle itself. As the campaign developed, Sandino's forces had to improve their organization and build links with the people in order to resist the enemy's tactics of extermination. For during the 6 years of guerrilla warfare, the other side practiced massive population transfers, created strategic hamlets, tortured large numbers of peasants, and bombed whole urban clusters. Through this experience, Sandino discovered that the waverers and faint of heart will desert us because of the new character of the struggle, and that only the workers and peasants will go all the way, only their organized strength will secure victory. I3. The guerrilleros strove hard to deepen their implantation among the most oppressed layers of the population, systematically focusing their activity on the mainly proletarian centers, mines, plantations, forestry establishments. The guerrilla forces could not, therefore, avoid taking up the social question. In the areas under their control, they introduced compulsory payment for workers suffering forced unemployment, carried out a land reform while encouraging the development of agricultural cooperatives, and distributed provisions to the workers out of the taxes levied on foreign capitalists. The war in Nicaragua made the headlines of the American and world press. Every progressive force was fired with enthusiasm at the struggle of the Sandinist David against the American Goliath. Henry Barbusse hailed Sandino as the Freeman's general, while the Chilean poetess Gabriela Mistral sang of the Mad Little Army's epic feat. In 1928, the victorious Kuomintang troops held up Sandino's portrait as they entered Peking. In 1929, a U.S. flag captured by the Sandinistas decorated the platform of the International Anti-Imperialist Congress in Frankfurt. So great a symbol did Sandino become in Latin America itself that he was the main focus at the Conference of the Organization of American States in 1933. By 1931, however, the State Department had opted for Nicaraguanization of the war and the complete withdrawal of U.S. Marines after the 1932 presidential elections. Public order would henceforth be entrusted to the National Guard, a force created in 1927 under U.S. officers. Sandinism and Stalinism. Paradoxically, the announcement of the Marines' withdrawal brought to a head the political crisis that had been brewing in the Sandinist movement for several years. Now that national independence had been formally reconquered, the question of its political and social content was suddenly posed in all its sharpness. The Sandinist leaders divided over the movement's political perspectives, some of them, including Agustin Farabundo Martí, a Salvadorian communist trusted by Sandino, tried to win the Nicaraguan nationalists to the positions of the Third International. Others, on the contrary, took up a moderate, anti-communist stance. Polemics erupted between Sandinist representatives abroad and local Communist Party leaderships, particularly in Mexico. When he was asked to mediate the disputes, Sandino did not mince words and became one of the Comintern's targets. As for the Central American Communists, caught up in the sectarian line of the so-called Third Period, they proved quite incapable of proposing a revolutionary anti-imperialist orientation to the crisis-torn Sandinist movement. In December 1929, the Communist International had already denounced Sandino's petty bourgeois caudillismo and political inconsistency, charging that he was prepared to give up his arms for $60,000. As elsewhere, in Nicaragua the Comintern's sectarian policy was to have disastrous consequences. Sandino found himself shunned and slandered by the very people who, given the permanent revolutionary dynamic of his movement, should have contributed to his political radicalization. In these circumstances, he reverted to his original goals, agreeing to lay down arms once the Marines had departed and Sacasa had been elected president. It is significant, however, that Sandino refused any office or lucrative post, only demanding guarantees for the peasant cooperatives in the Rio Coco region, to which he chose to withdraw. In fact, he believed that since Nicaragua was a largely empty country, the road to progress lay in the creation of voluntary agricultural cooperatives in the backlands, which would gradually institute a utopian socialism capable of bypassing and superseding the Pacific Coast haciendas. Sandino had no trouble securing the required guarantees from Sacasa, who was beginning to take alarm at the growing power of Anastasio Somoza Garcia, chief of the National Guard, and even hoped to make use of Sandino as a counterweight. But Somoza was already bent on the destruction of the former guerrilla leader. He ordered the continual harassment of the Rio Coco cooperatives. Finally, with the full complicity of the U.S. ambassador, recently revealed in captured police archives, he arranged for Sandino to be invited to a banquet at the presidential palace in Managua. There, on February 21, 1934, he was trapped and shot down in cold blood by the National Guard. The finale, then, was very reminiscent of that of Emiliano Zapata. Sandino had, indeed, been a political figure somewhere between Zapata and Martí, combining the guerrilla feats of the one with something of the intellectual horizons of the other. When he died he was already a national hero, whereas Zapata or Villa were only regional in remembrance. Moreover, the historical location of his struggle, in a period already marked by the October Revolution and the rise of anti-imperialist forces, would give a sense of continuity to later movements probably greater than anywhere else in Latin America. There are many people alive in Nicaragua today who were personally acquainted with Sandino. The father of Sandinist leader Tomás Borga, a bugler in Sandino's guerrilla army, is just one of the most striking examples. As for the original Sandinist movement, robbed of its leader, stripped of cotters, and hunted by the National Guard, it would break into pieces before many more months had elapsed. Finally, in 1936, Anastasio Taco Somoza seized the reins of power, establishing for nearly half a century one of the most corrupt dictatorships in the history of the continent. The dictatorship of Anastasio Somoza. One might say that until Emiliano Chamorro's conservative coup d'état in 1926, the Somoza line had been down on its luck. The grandfather, a highway bandit named Barnaby Somoza, had ended his days on the gallows, while the father, an agrarian populist politician from Leon, had slowly but surely brought his coffee plantation, or finca, to insolvency. Sent to a business school in the United States, Taco, the son, had succumbed to a passion for gambling and taken to producing counterfeit dollars to pay off his debts. On returning to Nicaragua, he bankrupted another business which his father had purchased for him, and then spent some time improvising as a plumber and electrician. But in the end he preferred to take up his old trade, eventually being tried for forgery in 1921. Providence bestowed but one gift in the midst of these misfortunes. By marrying Salvadora de Bale Sacasa, Taco managed to enter one of the top families in Nicaragua. In 1926, fortune at last smiled on the Somozas, when quite unexpected vistas opened with the Chamorro coup d'état. Taco captured the small town of San Carlos from insurgent forces, and within a year had become a general. Well aware that since 1909 the real source of power had been in the United States, he set about winning the good graces of American officials and readily served as their interpreter. The U.S. ambassador, Matthews Hanna, and his wife too swore by Somoza and no one else. So it was quite natural that when U.S. troops withdrew in 1933, Taco was appointed chief of the National Guard. Against the wishes of President Sacasa. Once the Sandinists had been crushed, there was little difficulty in organizing a military takeover. Yet Somoza observed certain constitutional niceties. Since his family ties with the outgoing president and his position as military leader disqualified him from standing in the 1936 elections, he used the National Guard to force Sacasa's resignation on June 6, and then himself resigned for a couple of weeks as chief director of the National Guard. At any event, by 1936 the former forger found himself head of state. Now began that systematic pillaging of the nation's wealth which, in the space of 20 years, made Taco the richest man in Central America. All techniques were to be employed, especially the most fraudulent, taxation of such illegal trades as prostitution, gambling, and sales of alcohol, presidential commissions on the granting of concessions to foreign companies, speculation on commodities that had been made artificially scarce, straightforward extraction of funds from the state coffers, free or low-cost use of public services, purchase under duress, or simple expropriation, of sought-after property. On the occasion of the Second World War, Somoza seized the property of German immigrants. 8 years after he came to power, then, this man who had started with nothing was the foremost coffee producer and biggest landowner in Nicaragua. He possessed 51 cattle ranches and 46 coffee plantations. Every year, he pocketed $400,000 from U.S. companies he had exempted from taxes and social contributions. But this was just a modest beginning. Serious business began after the war, with the capitalist expansion of the 1950s. Once his primitive accumulation of capital had been achieved through these state-organized rackets, Somoza's economic activities spread from primary to secondary to tertiary sectors. Thus, Somoza first devoted himself to cattle raising, coffee growing, and the exploitation of gold mines. The Ferrocarril del Pacifico Company, of which he appointed himself director, served his various ranches and maintained his equipment. His interests extended to all the agri-export sectors, cotton, fishing, rice, and the family's hunger for land was so boundless that by 1979 it owned 20,000 square kilometers of cultivable land in Nicaragua, as well as a number of properties in Costa Rica, Mexico, the United States, and even Canada. In the 50s and 60s, however, the Somoza holdings had already broadened out to cover such secondary fields as the food processing industry, La Salud milk pasteurization plant, textiles, El Porvenir, sea and air transport, Mammonik lines, Komkabesnik, Lanica, cardboard, gramophone records, tobacco, and cement. Finally, in the 1970s the Somozas moved into the tertiary sector, services, and banking. After the earthquake of December 23, 1972, which destroyed the city of Managua, 10,000 dead, 50,000 injured, 200,000 homeless, Somoza Garkva's second son, Anastasio Somoza Debayle, was appointed chairman of the National Emergency Committee, with the task of managing the $600 million sent from abroad. Not content, however, with land speculation and profiteering on reconstruction materials, on which he held a monopoly, he took advantage of this fresh windfall to create his own bank, the Banco de Centro America, alongside the group's two modest finance houses, NIASA, a housing loan company, and Interfinanciera. There is no branch of economic activity, Jamie Wheelock wrote in the late 70s, in which the Somoza Group does not own major assets, including those formerly controlled by the Bannock and Banamur groups. Indeed, the Somozas have deeply penetrated these latter sectors, jeopardizing the stability of their competitors. Throughout the post-war period, state power was systematically placed at the service of the Somozas' accumulation of capital. Like Trujillo in the Dominican Republic and Gomez in Venezuela, they regarded the country and the state as their own private property. Estimated at $10 million at the end of the war, the Somoza fortune grew to $150 million in 1979, not to mention the assets owned abroad. Although the clan was never the principal capitalist group in the country, by 1972 it already represented a grave threat to its rivals. Continuismo. The Somoza dictatorship rested on U.S. support and on its control of the National Guard as a veritable clan army cum police. Yet Anastasio I did not rule in the manner of a secretive police chief. Constantly on tour in the provinces, meeting the masses in suitably guarded occasions, wining and dining local elites of non-oligarchic standing, he adopted an avuncular style not often found in the Latin American dictatorships. His economic and social policies were modernist for the epoch, closer in demagogic tonality to the New Deal than were those of his fellow rulers in Central America and the Caribbean. Under certain obligations as a member of the free world, the dynastic regime did not bedeck itself in the forms of a monarchy or hereditary dictatorship, but paraded all the trappings of democracy. The presidential monarch was elected by Congress or by direct suffrage, in the course of periodic farces at the polls. The actual election posed no difficulties whatever, but there was a problem with the ban on indefinite reappointment to presidential office. For half a century, the Somozas circumvented this provision either by means of constitutional changes or by the classical Latin American technique of continuismo. They organized the election of a puppet who would hand back the presidency after a brief lap of honor. During the 42-year reign of the Somozas, 5 such marionettes would assume the land's highest office for a total of just over 3.5 years. Leonardo Arguello was elected on May 1, 1947, resigned by the National Guard on May 27 and replaced with Benjamin Lacayo. He in turn was removed by Somoza in August 1947 in favor of the more docile Victor Roman y Reyes, who remained in office until May 1950. René Schick was elected on May 1, 1963 and, on his death in August 1966, was replaced by Lorenzo Guerrero until April 1967. Since popular parties were prohibited for espousing exotic ideologies, the political opposition consisted mainly of the Conservative Party and, after the war, 2 small dissident formations, the Independent Liberal Party, a 1947 splinter from the Somatist National Ist Liberal Party, and the Christian Social Party, the Nicaraguan section of Christian Democracy, founded in 1957. The political system, then, never acquired the features of a one-party or fascist totalitarian regime. The conservatives were tolerated insofar as they did not pose a threat to Somoza, and the dictator even granted them seats in Congress and ministerial positions as a reward for their complicity in the practice of continuismo. If the National Guard was the military arm of the dictatorship, the Nationalist Liberal Party, PLN, was its civil apparatus. But just as it was neither nationalist nor liberal, nor was the PLN a real party. A power apparatus in the service of the clan, the PLN was a veritable 10th of December society with no autonomy from the dictator. On September 21, 1956, the founding tyrant was assassinated by the patriotic poet and typesetter Rigoberto López Porres. His elder son, Luis Somoza Debayle, assumed the interim presidency, while the younger Anastasio II became head of the National Guard. Straight away, the two brothers launched a wave of savage and indiscriminate repression. But they were able to relay the regime with much less difficulty than Trujillo's successors would encounter in the Dominican Republic. Luis was elected president the next year, and Anastasio II Takeito Somoza replaced him on his death in 1967, after an interlude of two puppet presidencies. This system of rule worked after a fashion until the mid-1970s, for even those members of the conservative oligarchy who were interested in real opposition to the regime could conceive of no methods of struggle other than the traditional coup d'état or armed landing, both doomed to failure since the National Guard came into being. There was no shortage of attempts, but they were easily crushed, in 1959 and 1967 as in 1954. Opposition to the regime did not forever remain the prerogative FCF, the Conservative Party, and its two satellites. The cotton boom of the 50s led to fresh expropriations of the peasantry, and the formation in 1960 of the Central American Common Market stimulated the beginnings of industrialization. But as in the rest of Latin America, the long post-war capitalist expansion exacerbated social contradictions, creating more problems than it solved and fostering the growth of revolutionary and working-class movements. The Nicaraguan Socialist Party, PSN, in reality the local Communist Party, had been founded in 1944, although within a year it was subjected to severe repression and driven underground. A trade union movement, more or less tolerated by the regime, developed in the construction, textile, health, and education sectors, but its level of organization remained very weak. In 1958, while Fidel Castro was still fighting in the Sierra Maestra, a new Sandinist guerrilla campaign under General Ramon Rodales was opened in the mountainous north of the country. The victory of the Cuban Revolution had a considerable impact on Nicaragua. It seemed that the Fidelistas had mapped out a way to bring down a dictatorship, very similar to that of Sandino in his time. Here was concrete proof that, in spite of Yankee protection and a mercenary army, the people could emerge victorious with guns in their hands. In July 1962, Carlos Fonseca Amador, together with Silvio Mayorga and Tomás Borga, founded the Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional, FSLN. Their aim was to realize in Nicaragua what the 26th of July movement had achieved in Cuba. They saw in Castroism a modern, perfected form of Sandinism which had drawn from Marxism a clear vision of its goals and methods. The FSLN leadership was formed in the late 1950s at the Leon Faculty of Law. At the time, Carlos Fonseca Amador was linked to the PSN, having helped to set up the first university cell for Marxist studies. He went as a delegate to the 6th Youth and Student Festival in the USSR, of which he published a laudatory account on his return, a Nicaraguan in Moscow. However, the opportunist line of Latin American communism, which envisaged peaceful roads to democracy and socialism under the Somoza tyranny, did not satisfy him. In 1959 he joined the Sandinist guerrilla campaign, and after being wounded, he traveled in Central America and Cuba, where he met Che Guevara. He returned to Nicaragua in 1962. It is to Fonseca, in fact, that the FSLN owes its ideological synthesis of Sandinism and Marxism, as well as its initial strategic ideas. Socialist and national demands, he wrote, are combined in the Sandinist People's Revolution. We identify with socialism, while retaining a critical attitude to the socialist experiences. The Cuban transplant was to take firm root in Sandinist soil, so that from 1962 to 1967 the FSLN actually practiced Castro's FOCO strategy. In 1963, with no political preparation, a first, unsuccessful guerrilla FOCO was started in the Coco and Boquete River regions. There followed a period of fresh accumulation of forces, and then in 1967 the opening of another FOCO in the mountainous Pangasinan region. This time the guerrillas were denounced to the authorities and swiftly crushed. As would often happen, this military disaster had positive political repercussions, for the guerrilleros began to appear as the legitimate heirs of Sandino's struggle, gaining considerably in political and moral authority. But when the campaign suffered a number of further setbacks, a major re-examination led to the abandonment of FOCismo in favor of the Vietnamese-inspired strategy of protracted People's War, with its greater emphasis on the complementary character of military action and political work among the masses. In 1970, the sorely tried FSLN abandoned all military activity for a period of 4 years. When it resumed the offensive in December 1974, however, it was faced squarely with the crisis of strategic perspectives gripping the Latin American revolutionary movement after a decade of uninterrupted defeats. In 1975 the FSLN majority expelled a proletarian tendency, led by Jaime Wheelock, Carlos Núñez, and Luis Carrion, which had come out against all military adventurism and argued that revolutionaries should first root themselves among the proletariat. The next year, the front developed another internal struggle, a protracted People's War, GPP, tendency, inspired by Tomás Borga, Henry Ruiz, and Bayardo Arce, sought to maintain the strategy of rural guerrilla warfare, while a third force, or tercerista, tendency, led by Daniel Ortega, Humberto Ortega, and Victor Tirado, favored commando-type actions and urban guerrilla activity along the lines of the Uruguayan Tupamaros. The terceristas, stressing the feasibility of an immediate national rising and of alliances between the classes, grew to become the majority force by 1977. At that time, there were 6 members of the Dirección Nacional, 4 terceristas and 2 GPP supporters. But by the middle of 1978, the remaining GPP leader, Henry Ruiz, was completely isolated, and Dirección Nacional communiques were signed only by 3 tercerista leaders, Daniel and Humberto Ortega and Tirado. Polemic remained very sharp among the 3 factions, but they all continued to speak in the name of Sandino and the FSLN. As we shall see, it was the outbreak of the revolutionary crisis that finally enabled them to overcome their differences and laid the basis for reunification. 2. Genesis of a revolutionary crisis. Anastasio Somoza Debayle, the dictator son of a dictator, would no doubt still be in Managua if a powerful, centralized organization had not been built in opposition to the centralized power of the state. But the Sandinist revolution would not have triumphed if the FSLN had not been able to exploit a pre-revolutionary situation in order to develop as a national vanguard. Such a pre-revolutionary situation gradually crystallized in the 1970s, well before the Sandinist front became the central factor in Nicaraguan political life. However, it was the 1977 Sandinist offensive that transformed it into a revolutionary situation of dual power, and then into a victorious revolution. Capitalist economic development. Nicaraguan society changed more in the course of 30 post-war years than during the whole of the previous century. Cotton, massively introduced in the early 50s, rapidly overtook coffee, livestock, and sugar as the main export, rising from a total output of 3,300 tons in 1950 to 125,000 tons in 1965. Light industry developed in the wake of the agri-pastoral sector, the main branches being chemicals and agri-chemicals, fertilizer, pesticides, paints, resins, textiles, and metal processing, as well as leather and pelts. But it also took firm root in food processing, cooking oil, refined sugar, powdered milk, biscuits, beer, soft drinks, and other import substitution areas such as furniture and clothing. The value added in these industries was relatively low, and they were partly controlled by foreign groups: Borden, Renault, ICI, Mitsui, Shin, Etsa, Bayer, Nestle, Nabisco, Crystal, Coca-Cola, which sought an on-the-spot base for sales in the region. Nevertheless, their contribution to gross domestic product was already equal to that of agriculture in 1970, and had moved slightly ahead, 24% to 23%, by 1976. 2. The Central American Common Market played a considerable role in stimulating this industrial development. By creating a completely free trade zone in the 5 republics of the Isthmus, the 1960 General Treaty on Central American Economic Integration had aimed to lower the objective barrier to industrialization represented by the extreme narrowness of national domestic markets. But contrary to the recommendations of the UN Economic Commission for Latin America, ECLA, economic integration was neither continuous nor planned. Although the common market made possible a genuine growth of industrial production, it did so at the cost both of regional imbalances, widening the gap between the strongest, Guatemala and El Salvador, and the weakest, Honduras, and of increased dependence on the advanced capitalist countries for technology, spare parts, semi-finished goods, and so on. The average annual rate of growth of Nicaraguan GDP was 5.6% between 1950 and 1960, and 6.7% between 1960 and 1970, reaching 10.7%, however, between 1960 and 1967, as against 3.8% between 1966 and 1970. The total value of exports rose at an average annual rate of 11.5% between 1960 and 1970, tripling from $63 million to $188 million. Public and private investment rose from 4.4% and 10.2% of GDP respectively in 1960 to 6.6% and 13.2% in 1970, a large proportion being financed from the foreign debt. The development of capitalism in agriculture and the processing industries, however, did not alter the economy's position in the international division of labor. Nicaragua continued to export raw materials, cotton, coffee, beef, sugar, at rates subject to sharp variation. It imported most of the manufactured goods consumed in the country. Moreover, despite the sharp rise in coffee prices in 1976 to 78, eventually checked by consumer resistance, the international terms of trade moved in a direction distinctly unfavorable to Nicaragua's cotton and coffee exports, if not so much its meat trade. The cultivation of export crops largely increased at the expense of subsistence items: corn, beans, rice, and a growing proportion of food staples had to be imported. Thus, in 1972 such food imports amounted to 45% of the total value of agricultural exports. The figure steadily climbed to 50% in 1975 and 60% in 1976. In a country where at least 30% of the population lacked an adequate calorie intake. Table 1. Raw materials in the total value of exports, 1978. Value. Product, in millions of dollars. Cotton 140.9. Coffee 199.6. Sugar 19.6. Meat 67.9. Prawns and lobsters 14.7. Bananas 4.7. Chemical products 52.1. Textiles 11.5. Cotton cake and cotton waste 12.8. Gold 6.1. Others 115.8. Total 645.9. Source: Programa de Reactivación Económica, Managua 1980, p. 57. The growth of light industry, while creating little new employment, attracted an influx of equipment and intermediary products, insumos. The result was a common pattern in third world countries: decline in the terms of trade, consumer goods industries hungry for imports, in the absence of an equipment goods sector, growing repatriation of foreign capital, and flight of indigenous capital. All these factors combine to produce a menacing deterioration in the balance of payments, and a rise in the foreign debt from $255 million in 1972 to $1,000 million in 1978, while the local bourgeoisie proved incapable of effectively relaying foreign capital. 26. To ensure nationally centered economic development. In short, it became increasingly difficult to control economic processes and avoid their culmination in a major crisis. This frail economy was extremely vulnerable to world market fluctuations, bearing the full brunt of unequal exchange. Already in the early 70s, it keenly felt the reversal of trends in the world capitalist economy. 37% of Managua factories, 292 in all, closed down between 1969 and 1974, in spite of the speculative boom caused by the influx of international aid after the 1972 earthquake. The 1974-75 recession brought Nicaraguan GDP growth down to 2.2% in 1975, actually a negative rate in view of the rise in population. At the same time, the sharp increase in the cost of imports, especially oil, compelled a sweeping reduction in their total volume. The agri-industrial oligarchy responded to this precarious situation in its traditional way, applying its spurs to super-exploitation of the labor force. The people dictatorship contradiction. Post-war capitalist development had a major impact on the structure of social classes and the evolution of class conflict in Nicaragua. In the agri-pastoral sector, the concentration of land was accelerated through a continual process of expropriation and proletarianization. In the Northwest, for example, the cotton barons wrested 100,000 hectares from Indian communities between 1950 and 1955. The peasants never accepted this robbery, however, from time to time reoccupying their lands at the cost of bloody clashes with the National Guard. This is how the situation was described in a pastoral letter of January 1977 issued by the Catholic Archbishop and 6 bishops. The reign of terror forces many of our peasants to flee in despair to the mountains, leaving their homes and land behind. The nation is afflicted with growing evils and a general sense of malaise. On the one side, ever more land and wealth is accumulated in the hands of the few, on the other, humble peasants see their land confiscated and are threatened by those who profit from the state of emergency. The number of people in prison is constantly rising, and yet they have no recourse in law. In 1975, 1.5% of big landowners possessed 41.5% of the country's cultivated land, 20.3% of medium landowners possessed 41.1%, and 78.2%, peasants, shared the remainder among themselves. The big and medium farmers engaged in a modern, highly mechanized form of agriculture, working for the export market with state assistance. The small peasants, however, practiced a traditional, low-productivity form, mainly producing staple produce, corn, beans, rice, for the domestic market. Starved of credits for their small, inadequate plots, they were forced to sell their labor power to the big landowners during the winter coffee and cotton harvest. There, in the haciendas, they would meet landless peasants and shanty sub-proletarians seeking to earn their annual survival wages in 4 months of work. In 1973, for example, a total of 200,000. Table 2. Distribution of gross domestic product, 1977. Percent of population total number income percent of income annual, in thousands, in dollar millions, per capita income, in dollar, 5 116.3 629 28 5409 15 348.7 719 32 20 62 3697.5 562 25 805 51,162.5 337 15 286 100 2325.0 2247 100 966. Temporary workers were involved in the cotton harvest, as against 25,000 who were employed the year round. This two-tier agrarian structure allowed the land-owning bourgeoisie, and indirectly the foreign multinationals, to profit from super-exploitation of the labor force. They had to pay wages only for the harvest months of November to February, leaving the farm laborers to keep themselves on their family plots for the remaining 8 months. In such conditions, be the year good or bad, the planters could easily reap profits at least equal to their initial investment. But although the accumulation of such profits eventually gave rise to a nationally based agrarian and industrial capitalism, the multinationals pocketed a major share simply by selling dear their agricultural machinery and intermediary products, fertilizer, pesticide, and buying cheap the Nicaraguan-produced raw materials. Massive proletarianization, chronic underemployment, flight from the countryside, these were the fruits of the growing concentration of land. Between 1960 and 1977 the agricultural population fell from 60% to 44% of the total population, and at the same time, huge poverty-stricken barrios clustered on the edge of the towns. As Table 2 shows, 50% of Nicaraguans lived on an average sum of $286 in the year 1977. The 310,000 agrarian laborers made up 2/3 of the Nicaraguan proletariat. Enjoying no rights, subjected to fierce exploitation and brutal repression, they were nevertheless able on several occasions to develop broad resistance to the latifundistas. In 1960, a struggle of rural proletarians against land expropriation, housing. Table 3. Distribution of labor force by economic sector, 1976, number of workers % of total. Agriculture, hunting, and fishing 315,127 46.1 mines and quarries 5,146 0.8 industry 65,578 9.5 construction 29,637 4.3 commerce 83,622 12.2 transport, warehouses, communications 28,964.2 electricity, water, public services 5,216 0.8 others 150,119 22.0. Total 683,405 100. And working conditions, and low rates of pay assumed such proportions that Luis Somoza had to decree an agrarian reform under pressure from Kennedy's anti-Castro Alliance for Progress. But peasant agitation sporadically reappeared in the course of the next 20 years. It was mainly on this social layer, half rural, half urban, that the FSLN sought to base itself for the protracted People's War. The urban working class, employed in industry, construction, and mining, made up only 16 to 18% of the active population in 1975. Table 3 shows the breakdown for the year 1976. However, it should be realized that the category others masks the socio-occupational category services used by the Central Bank of Nicaragua in its statistics. In 1975, for example, 131,945 workers, or 20.1% of the active population, were listed under this heading, while a mere 11,545, or 1.8%, appeared under the bank's category Others. The urban workers had a very low level of organization, and the dictatorship freely employed a paternalist style in an effort to win them over. But even though Somoza granted a social security system, an annual bonus of 1 month's pay, and so on, the growth of inflation and unemployment in the 1970s led to a considerable movement for workers' demands. In the fight to defend their living conditions, the wage earners encountered the harsh repressive apparatus of the dictatorship. Seeing the National Guard as a dog and Somoza as the top dog, El Perro Mayor, they gave their support first to the bourgeois opposition, and then to the guerrillas of the Sandinist front. A patrimonial regime. This period of mounting and diversified agricultural production, moderate industrialization, and rapid urbanization witnessed a shift in the relationship between economy and state. The big farmers came to depend ever more heavily upon infrastructural expenditure, roads, ports, canals, energy, and the public allocation of credit. As in most countries, in fact, state economic intervention underwent a qualitative leap. The Somatist state, however, carried out these functions not primarily to the benefit of the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie, but with an eye to the specific interests of the Somoza Group. 30. And its civil and military allies. Pre-capitalist in form, this patrimonial exercise of power affected all aspects of the political system, from the mode of legitimation of authority to the character of the coercive apparatuses. Electoral farces took place in an atmosphere of Guardia-controlled violence that even penetrated the polling stations. On those occasions when a dynastic representative was not the only candidate, Somoza was free to handpick the rival in return for the allocation of posts to the official opposition. Naturally, the official candidate would finance his campaign out of state funds, using the guardsmen as election agents. The magnified system provided an additional degree of security. Since the Somoza dynasty began its reign, a card has been given to electors who vote red, the color of Somatist voting slips. This card, complete with a photograph to identify its bearer, is required for all and everything, for a job, a passport, an allowance, a favor, and a right. It also enables the owner to avoid trouble with the police and every manner of harassment. Without this magnified, as the Nicaraguans used to call it, nothing was possible. The 7,500-strong National Guard, at once an army and a police, was not a separate apparatus politically neutral in relation to the various bourgeois factions, it was quite simply Somoza's private militia. The Guardia did not begin its days as a national army. Rather, it was created by the U.S. intervention for the imposition of a Pax Americana in Nicaragua and Central America. Its first armed feat was to assassinate Cesar Augusto Sandino and to exterminate his supporters. It then distinguished itself internally as the main prop of the dictatorship, and externally as the spearhead of the Central American Council of Defense, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, Nicaragua. Thus, 4,119 officers, soldiers and policemen were trained by the Americans between 1946 and 1973, as against 2,846 and 2,472 in the cases of Venezuela and Panama, both much more populous than Nicaragua. The National Guard won particular renown during the 1954 attack on the Progressive Arbenz regime in Guatemala, and during the 1965 offensive in the Dominican Republic. For the 1961 Bay of Pigs landing in Cuba. Well aware of the Guardia's crucial role in their arsenal, the Somozas always kept the force under absolute control through a mixture of paternalism, corruption, and organized suspicion. First, the dictator served as the soldiers' personal protector, a veritable regimental father. There was, of course, to be no compulsory military service in Nicaragua. National Guardsmen were recruited from the most underprivileged sections of society, above all the poor mountain peasantry, while the officers came from the pettiest of the petty bourgeoisie. Somoza showed truly unstinting concern for his men. He knew all the officers personally, and made sure that they wanted for nothing. In return, he demanded absolute loyalty to his person. In order to place such loyalty on a basis more solid than mere patronage, the dictator allowed and even encouraged his praetorians to behave in their respective spheres as he did nationally. Guardsmen and officers largely made up for their modest pay by means of looting, racketeering, and other kinds of extortion linked to the maintenance of order. These gave tangible form to the identity of interests between the dynasty and its hired men. For they, too, abusing the same system, had everything to fear from any political movement that would not only do away with their privileges, but might also ask them to give an account of themselves. Of course, the fact that they regularly practiced hideous torture was yet another reason for them to be afraid. Complicity, however, was not unmarred by distrust. Like all autocrats, the Somozas were haunted by the specter of coup d'état. The prevention of such an unhappy event became one of their chief concerns and an organizing principle of the National Guard. Thus Guardia colonels, who never had more than 300 or 400 men under their command, were systematically transferred at frequent intervals, so that they would not establish excessively close links with their troops. The two elite units were entrusted to family members. One of them, the 2,500-strong and heavily armed Escuela de Entrenamiento Básico de Infantería, being under the command of Somoza's son, Anastasio Chiquin Somoza Portocarrero. The dictator consciously fanned rivalry among the higher officers. As a final precaution, combat units received only small reserves of ammunition. 32. The Guardia was essentially a gendarmerie resident in the localities in which it was stationed. Indeed, its character as a provincial police force, deeply entrenched in the local networks of corruption, influence, and business enterprise, was to be the Achilles heel of the regime. So long as there was no major national insurgency against the Somozas, it remained an efficient instrument of intelligence, competent at continual, low-intensity intimidation and repression. By virtue of their kin relations and crooked deals, Guardia officers knew everything about life in their area of operation. But once civil war broke out, the force was to prove incapable of military action as a national army, lacking any of the necessary training, mobility, and armor. Contradictions within the ruling class. The Nicaraguan bourgeoisie long made the best of so modest rule, putting up with its economic exactions and constant violations of constitution. The social order and peace ensured by the National Guard proved a bedrock for tacit consensus within the ruling class. In return for a number of seats in Congress and posts within the administration, the official Conservative Party opposition regularly made election agreements with Somoza's Nationalist Liberal Party, thereby helping to keep either a dynastic figure or a pliant frontman in power. Such agreements were reached in 1939 and May 1948 between Anastasio Somoza Garcia and Cuadra Pasos, in April 1950 between the dictator and General Chamorro, the so-called Agreement of Two Generals, which invoked liberal-conservative parallelism, in 1957 between Luis Somoza Debayle and Amador Pineda, and on March 28, 1971 between Anastasio Somoza Debayle and F. Agüero. The last of these guaranteed the Conservatives 40% of seats in the 1972 elections, also stipulating that Somoza would hand over to a presidential triumvirate between 1972 and 1974. However, he assumed absolute power after the Managua earthquake and drove conservative leader Agüero from the triumvirate. As for the numerous attempted coups d'état that dotted the colorful history of the dictatorship, 1948, 1954, April 1958, October 1958, 1959, 1967, they did not enjoy broad support among the oppositional bourgeoisie and were swiftly defeated. The accommodating attitude of the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie gradually changed in the course of the 60s. The growing economic might of the Somozas had not previously posed too grave a threat to the other capitalists. Indeed, contrary to a view widely assumed in the West, the Somoza Group was quantitatively only the fourth largest in 1979, coming behind the Banco Nicaraguans, founded in 1953 with ties to Chase Manhattan in the United States, Cali Daniel, and the Banco de America, founded in 1952 by old conservative oligarchic families, with traditional interests in sugar and ranching, and ties to Wells Fargo and Citibank. As the Somoza Group broadened its range of activity, however, its economic appetite began to assume alarming proportions. In fact, its new economic powers had turned the state into a formidable weapon, enabling the clan to engage in disloyal competition that threatened the medium-term survival of other sections of the bourgeoisie. Tolerable so long as it was mainly confined to police-type functions, state banditry went beyond acceptable limits when it became one of the main economic levers in the country. Hence the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie, now considerably stronger and more confident in its own hegemonic capacities, began to feel a mounting need to modernize the political system. The shameless diversion of international relief funds after the 1972 earthquake was the straw that broke the camel's back. Ever broader sections of the bourgeoisie now actively sought an alternative solution, mobilizing such venerable institutions as the Higher Council of Private Enterprise, COSEP, the Employers' Federation, the Catholic Church, and the country's main daily paper, the conservative La Prensa. The anti-Somatist bourgeoisie threw itself into struggle with a determination rare for its class in this part of the world. In third world countries, as is well known, occasional bourgeois impulses toward modernization normally undergo rapid paralysis, as fear of popular movements drives the possessing classes back to the protection of a strong and preferably army-based regime. There can be no doubt, however, that in Nicaragua the bourgeois opposition itself opened up the crisis of the Somoza regime and actually led the first phase of the revolution. It was only at the end of the process, with the help of Somoza's intransigence, that the FSLN captured the leadership of the struggle. This unusual configuration, which the FSLN had to take into 10 Wheelock pages 141 to 76. 34. Account on the morrow of its victory, was due at once to the relative strength of the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie at home and to its conviction that aid would be forthcoming from the Carter administration abroad. As we have seen, Washington's interest in Nicaragua has been of essentially strategic character. Here there was no international telephone and telegraph, no American Sugar Company, no Standard Oil. Even the United Fruit Company, which for so long laid down the law in neighboring republics, had only a marginal stake in the country. The coffee, cotton, and sugar plantations, as well as the stock breeding sector, belonged not to foreign capital but to the local bourgeoisie. The same was largely true of industrial enterprises. The agri-industrial bourgeoisie had thus become a real force in Nicaragua. It faced a numerically weak urban working class and a virtually unorganized rural proletariat, both susceptible to the authority of the church. Nor did the FSLN guerrilla campaign, severely repressed in 1974-75, seem to constitute a major constraining threat. Furthermore, the leading businessmen had natural allies in a reasonable and moderate petty bourgeoisie of small traders, artisans, office staff, and so on. As many as 31.4% of the active population belonged to these middle layers, 20% working in the service sector and 11.4% in commerce. All these factors explain why the anti-Somoza bourgeoisie was not afraid to take the offensive in the early 70s, after amicable arrangements with the dictatorship had broken down. Revolutionary anti-imperialism. The confident calculations of oppositional capital, however, were frustrated by the tyrant's paranoid obstinacy, and eventually aired on the activity and existence of the FSLN. For despite its initial weakness, the Sandinist front proved capable of imposing its own solution to the crisis of the system, not the replacement of one bourgeois faction by another at the helm of the state, but the total destruction of the state apparatus built under the dictatorship, not the rationalization of bourgeois class power in the framework of a liberal economy, but the construction of a revolutionary democracy bent on a transition to socialism. 12. Basing itself on a thorough analysis of the dictatorship, the FSLN concluded that no compromise between the oppositional bourgeoisie and the dynasty could effectively relieve or resolve the contradictions of the regime. The Somoza clan was unable to grasp the need for such a compromise, still less to respect any agreement that might be reached with its capitalist opponents. All its retreats would remain purely tactical in character, each time raising the crisis to a higher level. The failure of other solutions would eventually close all other choices save the overthrow of the dictatorship by force of arms. The political party that proved capable of following and extending the Sandino tradition, by successfully engaging in protracted people's war, would assert itself as the real vanguard of the revolutionary process. The young Marxist-trained intellectuals who initially formed the bulk of the FSLN could easily have followed the sectarian trend of the epoch, consigning General Sandino and his nationalism to the limbo of countless other figures of Latin American populism. As we have seen, this is what the Third International and its local representatives had done in the 20s. But the FSLN steered well clear of such a course, and it thereby gave proof not of petty bourgeois opportunism, but of political foresight and intelligence. The FSLN leadership had learned from the Chinese, Vietnamese, and Cuban experiences that a socialist revolution can triumph in the Third World only if it mobilizes the nationalist sentiments of the masses, as well as their ideals of liberty and equality. In declaring itself the inheritor and continuator of Sandino's epic struggle, the FSLN rooted itself in a living Nicaraguan tradition, emerging as the unswerving champion of national independence and identity against U.S. domination and its local agents. In this way, the FSLN equipped itself with an effective founding myth, without in the least abandoning its Marxist orientation. For Sandino's ideology, however much respect it is owed, was relatively ill-defined. But it was perfectly amenable to a Marxist reinterpretation. His lofty, severe nationalism could legitimately be presented as a form of consistent anti-imperialism opposed to the pro-us sentiments of the ruling class. Sandino's resort to arms to expel the Marines, in a struggle that left a rich military tradition, could appear as an option for revolutionary struggle as opposed to the pressure politics, negotiations, and palace revolutions typical of bourgeois political parties. Indeed, his very populism could be taken to designate the rural and urban proletariat as the driving force of the revolution, an idea expressed in the quotation "only the workers and peasants will go all the way," which has been so widely used by the FSLN. By draping its undistort program and methods of struggle in the cloth of Sandinism, the FSLN leadership was able to turn the formidable weapon of patriotism against the whole of the bourgeoisie. In fact, the upheavals of the previous 30 years, involving the disruptive penetration of the American way of life in Central America, had provoked a grave crisis of identity in Nicaraguan society and rendered the appeal of patriotism even more potent than in Sandino's time. The FSLN had the capacity, then, to give flesh and blood form to the national aspirations of the Nicaraguan masses. When, at the end of a lively debate, it transcended a narrow FOCO strategy for a conception of revolutionary war combining armed struggle with organization of the masses, it was in a position to play a decisive role in the maturation and final resolution of the revolutionary crisis. It is necessary, however, to underline the importance of the international setting. For the Nicaraguan Revolution reached maturity in a highly favorable context marked by the relative paralysis of U.S. imperialism after its defeat in Vietnam, and by contradictions between the United States and several Latin American countries. Most notably, Panama, Mexico and Venezuela, which grew in intensity as the world economic crisis hardened U.S. demands. It is true that the State Department never ceased to intervene in support of Somoza. But these conjunctural circumstances, reinforced by Washington's preoccupation with the Iranian imbroglio at the time of the final offensive, did at least spare the FSLN a direct armed intervention along the lines of the 1965 Dominican operation. Indeed, the Sandinists won sizable political and military support from various countries in the region antagonized by Somoza's external intrigues, above all from the great hinterland of Costa Rica. 3. The struggle for power. The truth is that we always thought of the masses, seeing them, however, as a prop for the guerrilla campaign that would enable it to deal some blows at the National Guard. Reality was quite different. Guerrilla activity served as a prop for the masses, who crushed the enemy by means of insurrection. Comandante Humberto Ortega. In the early 1970s, all the contradictions of Nicaraguan society took a turn for the worse, and the economy began to suffer the harsh effects of the world crisis. According to official statistics, which generally softened the reality, the rate of inflation increased from an annual average of 1.7% before 1970 to 9.7% between 1971 and 1975, remaining high at 9.4% in 1976 and 11% in 1977. Industry was hard hit by the wave of factory closures and layoffs, the crisis being especially severe in construction. Sharply contested strikes broke out in the building, health, and education sectors. The state debt rose to a record level. Savage repression struck on a mass scale. Exasperated by the way the Somatist regime profited from the Managua earthquake, the bourgeois oppositions began to assert themselves and sought to unify their efforts. In late 1970, when the struggle for POWER 39, Conservative Party leader Fernando Aguero announced his intention to sign a pact with Somoza, a wing headed by La Prensa director Pedro Joaquin Chamorro split to form the Conservative National Action, ANC. In Somoza's Nationalist Liberal Party, another split produced the Constitutionalist Movement, MC, under Ramiro Sacasa. And in 1973, the newly formed National Mobilization and National Salvation movements sought to relaunch an opposition based on leading personalities. On July 8, 1974, 27 notables, representing 7 political movements and 2 trade unions, called for a boycott of the elections. Somoza was, of course, re-elected in September with the help of the Magnified and the National Guard. But the rate of abstention reached an all-time high. On December 15, 1974, a Democratic Liberation Union, UDEL, was officially formed by the groups that had supported a boycott: the Christian Social Party, Independent Liberal Party, Socialist Party of Nicaragua, Conservative National Action, Constitutional Ist Movement, National Mobilization, National Salvation, General Confederation of Labor, and National Workers' Federation. It was a popular front alliance against the dictatorship, bringing together on a moderate democratic program both liberal bourgeois formations and organizations representing the workers' movement. Bourgeois hegemony was evident in the union's program, methods of struggle, and leadership. But it was nevertheless not appreciated by broad sections of the employers, including the giant BANIC and BAN America groups, who saw the UDEL notables as sorcerers' apprentices. The UDEL Constitution, which called for respect for political and trade union freedoms, marked a further stage in the anti-Somoza radicalization of a portion of the ruling class, and hence a narrowing of the dictatorship's social base. On December 27, 1974, less than 2 weeks after the UDEL was proclaimed, the FSLN recommenced military operations, kidnapping 2 high figures in the regime, later exchanged for the release of a number of political prisoners and the publication in the press of long communiques denouncing official corruption. Somoza saw a growing risk that the apparently sectoralized and unrelated movements of protest and opposition might converge politically, especially since UDEL and its president, enjoying solid support in the United States, now represented a liberal alternative to the dictatorship. His reply was a good example of the tactics he would adopt throughout the revolutionary crisis, though they contributed to his own downfall. Far from trying to splinter his opponents by reaching an agreement with the least determined of them, he simply tried to terrorize them all into silence. Thus, in winter 1975, on the pretext that the FSLN had revived its activity, a state of emergency was declared, martial law and press censorship imposed. UDEL was paralysed. The strikes and student movement were brutally repressed. And an annihilation campaign, Operation Aguila Sexta, was launched against the FSLN. By September 1977, Anastasio Somoza Debayle seemed to have won. Social peace had been restored on the basis of a cut in real wages. The FSLN, bled white in the military campaign, was split into 3 factions, and UDEL had given proof of its lack of consistency. Believing he had achieved his objectives, the dictator now agreed to comply with Washington's injunctions. But no sooner had he lifted the state of emergency in exchange for U.S. military credits, then the opposition movements resurfaced with even greater vigor. In October 1977, a month after the state of emergency was lifted, the terrorist tendency of the FSLN launched a series of assaults on National Guard barracks in the northern town of Ocotal, in Masaya, and in San Carlos near the Costa Rican border. The operation was a military failure, but it had a resounding political echo. By showing that repression had solved nothing, it acted as a spur to the popular opposition. In November, La Prensa published a full-page appeal in which 12 well-known figures from economic, cultural, and religious life called for a democratic alternative to the regime. Significantly, this was the first declaration of its kind to include the FSLN among the suggested participants in such an alternative. Somoza refused to make any concessions to this renewal of oppositional activity. On the contrary, he raised the stakes still higher, and on January 10, 1978, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, La Prensa director and UDEL leader, was assassinated in Managua. By eliminating the very man who embodied the liberal solution, Somoza attempted to place the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie and the Carter administration before a dire choice, either Somoza or the Sandino communists. Once again, he had deliberately opted for catastrophist politics. The Revolutionary Crisis. January 1978 to July 1979. The assassination of Chamorro was the spark that lit the prairie fire. The resulting outrage coalesced all opposition to the regime into a single movement. Henceforth there would be a continual succession of mass demonstrations, general strikes, and partial insurrections, gradually leading to a situation of dual power. The oppositional bourgeoisie, working first through UDEL and later the Frente Amplio de Posición, FAO, managed to stay at the head of the movement until January 1979. But as the masses grew increasingly radical, the leadership gradually slipped away to the FSLN. On January 13, 1978, some 120,000 demonstrators attended the funeral procession of the liberal leader. The COSEP Employers Federation, speaking for medium capital if not for the Bannock and Bonamerica groups, called for a civil stoppage to demand punishment of the assassins and the resignation of Somoza. The mass strike, virtually total by January 24, was punctuated by huge demonstrations and bloody clashes with the National Guard. The FSLN took advantage of this formidable popular mobilization to step up its level of activity, attacking the garrisons at Rivas and Granada on 1 and February 2. "TT was the first great blow we had struck since the outbreak of the crisis," stated Humberto Ortega, the strategist of victory. These large-scale operations encouraged the masses and strengthened their determination to fight against Somotism. This time, the people saw that the vanguard was more solid, capable of fighting, capable of hitting the enemy, capable of seizing towns. The February actions had an impact that reached its highest expression in the insurrection of Monumbo Indians. Afraid that they were being outflanked, UDEL and COSEP appealed for a return to work on February 6. And although the labor federations tried to continue the strike, the call was generally observed. Strictly in terms of its immediate objectives, the paz civico, or civil stoppage, was a failure. Yet this first massive mobilization of the urban population, lasting for a considerable period, had an enormous impact upon the political maturation of the movement. It was crucial, too, that petty bourgeois layers in the commercial and service sectors stood shoulder to shoulder with industrial workers and sub-proletarians. The toiling population became aware of its own strength, learning to confront the ever-active police collectively at a time when divisions within the ruling class were nearing the breaking point. The FSLN grew in prestige and authority, while its project of a definitive, armed overthrow of the regime gained much greater credibility. The popular movement now took a decisive step towards political autonomy of the bourgeoisie. Characteristically for a period of revolutionary upsurge, partial defeats and even savage repression did not cause demoralization or demobilization. On the contrary, the population increasingly met the Guardia's exactions with forms of mass violence, spontaneously seeking the road of armed resistance. Thus, on February 20, 1978, the local inhabitants of Monumbo, in Masaya, broke out in open rebellion. For nearly a week, they held their own against the National Guard, backed by artillery and aerial bombing. On the 26th, however, the uprising was drowned in blood. The Frente Amplio de Posición. Deeply affected by the scope and determination of the movement, Somoza finally decided to make some concessions, a 1-month annual bonus and a rise in the minimum wage for the industrial workers, social security provisions for the agricultural laborers, and a national dialogue for the oppositional bourgeoisie. But it was too late. The people now called for the ouster of the Little Nero in any case, after the extremely costly general strike of January-February, the dictator no longer had the wherewithal to grant social concessions. The civil war climate was hardly propitious for a business recovery, and capital was fleeing to more clement skies. Official sources placed the outflow of foreign currency in 1979 at $315 million, or 74% of the total value of exports. GDP fell by 25%, while inflation soared past 75% and unemployment hit 42% of the workforce. In a spiral characteristic of revolutionary situations, political agitation fueled the economic crisis, while economic decline maintained and extended political agitation. It was a sign of the times when the Nicaraguan Democratic Movement, MDN, based on the cotton growers of the Northwest, was formed within the bourgeois opposition. Led by millionaire industrialist Alfonso Robelo, former president of the Nicaraguan Chamber of Industry, 1972 to 1975, the Nicaraguan Development Institute, and COSEP, 1975 to 1978, this new movement brought together a number of young company directors who had stood in the forefront of the employers' strike of January-February. The MDN called for the immediate dismissal of Somoza, the involvement of the FSLN in a future government, and the enactment of a number of democratic reforms. In order to impose a political solution that would still afford it control, the anti-Somoza bourgeoisie finally agreed to establish a broad alliance of all forces hostile to the dictatorship, even including the FSLN Terceristas by way of the Group of 12. The Frente Amplio de Posición, FAO, enjoying church support that counted for a great deal in this intensely Catholic country, was accordingly proclaimed in July 1978. Prominent among its 16 demands was a call for the withdrawal of Somoza, a point publicly endorsed on August 3 by Monsignor Miguel Obando y Bravo, Archbishop of Managua. The oppositional bourgeoisie had devised a clear strategy: it would exploit the mass mobilization and the Carter administration's support so as to force a negotiated compromise on Somoza, removing him from power in accordance with the Constitution. There was to be no question of nationalizing the clan's property or of dissolving the National Guard. The phase of bourgeois hegemony over the movement, lasting from the creation of UDEL in July 1974 to the disintegration of the FAO in January-February 1979, was marked by moderate goals and methods of struggle. The goal was to end the usurpation of power by a narrow camarilla that had systematically abused office, not, however, by force of arms, but by intensifying the converging pressures that would eventually force the dictator to yield. For its part, the FSLN was far from inactive during this period. The proletarian tendency and the advocates of protracted people's war carried out wide-ranging agitation and political 44. Organization in the barrios, the factories, and the plantations. Work stoppages, street demonstrations, and riots succeeded one another in an unbroken chain: the strike of municipal and health workers in June-July 1978, the student strike to win the reopening of Mi Preferida radio station, the huge demonstrations celebrating the return of the 12 to Managua, the protest general strike against the murder of 8 students by the National Guard in Jinotep and San Marcos on July 19, 1978, another, FAO-sponsored general strike on August 27. At the same time, the FSLN Terceristas stepped up their acts of war. On July 20, they fired rockets from the upper floors of the Hotel Intercontinental at National Guard headquarters and Somoza's famous bunker. On August 22, guerrilla Commandante Eden Pastore took over the National Palace and imprisoned more than 500 leading figures of the regime, including 60 deputies, several ministers, and Somoza's own cousin. All these lights of high society were eventually exchanged for $5 million, the publication of a press communiqué, and the release of Tomasz Borga and 82 other FSLN prisoners. On August 24, the Commando Group and the Sandinist prisoners left for Panama to popular acclaim. The limits of peaceful forms of struggle. Despite the broad strikes and mass demonstrations, the daring guerrilla activity, and the pressures exerted by the bourgeoisie, the dictator still refused to yield. Apparently convinced that no one could oust him so long as the National Guard was under his control, Somoza set out to drown the popular movement in blood and to persuade the liberal bourgeoisie to come to terms. Once they tired of the chaos, they would eventually accept his orders. Time seemed to be on Somoza's side, provided he maintained a ruthless attitude and kept careful watch over the loyalty of his praetorians. With this in mind, he relieved 30 National Guard officers of their functions and on August 27 ordered the arrest on conspiracy charges of a number of army officers, whose brain was Lieutenant Colonel Bernardino Larios. Somoza's obstinacy exposed the limitations of FAO strategy. A general strike and street demonstrations, however massive, could. The struggle for power 45. Not alone oust an opponent who clung to power through naked violence and did not flinch even from bombing his own towns. An enemy bent upon civil war could be vanquished only by the methods of civil war, and only an armed movement could overcome the National Guard. Unless it culminated in an insurrection, any general strike would inevitably be defeated. The strategic superiority of the FSLN, which enabled it to wrest the leadership of the popular movement from the bourgeois opposition in less than a year, lay in its clear understanding of these necessities. Far from counterposing mass struggle to armed combat, the FSLN asserted and organized their convergence. Strikes and demonstrations would pave the way for armed insurrection as the climax of the general strike. The regime's last chance. By early September, two other features typical of a revolutionary situation were in evidence in Nicaragua. First, there was an uneven development of popular radicalization. In some sectors and regions, the mass of workers were urging an immediate insurrection, while in others they still had confidence in the FAO. Second, the combativity of the most radicalized sectors had outstripped the preparedness of the revolutionary forces. Unless the latter could effectively assume their political military functions, however, any mass insurrection would be doomed to end in a bloodbath. Sensing that the traditionally radical Northwest was approaching an inevitable conflagration, the FSLN terroristas decided to press ahead. They hoped in this way at least to restrict the damage and to retain the leadership of the armed struggle. On September 9, 1978, FSLN columns attacked Leon, Estili, Chinandega, Masaya, and several other towns, unleashing a general uprising of the local populations. The National Guard replied by bombing the insurgent towns and intensifying its ferocious repression in the rest of the country. On September 20, when the Sandinists were compelled to withdraw, imposing columns of civilians fled in their wake to escape the savage reprisals that followed. Somoza set out to make an example of Leon and Estili. The National Guard tortured and executed anyone suspected of sympathy with the Sandino communists. 46. Concentrating especially on teenagers. The September insurrection cost a total of 6,000 lives. When Humberto Ortega was later asked if the action had been a mistake, he answered, "We could not say no to the insurrection." The mass movement had grown to such a size that the vanguard was incapable of leading it. We could not oppose this torrent-like movement, all we could do was stand at its head, so as to lead it as much as possible and give it some direction. In this sense the vanguard, aware of its limitations, bowed to the general decision of the masses and took up a position at their head. Their decision and resolve stemmed from the example of Monumbo. If we had not given form to this mass movement, it would have lapsed into general anarchy. In other words, the vanguard's decision to call for the September insurrection made it possible to channel the torrent, giving form to the insurrection so that victory could subsequently be achieved. I would like to repeat that we threw ourselves into the insurrection because of the prevailing political situation. Our aim was not to abandon the people to a massacre, for, as in Monumbo, the people were already plunging into action. That this fresh defeat was not a serious blow to the popular movement revealed the depth of the accumulated potential for revolt. Somoza seemed jubilant, convinced that he had won a decisive victory. But the bourgeois opposition, too, thought that its hour had come. The defeat of the September insurrection would surely force the FSLN to retreat, weakening the revolutionary wing of the movement, and would also demonstrate its dangerous potential in a situation of prolonged polarization. The Carter administration, aware of this peril, would be bound to step up its pressure on Somoza to abdicate. Both pro- and anti-Somoza sections of the bourgeoisie, then, believed their own position stronger and therefore agreed to negotiate under an international commission of mediation composed of representatives of the United States, Guatemala, and the Dominican Republic. The talks dragged on for several months. The idea was to force the dictator to accept Somotism without Somoza, a conservative government, from which the FSLN would be excluded, maintenance of the National Guard, guarantees for Somoza property. The FSL and the national leadership, or tercerista tendency, which had gone furthest in a policy of alliance with the bourgeoisie, could not agree to such a compromise. Too much blood had flowed for the people to be content with a mere refurbishing of the system. The FAO program now lagged behind the state of mind of the masses, including the petty bourgeoisie, which wanted an end to the regime and the root and branch destruction of Somotism. Evidence of this new awareness could be seen in their growing combativity against extremely fierce repression. The FSLN slogan's expropriation of the Somotists, dissolution of the National Guard gave accurate expression to the people's aspirations at this point. Overtaken by the new course of the class struggle, the FAO lost its political authority and suffered progressive dislocation. In November 1978, the Group of 12, a cover for the FSLN Terceristas, announced its break from the FAO in protest against direct U.S. interference in the talks. Other organizations followed suit. On January 10, 1979, a gigantic demonstration took place in Managua to mark the first anniversary of the assassination of Pedro Joaquin Chamorro. Dozens of people were killed, and 5 days later health workers began a hunger strike. But the coup de grace came on January 19, when Somoza rejected the proposals of the Commission of Mediation, reaffirming that he would remain in power until his mandate expired in 1981. The FAO, with American support, continued to advocate moderate solutions to the crisis, but it met with growing indifference and frustration on the part of the population. Towards the final offensive, the breakup of the FAO opened a new and deeper phase of the revolution. It removed a major obstacle to the unification of the FSLN, since tercerista participation in a bourgeois-dominated front striving for a bourgeois solution of the crisis had been one of the main points of contention with the other two tendencies. On 9/48 December 1978, all three set up a unified command structure, and organizational fusion followed on March 26, 1979. Most crucially, the course of the FAO compelled the Sandinists to promote a new alliance policy, one independent of the bourgeoisie and in line with the FSLN's own revolutionary goals. Greater effort was now put into the United People's Movement, MPU, an umbrella structure of 22 popular organizations that had been formed in mid-July 1978. Neighborhood committees, trade unions, women's and youth associations were strengthened and reorganized. The aim of the FSLN was to augment the capacity for initiative and organization in all sectors of the mass movement and to fortify their independence of the FAO bourgeois opposition, now more concerned with keeping the revolutionaries out of power than with sealing the fate of the dictatorship. On February 1, 1979, a new structure, the National Patriotic Front, FPN, brought together the MPU, the 12, the trade unions, and a few minor bourgeois formations. It was an alliance under sandinist hegemony that was to assume the task of organizing a general strike. The leadership of the mass movement had now changed hands. The bourgeoisie and imperialism had lost the initiative. On February 8, the United States suspended military and economic aid to Somoza in retaliation for his rejection of the Mediating Commission's proposals. But the pro-Somoza lobby remained a powerful force in Washington, and money withdrawn with one hand was restored with the other. Thus, on May 14 the International Monetary Fund, whose sensitivity to American behests needs no elaboration, granted the Nicaraguan government a $65 million loan. Among those voting in favor was the representative of the United States. Somoza retained the support of many Latin American dictatorships, and continued to receive arms from Argentina and Israel. However, Costa Rica, Panama, Mexico, and Venezuela grew increasingly hostile in their public statements and their attitude within international bodies, thereby contributing to the dictator's isolation. On May 20 Mexico broke diplomatic relations with Managua. On May 28 the heads of state of the 5 Andean-pact countries condemned the Somoza government at a meeting in Colombia, and on June 16 they recognized the Sandinist status as belligerent. On June 24, the Organization of American States rejected Cyrus Vance's proposal to send a peacekeeping force to Nicaragua, demanding the resignation of Somoza. Instead, all these measures, in varying degree, lent real aid to the FSLN. On April 6, 1979 a 42% devaluation of the Cordoba relative to the dollar, the first since 1932, confirmed the regime's economic catastrophe. Galloping inflation deepened popular discontent, while hitherto neutral sections of the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie joined the ranks of the opposition. Entirely divested of its social base, the Somoza dictatorship was reduced to its quintessence, the National Guard. Dual power, March to July 1979. The FSLN resumed its military offensive in March 1979, occupying the town of Estili between the 8th and the 14th. But the final offensive really began on May 21 in Jinotega and elsewhere. Unlike the Batista forces in Cuba, however, the National Guard continued to mount determined resistance. Drawing inspiration from the Vietnamese experience, the FSLN sought to compensate for its military inferiority by forcing the Guardia to spread itself thinly. Its tactic was to create an indefinite number of operational zones through combinations of strike movements, local uprisings, and the activity of its own military units. The 15,000-strong repressive forces, only half of them seasoned National Guardsmen, would be unable to control a country of 132,000 square kilometers and 2,300,000 inhabitants. If they tried to do so, they would suffer dispersion, thus losing strategic superiority at many points that could then be attacked by the guerrillas. But if they set themselves a more limited objective, concentrating their forces at a few strong points, the FSLN could use the surrendered territory to prepare a fresh assault. This is how Humberto Ortega later described the development of FSLN thinking. We realized that our principal strength lay in our capacity to maintain total mobilization at the social, economic, and political levels, thereby dispersing the enemy's technico-military capacity. We saw that if we were to win, we had not only to move our own guerrilla contingents into combat, but also ensure through our actions that the masses would take an active part in the struggle. The truth is that we always thought of the masses, seeing them, however, as a prop for the guerrilla campaign that would enable it to 50. Deal some blows at the National Guard. Reality was quite different. Guerrilla activity served as a prop for the masses, who crushed the enemy by means of insurrection. After the September events, we saw the need to combine, at the same time and in the same strategic space, a nationwide mass uprising, a frontal offensive by our military forces, and a general strike which the employers actively supported or approved. Had we not combined these three factors in a single time and space, victory would not have been possible. Several calls for a national strike had already been issued, but without being linked to a mass offensive. The masses had already risen up, but their action had not been combined with a strike and had taken place at a time when the vanguard's military capacity was too weak. Finally, the vanguard had already inflicted blows on the enemy, but at a time when the other two factors were not present. This strategy determined the specific character of dual power in Nicaragua. Despite the great heterogeneity of forms and situations, the basic units of people's counterpower were civil defense committees, CDs, in the localities and joint union committees in the factories. Where the Somatists still controlled a town, these committees carried out the task of preparing an insurrection and giving logistic support. In the liberated towns, they came together in a central committee of civil defense committees, Estili, or a junta of reconstruction, Matagalpa, assuming all the civil functions connected with public safety, health, material supplies, distribution, and so on. 6. In the north and center of the country, similar bodies administered a kind of war communism. And sometimes, when they did not function satisfactorily, additional bodies like the Fabio Martinez labor unit in Matagalpa were created alongside them. But the real center of revolutionary power, recognized as such by the population, was the local FSLN headquarters. It appointed members of the central committees or municipal juntas, and it embodied the new legitimacy and the new political authority. In the conditions of dual power in Nicaragua, then, which were embryonic and sectoralized after January 1978 but became fully fledged after the May 1979 FSLN offensive, the Somatist state apparatus, essentially reduced to the National Guard, stood opposed to the Sandinist front resting on a dense network of mass organizations. The insurrectional general strike. 3 fronts were opened between May and June, to the north in El Jacaro, Estili, Nueva Guinea, and later Jinotega, to the south in El Naranjo, Peñas Blanca, and Sapoa, to the west in Masaya, Granada, and Carrizo. The southern front, reinforced by many internationalist fighters from the whole of Latin America, tied down one of the regime's 2 elite units, the EEBI. At every level, women were involved in the struggle to an exceptionally high degree. They made up 25% of the ranks of guerrilla columns. There were a number of women commanders, Monica Blatiano and Leticia Herrera, to name but 2. And Dora Tellez, Comandante No. 2 / directed operations on the Rigoberto Lopez Western Front, one of the most important in the war. On June 4, the FSLN issued a call for an insurrectional general strike, and the next day the country was totally paralyzed. One after another, the main towns received their insurrection orders. On June 10, the people of Managua rose up spontaneously, well before the date scheduled by the Sandinists. Elite troops had to move back to the capital urgently, thereby relieving the other fronts. On June 12, Mexico and Venezuela informed the U.S. government that they would not tolerate a hot pursuit incursion by Somatist troops into Costa Rica. 4 days later, a provisional government was actually formed in the Costa Rican town of San Jose. It included Sergio Ramirez from the Group of 12, Alfonso Robelo, leader of the MDN, Violeta Chamorro, widow of the murdered liberal conservative leader, Moises Hassan from the MPU, and Daniel Ortega from the FSLN. Despite appearances, the FSLN had a majority by virtue of the support it enjoyed from the Group of 12 and MPU representatives. 130 U.S. congressmen now demanded the restoration of military aid to Somoza. At the Assembly of the 52 Organization of American States, called by the United States on June 22, Cyrus Vance formally proposed that a peacekeeping force be sent to Nicaragua. But only Argentina supported the idea. Almost unanimously, the OAS firmly opposed any North American interference in the Nicaraguan Civil War. As James Petras has pointed out, this virtual unanimity was the fruit of a curious combination of opposites. The military dictatorships, incensed by Carter's human rights doctrine, wanted no truck with a precedent that might later be used against them. For although an OAS military intervention might have blocked the FSLN, it would also have brought down a regime with many analogues to the south. By contrast, the hostile regimes held that the OAS should not compromise itself alongside Somoza, and should refrain from interfering in a purely internal affair of the Republic of Nicaragua. Somoza's dictatorship had been condemned by the Andean Pact countries, several of which were openly aiding its enemies. It had been abandoned by the OAS, deprived of direct intervention by U.S. Marines, and confronted with a general insurrection. Somoza now saw that the game was up. Paradoxically, even the unbelievable savagery of repression began to tell against him. For in this atrocious war, people had greater chances of survival fighting in the FSLN than remaining at home at the mercy of a Guardia raid. Most of the 50,000 dead 2% of the population were civilians who fell under the machine gun fire of hate-crazed guardsmen. Whenever the FSLN had to abandon a position, thousands of young men and women would follow in its train. On June 27, for example, a convoy of 6,000 civilians left Managua. By July 16, the major towns in Nicaragua, Leon, Estili, Matagalpa, Masaya, Diriamba, were in FSLN hands. On the 17th, Anastasio Somoza Debayle fled the country, leaving to Francisco Urquijo, after agreement with Washington, the task of negotiating a provisional government takeover. In the U.S. government view, a ceasefire should have come into force, freezing each side in its positions and allowing as much as possible to be salvaged from the Somatist state apparatus. A fusion of healthy Guardia elements with the Sandinist columns would then have constituted the armed power of the new regime. Above all, the relationship of forces between the liberal bourgeoisie and the Sandinist revolutionaries would have become less unfavorable. Unfortunately for the authors of this scheme, the National Guard began to disintegrate as soon as news of Somoza's flight had been confirmed. This Praetorian militia, which unlike the usual national army had not fractured under the impact of crisis and class struggle, could not survive the downfall of its boss. And the crowning piece of ill luck was that even Urquijo, no doubt secretly advised by Somoza, declined to respect Washington's scenario. Instead he renounced the agreement with the government junta and resolved to stay in office until expiration of the presidential mandate in 1981. The FSLN could scarcely have hoped for such a volte-face, but it immediately responded by calling the final assault. On July 19, then, the Sandinist columns triumphantly entered Managua. The National Guard evaporated, 7,000 men being taken prisoner and the rest trying to reach Honduras. Any prominent person or official with good reason to fear the people's vengeance packed his bags and left. The FSLN had won a total victory, but it had cost 50,000 lives and incalculable destruction. To punish the oppositional bourgeoisie, Somoza had systematically bombed its factories. In the industrial zone of Managua, all along the North Motorway, their burnt-out shells pointed accusing fingers to the heavens. Only the clan factories remained intact. On July 20, they were all nationalized. The FSLN, 3 unite into one. When Somoza's Aguila 6 operation came to an end in 1976, the FSLN was reduced to a few dozen militants. Carlos Fonseca Amador had fallen in November in the Zelaya region. Tomas Borga, the only surviving founding leader, was in prison. Strategic differences, latent since the 1967 Panquezon defeat and fueled by the repression that followed the Juan José Quezada commando raid of December 27, 1974, were dividing the movement into 3 hostile factions. The protracted People's War, GPP, tendency, as we have seen, was inspired by Maoist and Vietnamese conceptions, not a contradiction at the time. According to its strategy, centered on rural guerrilla activity, the creation of liberated zones in the mountains of the north would provide support bases from which to harry the towns and develop urban guerrilla warfare. The establishment of 54 Such zones was thus the strategic objective to which all else had to be subordinated. Mass work in the union and student movements was seen mainly as a means by which to recruit forces for rural guerrilla operations. Moreover, since it was overwhelmingly likely that U.S. imperialism would intervene against a successful revolution, any strategy of armed struggle that did not entail the creation of such bases would be built on sand. The proletarian tendency, by contrast, laid claim to the classic Marxist tradition, locating itself among the urban working class, subproletariat, and youth as the driving forces of the revolution. In its view, the GPP strategy would lead to isolation in half-deserted regions, far from the active masses and nerve centers of the country. Holding that a powerful and independent mass movement was a precondition of victory, the proletarian tendency opposed not only military adventures that would substitute the violence of revolutionaries for mass violence as part of a private war against the dictatorship, but also alliances in which revolutionaries were subordinated to the anti-Somoza wing of the bourgeoisie. In 1978, it began talks with Frente Obrero, another revolutionary splinter from the FSLN deeply involved in mass organizing work in the towns. The Tercerista, insurrectional or national leadership tendency developed as a reaction to both the GPP and the proletarian tendency. It accused them both of upholding strategies based on passive accumulation of forces, the idea that there is an interruption between preparation for combat and the combat itself, that it is possible coolly to accumulate militants, arms, and experience, without systematically intervening in both the political and military arenas. According to their alternative conception, defined as active accumulation of forces, the contradictions of the regime were such that even a numerically weak revolutionary group, if it knew how to seize the initiative, could have a powerful impact on the depth of the crisis. The Tercerista strategy combined the idea of an FSLN-led armed offensive with a broad alliance policy that sought to exploit divisions within the bourgeoisie, to isolate the dictatorship, and to advance a credible government alternative. Its military audacity, which earned it the label insurrectional, was rooted in a conviction that the U.S. Army was not capable of the struggle for POWER 55. Direct intervention in Nicaragua. Its openness to a united course rested upon a closely argued analysis of divisions within the ruling class and upon a belief that, so long as freedom of political and military action was preserved, revolutionaries had nothing to lose and everything to gain from an alliance with the bourgeois opposition. The Terceristas therefore joined the FAO, at a time when they were already stepping up their attacks on Guardia barracks. Internationally, they managed to win political and material support from social democracy, and even from certain liberal forces. But it would require a peculiar blindness to accept James Petras's characterization of them as a social democratic tendency. A strange social democracy indeed that engages in revolutionary war and an insurrectional general strike. If we have to give the Terceristas an internationally known label, Castroist would seem to suit them much better. Taken together, all three Sandinist tendencies numbered barely 200 in 1977, and no more than 500 when they entered Managua on July 19, 1979. Being a political military organization, the FSLN was forced to exercise great selectiveness in its choice of recruits. But thousands of sympathizers were active in its mass organizations. And tens of thousands of people who fought against the dictatorship spontaneously recognized the political authority of the Sandinists. The question of alliances. The Tercerista policy of alliance was denounced as opportunist and capitulationist by various far-left currents in Nicaragua and elsewhere. Some saw it as a relic of Stalinist popular frontism, involving the sacrifice of proletarian unity and class independence within a subordinate alliance with the national bourgeoisie, the natural leadership of the democratic stage of the revolution. These critics opposed the idea of an anti-fascist front against the dictatorship, putting forward the Workers' United Front for Socialism as an alternative. 56. Now, it does seem that at least some of the Terceristas had illusions in the anti-imperialist potential of the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie. These illusions were quickly destroyed in winter 1978, under the combined impact of the radicalization of the masses and the bourgeoisie's support for the Commission of Mediation. But in any case, the terroristas never subordinated the development of their own strategy armed confrontation with the regime to their activity within the FAO. It would be quite wrong to identify their alliance policy with Stalinist-type popular or anti-fascist fronts. From the point of view of class alliances, the Nicaraguan proletariat could triumph only on three conditions, if it was itself united around a revolutionary program and strategy, if its political alternative polarized the middle layers, and if the ruling class was deeply and lastingly divided. Only an alliance strategy that related to all three conditions could enable an absolutely dominated class, weaker than its enemy in every respect, to gain the upper hand over not only the dictatorship but the whole of the ruling class as well. It was, to be sure, a complex strategy, for the three conditions contradict one another in part. Whereas supporters of a popular or anti-fascist front sacrifice the first to the two other conditions, advocates of a class against class policy do exactly the opposite. They pay no heed to the tasks of exploiting contradictions within the ruling class and winning the broadest sectors of the petty bourgeoisie to the side of the proletariat. They thus deny themselves any prospect of victory, as surely as if they deliberately placed themselves in the toe of the bourgeoisie. The anti-imperialist front policy the FSLN applied immediately after its break with the FAO met all three conditions. As Adolfo Gili has correctly argued, if the FSLN had counterposed a socialist workers' front to the anti-imperialist front, treating the latter as an instrument of the bourgeoisie or as equivalent to a popular front, they would have taken a narrowly sectarian position which, on the false pretext of defending principles, would have been doomed to failure and would have forsaken any mobilization of the 10. Real mass movement as it first appeared under the dictatorship. At a more general level, it should be remembered that the formula of an anti-imperialist front originated at the Fourth Congress of the Communist International. Livio Mayton has recently defended this conception as follows: in the course of struggle against a regime imposed or sustained by imperialism, there may be points of convergence between labor movement organizations and petty bourgeois or even bourgeois organizations. It would be absurd to oppose these out of abstract revolutionary purity. However, temporary points of convergence and formal agreements, including those at a military level, do not imply the existence of a common strategy. The March 1979 fusion. If the split in the FSLN had occurred during an ebb in the mass movement, it would doubtless have had disastrous consequences. But occurring as it did in a period of rising popular combativity and deepening crisis of the regime, it never had time to harden into an intractable rift. Indeed, within the context of a fruitful strategic debate, a kind of functional division of labor developed among the three groups. The terroristas assumed responsibility for military initiatives and the policy of alliances, while the GPP and proletarian tendencies conducted mass organizational work in the barrios, the university, the factories, and the plantations. This effectively complementary activity gave a certain perspective to tendency differences. Above all, the concrete evolution of the revolutionary process, much more varied and complex than any of them had envisaged, swept away the old lines of divide and gave each one a share of truth and a share of error. GPP supporters admitted that they had underestimated the insurrectional character of the situation in the urban Pacific Coast centers, and that on crucial days their columns had consequently been rather a long way from the theater of operations. At the same time, they correctly maintained that rural guerrilla activity had provided the FSLN with its most experienced cadres and established its moral authority among the population. The proletarians also drew a duly self-critical balance sheet, but emphasized the key role of the urban mass organizations in preparing and accomplishing the insurrection. The terroristas naturally emerged the strongest from the comparison, since the course of events had essentially confirmed their analysis and strategy. But they readily agreed that, as mass insurrection was playing a decisive role in the struggle, the patient organizational work that alone made it effective had been as crucial as their military offensives and alliance policy. Each tendency thus had reason for both pride and humility. Spurred by the enthusiasm of the offensive, the three leaderships first set up a joint command and then, in March 1979, smoothly effected an organizational fusion on the basis of equality. The new National Directorate comprised three representatives from each tendency, Daniel Ortega, Humberto Ortega, and Victor Tirado, Terceristas, Tomás Borga, Henry Ruiz, and Bayardo Arce, GPP, Jamie Wheelock, Luis Carrion, and Carlos Núñez, Proletarian tendency. Still, some did appear to be more equal than others, for as Commandante Luis Carrion explained, we have all made mistakes throughout our struggle, but in varying degrees. Hence some cadres are better prepared, having had the fullest experience of the process of war and revolution. This has undeniably played a role in the constitution of the army and the organization of its command structure. A revolutionary organization of the Nicaraguan proletariat. It would be an invalid exercise in sociology to characterize the FSLN as a political organization of the radicalized or anti-imperialist petty bourgeoisie. For despite its petty bourgeois social composition, the Sandinist front has sought to organize and defend the interests of the working classes. This fact, together with its ideology, program, and strategy of international relations, mark the FSLN as a revolutionary organization of the Nicaraguan proletariat. The FSLN is an integral part of the international workers' movement and, through Castroism, of its communist wing. Initially it displayed very great autonomy of the Soviet bureaucracy, which gave no support to the Sandinists, deemed leftist adventurers playing into the hands of the dictatorship. The Soviet Union's local agency, the Socialist Party of Nicaragua, fought right to the end for a solution involving national unity under a bourgeois leadership. Basically, the Kremlin had no intention of provoking Washington in its vital sphere of interest at a time when friction was rising at a number of points in Africa and Asia. This was not the attitude of Havana. Close relations have long existed between the Cuban Communist Party and the FSLN, Cuba representing for the Sandinists what Lenin's Soviet Republic represented for communists of the 20s. Unlike the Soviet bureaucracy, the Castroist leadership discreetly yet firmly supported the Nicaraguan revolution. The allegiance of the FSLN, particularly its tercerista component, to the Cuban leadership provides one major dimension of its political specificity, much more important than its attendance at congresses of the Second International. This political allegiance, however, in no way involves unconditional subordination. A genuine conquest won through its own power, the Sandinist revolution enjoys and seems intent on preserving a real autonomy, even of Havana. Cuba stands as a loyal and experienced ally, providing a source of inspiration in all fields, including those in which Nicaragua can learn from its mistakes. Indeed, many details have been directly copied, the CDSs, corresponding to the Cuban CDRs, the Council of State, the propensity for giving a name to each year, the various slogans, and so on. It was a revolutionary, Castroist organization, then, that took power in Managua on July 19, 1979. Aware of its precarious situation and its dependence on Western aid, the FSLN practiced a high degree of political dissimulation and compromise. But it knew where it wanted to go. Its ambition was to make of Nicaragua the second free territory of the Americas. Transition to socialism. At first sight, the government established in Managua on July 20, 1979 seemed to hold out every guarantee to the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie and its international allies. The government of national reconstruction and the staff of the various ministries included a great number of reputable figures: Roberto Mayorga Cortez, former General Secretary of the Central American Common Market and now Minister of Planning; Noel Rivas Castizaro, ex-president of the Chamber of Commerce, a prominent member of the Conservative Party, and Minister of Industry; Manuel José Torres, a big Christian Democrat landowner now presiding over the destinies of agriculture, and Bernardino Larios, a former colonel of the National Guard involved in a murky coup affair in 1978, who was of course Minister of Defense. A newly adopted Code of the Rights and Safeguards of Nicaraguan Citizens was not a whit inferior to the Code of the Swiss Confederation. And the Fundamental Law of the State, a pre-constitutional document, was inspired by principles dear to the founding fathers of North American democracy. FSLN representatives held only 3 of the 18 ministerial posts, and the June 1979 agreements between the various resistance groups envisaged that they would also be a small minority in the future Council of State. In reality, of course, both executive and legislative power resided in the Government Junta of National Reconstruction, JGRN, where the FSLN had an effective majority despite the presence of Violeta Chamorro and Alfonso Rabello, since Sergio Ramirez, a 39-year-old writer and doctor-in-law, representing the Group of 12, and Moises Hassan, a 38-year-old doctor in mathematics of Palestinian origin, representing the MPU, both fully supported the 62 positions of the FSLN. However, it was anticipated that general elections, due as soon as possible, would allow the situation to be normalized. A huge public sector was created. But JGRN Decree No. 3 restricted nationalization to the financial system, mining and fisheries, as well as industrial, agricultural, and commercial enterprises belonging to Somatists. The private sector still largely held sway, and no fetters were placed on its activity. Indeed, the FSLN ordered all citizens to hand in the arms they had seized from the National Guard barracks in July. It was time for reconstruction. Impressed by all these timely gestures, the Inter-American Development Bank granted Nicaragua a $500 million loan to be spread over 3 years, with $200 million available at once. The Episcopal Conference voiced its enthusiastic support, and exhorted all Christians to work hard. The Socialist International started collecting funds. Implacable in struggle, generous in victory, the FSLN seemed to be applying Sandino's motto to the letter, not only in its humane treatment of former Somatist guardsmen, but above all in its relations with the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie, which, rights and property guaranteed, was given a significant place in the state administration. A Portuguese-type process? Indeed, so generous was the FSLN that there was reason to wonder whether history was about to play another of its tricks, whether the anti-Somatist bourgeoisie, which Carter had vainly tried to hoist into power, would eventually carry the day through the derailing of the Sandinist revolution. Once the initial euphoria had passed and the country began to confront its enormous difficulties, would not the anti-Somatist bourgeoisie gradually impose a Portuguese-type solution? Might it not superintend a modernization of Nicaraguan society and the state within the orbit of North American imperialism, merely rationalizing the model of neocolonial development with its growing inequalities, its oppression of the masses, and its incapacity for nationally centered growth? Would this Castro-led revolution, which had triumphed at the cost of untold suffering and sacrifice, be taken over, as had so often happened, by its age-old enemies and last-minute converts? A number of doctrinaire leftist currents, both in Nicaragua and abroad, did believe that this would happen, and they accused the FSLN of construction of a bourgeois society and state without Somoza. Thus James Petras, who dubbed the Terceristas Social Democrats, went so far as to prophesy, nevertheless, this regime will be unable to solve any of the fundamental problems of the masses. On the contrary, in order to curry favor with its outside benefactors, it will have to demobilize the masses, limit change and demand sacrifices, while restructuring the old class society, thus provoking mass protest. In these circumstances, the petty bourgeois regime will resort to the old ploy of attacking counter-revolutionary forces of the extreme right and left. But in effect this will be a transitional regime facilitating a drift to the right in much the same way that the Soares regime in Portugal was used as a means of stopping the revolutionary drift to the left and eventually discarded for an outright rightist regime. 3. More serious, and therefore more finely nuanced, was the position of Jorge G. Castaneda, a Mexican Marxist economist. In his view, the FSLN's conciliatory attitude to the capitalists would increasingly demobilize the masses and strengthen both the bourgeoisie and bourgeois pressure on the FSLN. Blinkered by an economistic approach to the problems of transition, the Sandinists were not paying sufficient attention to the existence of antagonistic classes. But as always, the class struggle would take its revenge on the FSLN itself, which would be shaken by a real class struggle between bourgeois and revolutionary tendencies. We are not referring, Castaneda made clear, either to the problem of the old tendencies within the front, whose unity is by now firmly established, or to the fact that there are individuals of bourgeois origin in the front. The point is that different political lines, representing antagonistic class interests, coexist within the Sandinist front. And their coexistence is by no means peaceful, the two lines are irreconcilable, of necessity one must prevail over the other. Unlike Petras, however, Castaneda was confident that the revolutionary wing would emerge victorious. The United Secretariat of the Fourth International showed greater prudence and optimism in its declaration of October 1979, the nature and history of the FSLN leadership, as well as its role in the first phase of this revolution, show that it would be an error to draw an a priori limit beyond which decisive sectors of the FSLN cannot go as the process of permanent revolution unfolds. The declaration characterized the situation in Nicaragua as a peculiar type of dual power. The FSLN controlled the coercive state apparatus, but the bourgeoisie retained considerable power in the economy and the state administration. Nevertheless, the United Secretariat went on, it is not the case that two centralized powers confront each other, as in the Russian Revolution, where there was a potential conflict between Kerensky's provisional government and the Soviets, and the final outcome will not be decided through a central confrontation between two powers. In Nicaragua, as in Cuba in 1959, real power is in the hands of the Sandinists. And if the process continues to follow the same dynamic, further political developments may well be a question more of form than of essential content. Dual power sui generis? Now, even if we bear in mind the predominance of the private sector in the economy, this dual power thesis has never seemed very convincing. It correctly sought to emphasize the open-ended, contradictory character of the situation after July 1979. The bourgeoisie, it was said, retained such enormous power that it could halt the revolutionary process in its liberal democratic phase, waiting, as it did in Portugal, for a strong-arm solution to ripen. And it was not certain that the FSLN would be prepared to counter bourgeois plans. The fate of the Nicaraguan Revolution, then, was still an open matter. The bourgeois democratic revolution might, as in Cuba, develop into a socialist revolution, or it might slide back in a neo-imperialist direction, as happened in Bolivia and Mexico. The compromise instituted after the victory over Somoza was highly unstable, and would inevitably lead to decisive class conflicts involving a redivision of power. All these points are entirely relevant and have been confirmed in reality. Nonetheless, the concept of dual power does not seem to me applicable to the political situation during the first year after July 1979. For this concept refers precisely to situations in which two independently organized class powers confront one another, for example, the liberated against the occupied zones in China and Vietnam, or the Federation of Workers' Councils against the provisional government resting on the Tsarist state apparatus in Russia between February and October 1917. Dual power appears at the climax of a revolution when an autonomous bourgeois power resting on a state apparatus and, in particular, an armed force, stands opposed to a working-class counterpower in the process of organization and centralization. If the bourgeois power is still imposingly strong despite the intensity of the crisis, this is precisely because it controls the old state apparatus which, though shaken, has by no means collapsed. It is around this apparatus that the forces of reaction reorganize themselves. Destruction of this apparatus, above all its repressive bodies, is therefore a crucial task for the revolutionary movement. Unless it is achieved, there can be no revolutionary outcome to the situation of dual power. Now, conditions in Nicaragua after July 19, 1979 were characterized by the actual destruction of the Somatist state apparatus and not only its military police component. Functionaries and administrative personnel with an uneasy conscience took flight as soon as the dictatorship collapsed. Those who had not fled in time took refuge in various embassies, and 919 of these obtained safe conduct out of the country in February 1980. What remained, then, of this bourgeois second power, with no army, no police, no judicial apparatus, and no hierarchical body of functionaries? We must not confuse dual power and the subordinate presence within the state of politically dominated classes. The bourgeois democratic state, for example, is not a monolithic instrument in the hands of the ruling class. The relationship of class forces is refracted within the state. The dominated classes, and non-hegemonic fractions of the ruling classes, also occupy positions within it. The bourgeois democratic state is not merely the object, but the actual terrain of the class struggle. Its class nature does not refer to complete and 66. Undivided service of the dominant fraction of the dominant class, but to the fact that this fraction and this class occupy the strategic positions and real centers of power, which are not always designated as such, whereas the dominated classes occupy subaltern, mainly supervisory positions. In Nicaragua, most strategic points were occupied by the sandinists on July 19, and other such positions in the administration and the economic apparatus were taken over a few months later. The real center of political power, both legislative and executive, has always been the National Directorate of the FSLN. One would have to be more than naive, for example, to imagine that ex-colonel of the National Guard Bernardino Larios actually controlled the Sandinist People's Army, an army composed of former guerrillas and partly structured according to their record of service. This is not to say, however, that the bourgeoisie's trusted men were there merely for show. By no means were all their posts purely honorific. Indeed, they enabled them to exert pressure on the real centers of power, to drag their heels, to place a force of inertia in the path of the revolutionary process, and to serve as a Trojan horse for the counter-revolution. These posts did not, however, enable them to promote an independent policy in the service of bourgeois class interests, or to mobilize the apparatuses of power for the implementation of such a policy. It is true that the private sector was far more important than the public sector, and that there was no juridical barrier to the accumulation of capital. But this did not make it a situation of dual power, not even a very peculiar or sui generis one. Conversely, the massive nationalizations and the existence of state planning do not make the economy socialist or transitional to socialism. The decisive questions are, who commands the state? What dynamic does the relationship of class forces set in motion? If state power is in the hands of revolutionaries, and if they base themselves on mass mobilization in order to counter the logic of profit and tailor economic policy to the basic needs of working people, then it is not of decisive significance that the private sector begins in a dominant, the public sector in a minority, position. For the dynamic thereby unleashed should soon reverse the relationship between the two. There was no more a dual power situation in the Nicaragua of 1979–80 than to take the opposite case there was in Germany and Austria in the 20s, when coalition governments were formed between bourgeois and social democratic parties, or in France in 1945–47, with the communist and socialist ministers and the string of nationalizations. Dual power and to some extent even war communism did arise in Nicaragua during the climactic insurrectionary phase of the revolution. Then, a workers' and peasants' counterpower, with its counter-administration, the CDCs, counter-justice and counter-army, really did stand opposed to the Somatist regime. And it emerged victorious after a bloody 45-day trial of strength. The ensuing revolutionary power, dominated by the FSLN, set itself the goal of a transition to socialism in Nicaragua, the complete recasting of the political system and mode of production. Such a regime is what revolutionary Marxists term a workers' and farmers' government. The Sandinist concept of transition. When the FSLN leadership entered Managua on July 19, 1979, it assumed control of a country that had been ruined by civil war. A grand total of $3.5 million remained in the bank, and several dozen factories belonging to the anti-Somatist bourgeoisie had been reduced to rubble. The foreign debt of $1,600 million was the highest in Latin America per capita. In 1979, the servicing of this debt, repayments and interest charges, alone amounted to more than $600 million, 30% of gross domestic product and 100% of annual export earnings. According to ECLA statistics, 1979 production figures barely equaled those of 1962, a regression of 17 years. The major towns in Nicaragua had been destroyed by bombing, and even in Managua 34% of the labor force was unemployed. 70% of cultivable land, above all on the cotton and sugar plantations, had not been sown as a result of the war. The insurgent areas had been living under a kind of war communism in which commodity relations and money were abolished. Everyone worked for nothing, receiving basic subsistence goods from the local civil defense committee. In the absence of very broad cooperation and major foreign aid, the country would soon sink into chaos. After 2 years of extreme tension, the revolution was in need of a respite. And no one felt this need more acutely than the FSLN leadership. No doubt this is why it did not stretch its victory too far. Everything was possible for the FSLN on that day of July 19, 1979. To everyone's surprise, including its own, the Somatist state had vanished into thin air. In its place opened a yawning void. Now, the anti-Somatist bourgeoisie had been discredited by its dealings with the dictatorship. The FSLN alone enjoyed immense authority and prestige. It could easily have imposed a maximum program, nationalization of the principal means of production and exchange, renunciation of the foreign debt contracted by Somoza, assumption of all power, all measures of which it steered well clear. A special kind of NEP. "I am too weak to make any concessions," said de Gaulle in 1945. "We are too strong to do without compromise," the Sandinist leaders must have said to themselves on the evening of their victory. In effect, they spoke in these terms to the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie: "We have not forgotten your recent maneuvering, but we shall say no more about it, for we need your technical skills as entrepreneurs, managers, and administrators, as well as the confidence you inspire in Western financiers. Help us to lift the country out of ruin. We shall give you the means in cheap and plentiful credits, labor discipline, and moderation on the wage front. In return, we shall ensure respect for your property and your participation in high office." Having no other solution, the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie accepted this special kind of NEP with all the more alacrity. The FSLN leaders thus proposed a revival in government of the earlier alliance formed in opposition to the dictatorship. They had in mind a real alliance, involving genuine concessions and, on the surface at least, offering the bourgeoisie a real chance to become master of the process. For the FSLN this was the price to be paid for lifting the country out of ruin at minimum cost to society, and at the expense of the West. But as in the struggle against the dictatorship, the FSLN leaders were not inclined to compromise on essentials. The alliance, and this is what differentiated it from Stalinist front politics, was grounded both on conflict and on the hegemony of revolutionaries. Unlike the Stalinist strategists of revolution by stages, who idealized the national bourgeoisie so as to fall under its wing, the Sandinist leaders had no illusions about the deep-seated conflict between their own socialist perspective and the goals of the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie. Nor did they delude themselves into thinking that this conflict could be resolved without an ultimate trial of strength. Thus the principal FSLN leader Humberto Ortega stated in a July 1979 interview with Francis Pisani, The most intelligent sectors of the bourgeoisie are aware that they must first realize the program of national reconstruction, worked out with the FSLN if they wish one day to develop their typically capitalist model. So, in our view, they will not do violence to the process, even if they seek to profit from the current phase in order to win better positions for themselves. After all, that is only natural. I would add that since the situation on the American continent is not favorable to direct intervention at the moment, the North Americans will use other means of struggle to displace the hegemony of Sandinism. They will move in economically and politically, trying to foster ideological divisions. But in that field, too, we are ready for a fight. Commandante Luis Carrion made this further point: it is preferable to confront imperialism in this way, rather than on the terrain of economic blockade and conspiracies. But it is clear that this situation will only last for a certain time. The revolutionary process will continue to press forward and deeper, and the two will eventually become incompatible. Imperialism will then take up an openly aggressive stance. World experience is crystal clear. We don't have to look far or wide to be convinced that this will happen. It is our duty to keep ourselves prepared. It was a conflictual alliance, then, since the two protagonists were bearers of radically different social projects which they sought to impose on each other. It was a marriage of reason full of mental reservations. The FSLN, like COSEP, declared its support for the mixed economy. But for the bourgeoisie, mixed economy meant subordination of a limited public sector to the logic of private accumulation, while for the FSLN, it meant subordination of the private sector to a public sector destined shortly to become the dominant force within a planned economy. In the eyes of the leadership, the hegemony the FSLN had always enjoyed within the alliance put it in a good position to win this close-fought contest. It was a hegemony based on control over the real centers of state power, on political authority over the mass movement, and on mastery of what was regarded as an adequate set of economic levers provided by the nationalization measures. The cornerstones of power, explained FSLN leader Carlos Carrion, are the army and the masses, not to forget, of course, the economic question. Now, as things stand today, the Sandinist front has all power in its hands, both because the army is under its control and because the masses completely identify with our organization. However, it shares with the bourgeoisie both the governmental sphere of power and the supervision of economic activity. This is what enabled us to isolate the dictatorship, and, insofar as we rebuild the country according to our program, it will enable us to lay the necessary basis for the transition to a higher phase. With the added advantage of the nationalization of so modest property, we believe that we will move faster towards socialism if we approach it slowly. Otherwise, there is the risk of complete bankruptcy, chaos, and foreign intervention. Our situation is, in some degree, the opposite of that which faced Salvador Allende when he said that he had the government but not the power. But the key thing to grasp is that an ostentatious display of power would be a mistake on our part. This alliance politics had the tactical justification that it gave the FSLN a breathing space to consolidate its positions before a new leap forward. But it also had a strategic justification. In rejecting all voluntarism, the FSLN sought to determine the rhythm of revolution according to the real level of consciousness of the broad masses, and not only of the most radicalized sections. For these broad masses remembered the active role played by the oppositional bourgeoisie in the struggle against the dictatorship. In the hour of victory, they did not see that there was now an irreducible conflict of interests between the bourgeoisie and the people. One key function of the FSLN alliance policy was precisely to enable the working masses to grasp this conflict through their own experience of the bourgeoisie's attitude in the transitional phase, and to make this possible without endangering the process of transition itself. Adolfo Gili has put the matter well: it would be a serious mistake to call upon the Sandinists immediately to exclude representatives of the bourgeoisie from the government and to monopolize the positions in the junta. If the composition of the government involves a latent conflict, this stems not from a tendency to conciliation on the part of the Sandinists, but from the fact that such conflict is present in reality and cannot be settled at the level of institutions before it is resolved in the relationship of social forces. We consider futile those discussions and slogans that seek to universalize and codify every specific feature of the Russian Revolution, for example, all power to the FSLN. Or out with the bourgeois ministers. Such scholastic exercises do not take into account, inter alia, that the Tsarist army survived in Russia between February and October 1917, whereas the National Guard was destroyed by the insurrection in Nicaragua. There must be different and original slogans that express the growing over of the revolution in Nicaragua into a socialist revolution. And those who apply model theory to revolutions do not understand this point. If this political approach is understood and accepted by the most advanced sections of the proletariat, that is, it does not divide the all-important forces of the working class, then it makes possible the broadest alliance with the urban and rural petty bourgeoisie. The agri-industrial oligarchy may thus be isolated, divided, and demoralized, and the inevitable /@ raw of transition may be kept to a minimum. But only, I repeat, if it is understood and accepted. For, like any genuine policy of alliance, the FSLN approach involved real and major concessions to the bourgeois ally, which could repel the most radical sections of the popular masses. The bourgeoisie in a vice. On July 19, 1979, despite certain appearances to the contrary, the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie as a whole suffered a historic defeat. It lost political power. Gone was the state that guaranteed bourgeois order and capitalist reproduction of the relations of production. The state now being built is thoroughly hostile to the bourgeoisie, fostering a mode of production that strikes at its privileges and implies its eventual disappearance as a class. This has the symptomatic effect that, since the revolutionary regime came to power, the bourgeoisie has waged a defensive struggle with threats of a political break and economic boycott, whereas the FSLN has been on the offensive and continually strengthened its positions. The outcome has not, of course, been decided in advance. Although the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie is a dominated class from the political and military point of view, it remains economically and culturally dominant. It enjoys the support of the international bourgeoisie. The relationship of forces is by no means unfavorable in the mass media. La Prensa, the prestigious daily of the liberal conservative opposition, sells as many copies as Nuevo Diario, a left-size Zion from La Prensa, plus Barricada, the central organ of the FSLN. A number of private radios effectively compete with Radio Sandino. The church and the employers both have their own stations. The bourgeoisie has been waging a determined struggle to end the Sandinists' television monopoly. And it has made wide use of the newly won freedoms to create solid political and professional organizations. Its parties and unions can count on the understanding, or even complicity, of very many functionaries at every level of the state apparatus. In addition, the bourgeoisie has a solid reserve of support in the Catholic hierarchy, which increased its already great influence on the population by denouncing the dictatorship in the period before the revolution. So far, the church leadership has been careful to avoid frontal attacks on the FSLN. For not only are the Sandinists hugely popular among its flock, and even among a section of the clergy itself, but they scrupulously respect church prerogatives and declare by et or by that there can be no contradiction between Sandinism and Catholicism. On August 1, the feast day of Domingo, patron saint of Managua, the commandantes of the revolution marched at the head of the street procession. The hierarchy has responded with a subtle offensive involving punishment of overcommitted priests, support for the political demands of the liberal bourgeoisie, and the spreading of rumors and insinuations. Thus, in July 1980, Mgr. Manuel Salazar Espinosa, Bishop of Leon, withdrew the authority to teach from Father Ortiz, parish priest of Viso, on account of his activity in the peasant movement. And on July 27, Mgr. Miguel Abando Bravo, Archbishop of Managua, branded as a criminal Sandino's right-hand man General Pedro Altamirano. This drew an immediate rectitude from the FSLN. In the longer run, the Vatican is fully aware of the stakes in Nicaragua, the only Latin American country apart from El Salvador where a major section of the clergy has thrown in its lot with revolutionary socialism. The generally progressive role of the Jesuits in Nicaragua, well noted by a Polish pope hostile to the order in any case, has increased the pressure for a crackdown on Marxism. The Comunidades de Base have so far resisted this campaign to call them to order, but the tides of Catholic popular sentiment as a whole could prove mercurial. Any destabilization of the Sandinist revolution is virtually certain to begin with the excommunication of the National Directorate, or a religious crusade of one kind or another, and the FSLN will have to show considerable ideological and political agility to outmaneuver the gathering front of clerical reaction. The COSEP dream. The Nicaraguan bourgeoisie, therefore, still hopes that it will be able to turn the situation in its favor. The feasibility of this objective is also based on a number of general considerations. The few Sandinist cadres, lacking in technical experience, face the thankless task of rebuilding a country in ruins. Their productive austerity policy, at times rather roughly implemented, does not win them any friends. They may well squander their capital resource, the people's trust, as quickly as they acquired it. Their policy of class hatred and attacks on private property may lead to economic chaos, and then, most important of all, they will alienate the urban and rural petty bourgeoisie and all those influential Nicaraguans who have something to lose. Such a turnaround would significantly affect the relationship of class forces in society and the state, no doubt fostering a process of political differentiation within the FSLN itself. Although the Sandinist organization is quite homogeneous at the summit, its lightning growth has created a heterogeneous rank and file and middle cadre. Against a background of economic chaos and extreme social tension, therefore, the organization might produce an anti-totalitarian fraction that, like its counterpart in the Cuban 26th of July movement, would seek an alliance with the liberal bourgeoisie. If this division were to find an echo in the state apparatus, it would open hopeful perspectives for the bourgeoisie. This, then, has been the basic strategy of the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie, to split the petty bourgeoisie from the proletariat, to build with it an anti-collectivist and anti-totalitarian bloc firmly rooted in society and the state, to isolate the FSLN and the most radicalized sections of the masses, and finally, to take the offensive, both political and military, with the support of the international bourgeoisie and, above all, American imperialism. To this end, the organizations of the bourgeoisie have been waging their battle on three fronts: against any attack on private property, in defense of free enterprise, against growing state intervention, in defense of the rights of the individual, and against the de facto FSLN dictatorship, for the establishment of a government based on free elections, municipal in 1981, legislative in 1982, presidential in 1983. In this way, the bourgeoisie hopes to regroup under its banner both large and small landowners, citizens with some grievance against the state, and all those who fear gradual monopolization of power by the FSLN. In all, that makes quite a few people. Consolidation of the FSLN regime. To paraphrase the late Chairman Mao, the FSLN did not wish for a trial of strength with the bourgeoisie, but nor was it afraid of the prospect. In fact, the Sandinists used the ceasefire period of conflictual alliance with the bourgeoisie to consolidate their positions in the state and society. Having learned from Engels that the state is, in the last analysis, a body of armed men, the FSLN leadership initially concentrated their best cadres and the greater part of their energies on the army and police. With the help of the Panamanians and Cubans, the guerrilla columns have become a modern standing army, highly trained and increasingly well equipped, although no real air force yet exists. Variously estimated between 20,000 and 50,000, the Sandinist People's Army, EPS, is by now undoubtedly the best in the region. The Sandinist police has also become a large and efficient force. In both cases, great selectivity has been exercised in the choice of recruits. It is not enough to have been a distinguished fighter. Political reliability is also a requirement, which has led to more than one dramatic incident. Former guerrillas, even local leaders as in Quilali, have been rejected by the army because of their incorrigible caudillismo. And unable to readapt to civilian life, they have sometimes gone back to guerrilla activity and attacked army barracks. In such events, it is not easy to get their former comrades in arms, now soldiers of the Sandinist People's Army, to march into battle against them. In addition to the army and police, there is now a 300,000-strong Sandinist militia formed in March 1980 under Comandante Eden Pastora. In every factory, every plantation, every neighborhood, the workers are organized for self-defense and have weapons for that purpose. In FSLN thinking, the militia should not become a showpiece. Its units are regularly sent into combat against Somatist former guardsmen operating from Honduras in the north of the country. The Marxism of the commandantes is not so rudimentary as to focus only on the coercive state apparatuses. Once their regime had been established on the granite foundation of the EPS, they began to pay serious attention to the administrative and economic apparatuses, in which the density of bourgeois technicians was particularly high. As early as December 4, 1979, there was a major government reshuffle. At the Ministry of Planning, Comandante de la Revolución Henri Ruiz replaced the former Secretary General of the Central American Common Market, Roberto Mayorga Cortés. The Ministries of Industry, Commerce, and Agriculture were then placed under the Ministry of Planning. Noel Rivas Castizaro, former president of the Managua Chamber of Commerce, handed the industry portfolio over to Fernando Guzmán, who had been in charge of Fideicomiso, the body administering confiscated somas. Ist property. Jamie Wheelock, Comandante de la Revolución and Director of the National Agrarian Reform Institute, INRA, became Minister of Agriculture in the place of Christian Democrat latifundist Manuel José Torres. On August 4, 1980, Leguida, an FSLN leader and Minister of Welfare, replaced Dr. Cesar Amador Cole at the Ministry of Health. Together with the Ministry of Defense, headed by Humberto Ortega, and the Ministry of the Interior, now under Tomás Borga, these posts ensure that the commanding heights of the state are firmly under FSLN control. In every other field, Sandinist vice ministers exert powerful influence, and if necessary, the National Directorate delegates specific responsibilities to committees of 3 within its ranks. This changeover at the top led to a flood of measures tightening and reorganizing every department. 20 public bodies have been set up to direct or structure the various sectors of the economy. Outside the state apparatus, a concerted effort has been made to construct comprehensive mass organizations. The Rural Workers Association, ATC, has been the most successful so far, implanting Sandinist influence in the countryside and reaching a membership of 106,000 by early 1981. The Sandinist Workers' Federation, competing against independent unions which numbered 17,000 even before 1979, claims a membership of 100,000 organized in some 600 units. But few consider this figure a reliable index of working-class organization. The Sandinist Youth Movement, MJ-19, now some 50,000 strong, is a more vigorous force, admitting anyone who participated in the literacy campaign. The AMLI women's organizations have also had considerable success, recruiting some 25,000 members by early 1981. Finally, the Sandinist Defense Committees, CDSs, represent the major residential network of Sandinist influence in the towns. They grew organically out of the struggle against Somoza, and are hence more genuinely popular entities than the Cuban CDRs, created from above in the late 1960s. There are now between 10,000 and 15,000 such committees, with an average weekly attendance of 20. They organize local security, education, propaganda, health, community work, sport, culture, and certain economic functions, probably evincing excessive zeal. However, in the surveillance of everyday affairs in the households and neighborhoods. All these new organizations have supervised the formation of the Sandinist militia at the appropriate level, also exercising people's control over production and local life. The ATCs, for example, report on land that has been left fallow, on any suspicious reduction in the area under cultivation, on failure to use fertilizers or pesticides, and on excessive slaughtering of livestock. The Economic Reactivation Assemblies, ERAs, in which the unions play an active part, have the function not only of stimulating the workers' productivity, but also of supervising management and investment. More directly, the labor unions themselves often alert the planning authorities if they suspect any decapitalization. Thus in the southern town of Carrizo, the CST at Plasnik factory noticed a continual decline in exports, and a complete halt in investment despite a 5 million Cordoba loan from the Development Bank. The workers suspected their boss, René Lacayo de Bail, of economic sabotage, and appealed to the courts to prevent the transfer of machinery. An inquiry found that Lacayo had been gradually converting his Carrizo factory into a subcontracting firm for another Plasnik factory in Costa Rica. The Carrizo factory was eventually nationalized on August 7, 1980, thereby extending the area of people's property a little further. Similar cases occurred during the spring at Litografia y Plásticos Rabello, at La Victoria, the country's main brewery, and so on. As we have seen, FSLN hegemony has been institutionalized through the concentration of legislative and executive power in the hands of the Sandinist-controlled government junta, the JGRN. But a 24-strong Sandinist bloc also ensures a majority on the Council of State, a 47-member co-legislative body that has no decision-making powers. This bloc includes direct representatives of all the mass organizations. It is composed as follows: 6 FSLN, 1 Armed Forces, 9 CDs, 3 CST, 3 ATC, 1 AMLI, 1 MJ-19. The Sandinist National Liberation Front itself plays a rather more complex role in Nicaraguan society. At its summit, the National Directorate meets every Friday to determine national policy, functioning more or less as the effective government of the country, as do the Politburos in Eastern Europe. Among its 9 members, the Ortega brothers have perhaps come to assume the most prominent positions. Daniel is coordinator of the JGRN, while Humberto, gravely wounded in Costa Rica, is Minister of Defense. Tomas Borga, Minister of the Interior, is the lone survivor of the founders of the front, and often seems called upon to assure the unity of the Revolutionary Directorate. A similar role has devolved on Victor Tirado, the 40-year-old son of an immigrant Mexican watchmaker and one of the major commanders during the guerrilla campaign in the north. The effective security chief is Luis Carrion, Vice Minister of the Interior. Former journalist Bayardo Arce is secretary of the FSLN Political Commission and generally responsible for ideology and the media. Carlos Núñez is president of the mainly decorative Council of State, in which all Nicaraguan parties are represented. Henry Ruiz and Jamie Wheelock are ministers of planning and agriculture respectively. Except for Borga and Tirado, all the directorate members are in their early 30s. Virtually none seems to have practiced a full-time occupation before entering underground work, and most did not complete their higher education. Their social origins vary from plebeian, Tirado and Núñez, son of a print worker, to former gentry, Wheelock, Carrion, a mixture not unlike that of the 26th of July movement in Cuba. The FSLN is slowly becoming a structured vanguard party, rigorously screened and selected. In January 1981, the first levy of 500 members received their party cards. They are due to be joined by no more than 500 more by the summer. Membership criteria are very demanding, including not only proven participation in the pre-1979 revolutionary struggle, but also steadiness and staunchness in the period since then. The regime is quite conscious of the dangers of a guerrilla meritocracy based simply on military performance during the Civil War. So far, the party has been created from the top down, with little sign of internal life below the level of the National Directorate itself. The institutionalization of the party creates a number of ideological problems for the FSLN, since other Nicaraguan political formations naturally point out the contradiction between the status of a Sandinist party, one among many, and the official designation of certain state apparatuses, the army, police, and militia, as Sandinist institutions. A stop-go policy. As the regime began to consolidate itself, and as the relationship of forces shifted in its favor, so the initial compromise with the bourgeoisie regularly came up for redefinition. The Punta Rimos Accords, out of which emerged the coalition government and its program, were reached 2 days before victory, at a time when the Sandinists did not expect the National Guard to disintegrate. This explains why they embodied the maximum number of concessions compatible with FSLN hegemony over the new regime. But by July 19, 1979, the Urquio episode and the collapse of the National Guard had already changed the situation radically, so the Sandinists scaled down their concessions. Most of the ministries held by bourgeois notables now had to contend with parallel FSLN decision-making centers. This was most blatant in the army, but it also held true for the economy. Thus it was not the competent ministries but an ad hoc think tank, appointed by and answerable to the FSLN, that actually drew up the 1980 Economic Regeneration Plan. Only after the plan had assumed its more or less definitive form was it submitted to the relevant ministries for their perusal and, at most, amendment. At the beginning of November 1979, the FSLN National Directorate announced that the Council of State would not meet before May 1980, and that in any case its political composition would be altered to benefit the new mass organizations launched by the Front after the dissolution of the MPU. For months the representatives of the bourgeoisie had been waging a campaign for the immediate convening of the Council of State, so that they would have a 80 national tribune to act as a counterweight to the JGRN. Feelings therefore ran high when the Sandinist Front made its decision public a few weeks before the 1980 National Reconstruction Plan was to come into effect. In order to reactivate the alliance, the FSLN now adopted certain measures of reassurance. On November 22, Decree No. 3 on nationalization of Somatist property was suspended. A large number of bank accounts were unblocked. The civil and military authorities were forbidden to carry out further requisitions of dwellings or vehicles. Social agitation was firmly discouraged. The point of all these steps was to convince the bourgeoisie that the contract, though given a new dimension, was still valid. On December 19, 2 weeks after the restructuring of the government and administration, a 40 to 50% reduction in rents was decreed, and a new low-cost housing project initiated. On March 2, 1980, the junta promulgated the famous law against decapitalization and economic sabotage, providing for fines, imprisonment, and expropriation. The long list of offenses covered by this law included a low level of investment when big profits are being made. The next day, all the land the peasants had been illegally occupying for several months was nationalized with compensation. On March 15, the Great Literacy Crusade began, and on the 28th the first Economic Reactivation Assembly took place in Ingenio San Antonio, the largest sugar complex in the country. Clearly, the November compromises had not been intended as a permanent break on social reforms. On April 21, 1980, when the junta finally announced that the FSLN and Sandinist mass organizations would have a working majority on the Council of State, Alfonso Robelo immediately resigned from the government and called upon the democratic parties not to sanction this act of force. Violeta Chamorro, the other bourgeois representative in the junta, had left a few days earlier for reasons of health. The regime was faced with its first serious political crisis. Would the National Union dissolve after only 9 months? The FSLN directly negotiated a renewal of the alliance with COSEP. The employers' organization posed the following conditions. 1. Freedom of the press to be respected, all the political groupings to have access to television. The guarantees to private radio to be renewed. The problem of La Prensa then paralyzed by a dispute between its director, Xavier Chamorro, and his management board, which accused him of lacking political bite, to be resolved in favor of the latter. 2. The state of emergency to be lifted, the Ley de Amparo, law of protection, a sort of Nicaraguan habeas corpus, promulgated. 3. A date to be set for free, secret elections by universal suffrage, the cornerstone and guarantee of real democracy. 4. The separation between parties and state to be respected in every sphere, so that state interests are no longer confused with FSLN interests. 5. Property rights to be reaffirmed and effectively defended against confiscation, occupation, and expropriation. 17. The FSLN agreed to lift the state of emergency, to introduce a law of protection, to resolve the La Prensa problem favorably, and to guarantee freedom to the private radio stations. Furthermore, it undertook to announce a date for municipal and national elections on July 19, 1980, during the Victory Commemoration Fest. Ivities. The alliance had been renewed, then, and on May 4 COSEP representatives took their seats at the inaugural meeting of the Council of State. Only the MDN and the Democratic Conservative Party boycotted the assembly for the time being. On May 18, Arturo Cruz, director of the Central Bank of Nicaragua, and the magistrate Rafael Córdoba were designated by the FSLN to replace Violeta Chamorro and Alfonso Rabello in the junta. The MDN's 19. Blackmailing threats of a split had come sorely to grief. The crisis worsened in July and August. On July 19, Comandante Daniel Ortega announced a law permitting expropriation of undercultivated latifundia. But he failed to set a date for elections. The representatives of the bourgeoisie indignantly denounced this breach of promise, and on August 23 Comandante Humberto Ortega personally corrected the oversight at a big rally celebrating the end of the literacy campaign. Elections would take place, he said, but in 1985 and in a form not usually seen under bourgeois parliamentarism. The November 1980 trial of strength. It seems to have been at this point that growing sections of the old ruling class lost hope of ever winning a significant part of the Sandinist leadership to a Western democratic alternative. They saw the failure of the pressure tactics used in the first year of the revolution, and now began preparing for a trial of strength. Autumn 1980 seemed a good time to choose. Ronald Reagan was President-elect of the United States. The Revolutionary Democratic Front was suffering setbacks in El Salvador. In Nicaragua itself, the shortage of sugar and rice had created some discontent among the workers, while the price freeze on 27 basic items exasperated the petty bourgeoisie. In September, mass anti-Cuban demonstrations took place in Bluefields on the Atlantic 20 coast. At the end of October, Alfonso Rabello's MDN called for a huge national rally on November 9 in Nandame, in protest against the drift towards totalitarianism. This initiative, designed to cancel out the FSLN success of April, was prepared with great care. La Prensa outdid itself as a liberal Cassandra. COSEP took stock of the regime's economic bankruptcy. The episcopate hardened its attitude. And the groups of ex-guardsmen intensified their activity in the north. The FSLN response was not slow in coming. Minister of the Interior Tomasz Borga asked the MDN chairman to annul the demonstration. According to information in the hands of state security, armed counter-revolutionary groups based in Honduras intended to infiltrate the demonstrators and turn the 9th of Nov 22 into a great day of disorder. When the MDN rejected this appeal, the junta decided to ban the demonstration. Instead, Sandinist mass organizations, particularly the youth movement, held small counter-demonstrations in front of MDN offices. In Managua, the demonstrations of 8 and November 9 culminated in the sacking of MDN headquarters under the tolerant eyes of the police. 3. On November 10, A JGRN statement reaffirmed the government's unshakable determination to carry out its program, which guarantees political pluralism, democratic freedoms, and a mixed economy. However, it went on to warn that lack of understanding and of an overall view of things, combined with obstinate defense of private interests to the detriment of the general interest, makes the achievement of this program especially difficult. On November 12, in protest against the anti-MDN violence, representatives of the four bourgeois parties, COSEP, and the CNT and CUS labor unions walked out of the Council of State. The FSLN again called for national unity, but showed no inclination to admit it had been wrong or to negotiate a fresh compromise. If the government program had changed, the FSLN answered the opposition representatives, it was in conformity with the people's interests, and the people had not complained about what had happened. To prove its point, the FSLN called upon the working people to demonstrate in support of the Junta of National Reconstruction. On November 19, 1980, some 100,000 demonstrators took to the streets of Managua in response to this appeal. These mass mobilizations cooled the polemical ardor of the bourgeois formations, which had in any case just been deeply embarrassed by the Salazar affair. On November 17, 1980, Jorge Salazar, an engineer, landowner, and vice-chairman of COSEP, was killed in an exchange of gunfire with a police patrol near Managua. 6 M16 submachine guns were found in his van. A warrant was already out for the arrest of the COSEP vice-chairman on the charge of plotting against the security of the state. The FSLN gave La Prensa and the employers' organizations 2 days in which to spew their indignation and organize a national funeral for Salazar. Then, on November 22, it released the documents of the case and authorized the press to talk with 3 of the main accused: Leonardo Somaraba, Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce, Mario Hanan, President of the Association of Rice Planters, and the landowner Dona Maria Landalacayo. It became apparent that Salazar had indeed been busy gathering funds, weapons, and political backing for a coup d'état against the JGRN. His group had been infiltrated by state security agent Comandante Alvaro Baltodano, who knew nearly every detail of the plot, including the names of colonels in the Somatist Contades Guard now in 25. Honduras, Costa Rica, El Salvador, and Miami. In reply to the journalists' questions, the accused said that they were being properly treated, and went on to play down their own responsibility in the plot. By dramatically confirming the FSLN thesis about counter-revolutionary activities, and by demonstrating the kind of people compromised in the plot, the November 22 press conference threw the ranks of the bourgeoisie into disarray. The trial of strength had ended in a fresh success for the FSLN and in confusion for the bourgeois opposition. The literacy campaign. Another major political victory for the FSLN, illustrating its practice during the first phase of the revolution, was the national literacy campaign of spring and summer 1980. 100,000 volunteer students and school children were sent to the countryside in an effort to eradicate illiteracy, which affected 1 of every 2 Nicaraguans. Girls and very young boys went to the big urban centers and along the main roads, while teenagers penetrated to the remotest hinterlands, a few days' travel by mule from the nearest center of habitation. Their mission was to teach the campesinos how to read, write, and count, to give lessons in the history of Nicaragua, including recent history, and to help the agricultural workers to organize unions and militias. But they were also to hear about the lot of the proletariat under Somoza, and to learn for themselves how 2/3 of the active population could be reduced to a subhuman existence in a rich and fertile land. For 6 months, these 100,000 young people shared the lives of the wretched of the earth. Most of them, FSLN leaders believe, will be permanently marked by the experience, and will know how to approach political problems starting from the class interests of rural proletarians. Conversely, the school children's arrival en masse to teach and serve them did more than any material benefit to convince the campesinos that power had changed hands in Nicaragua. Remarkably well organized to the smallest detail, the literacy campaign scored a great pedagogic success, teaching 500,000 Nicaraguans to read and write in 6 months. The illiteracy rate fell from 55% to 14% of the population. A network of Sandinist people's education committees, embracing graduates of the crusade, set out to consolidate the gains and encourage full-time adult education. In September 1980, Minister of National Education Carlos Tinerman received the UNESCO Prize. Most impressive of all, however, was the political balance sheet of the Cruzada. The bourgeois parties made no mistake when they constantly denounced the over-politicization of the campaign. For the youth mobilized to serve the Sandinist revolution, and in doing so they internalized the values of the revolution. The rural proletariat now closely identified with the new regime. If there is an exacerbation of class struggle in Nicaragua, then, the FSLN would appear to be in a position to carry the day. Under no illusion that the transition to socialism will be an entirely peaceful process, it has skillfully employed both carrot and stick to divide and paralyze the old ruling class, to win over whoever can be won, and to broaden and consolidate the scope of its own alliances. The results of the first 2 years suggest that there is no great risk of Mexican-type backsliding. Chapter 6 will discuss the other threat to socialist revolution, particularly in an underdeveloped country, the danger of bureaucratic degeneration. But first we must examine the development of the economy since the Sandinist revolutionaries came to power. 5. Sandinist economic policy. The immediate nationalization of Somoza's property affected a total of 168 factories producing mainly plastics, timber, foodstuffs, pharmaceuticals, building materials, paper, metal, and machinery. In all, the measures covered 25% of industrial plant in Nicaragua, valued at $200 million and employing 13,000 of the 65,000-strong industrial proletariat. Confiscated agricultural property amounted to 2 million acres, 75% of it fully productive, including 600 tractors and 200,000 cattle. Since the banks, insurance companies, mines, and fishing industry were also nationalized, the private sector was left with 80% of agricultural production, 75% of industrial product, and 70% of domestic trade. As Table 4 shows, the public sector contribution to GDP rose from 15% in 1977 to 41% in 1980. Table 4. Public and private sector contributions to gross domestic product, in percent. 1978-1980. Public-private. Agri-pastoral sector 120-80. Industrial sector 125-75. Construction 40-60-70-30. Mining 195-5. Services 31-69-55-45. GDP 15-85-41-59. Source: Programa de Reactivación Económica and Beneficio del Pueblo, Managua 1980, p. 31. Sandinist Economic Policy 87. Problems in agriculture. The production of cotton, 85%, coffee, 89%, and sugar, 85%, was still largely in the hands of private initiative, as was 94% of cattle production. However, COSEP estimates in November 1980, which included wildcat nationalizations, were already giving a slightly higher level of state control: 40% of sugarcane production, 50% of tobacco, 20% of cotton, 20% of coffee, and 60% of staple cereals. Although much of the country's coffee is produced by smallholders loyal to the regime, it is still the case that the bulk of Nicaragua's foreign currency earnings depend on the willingness of the agrarian bourgeoisie to sow and harvest the land. Latifundia of more than 850 acres account for 2% of holdings yet cover 48% of all agricultural land, while minifundia of less than 17 acres make up 42% of properties and only 2% of the land area. Of 319,000 workers in the agri-pastoral sector, a mere 30,000 are state employees. Large planters, mainly pro-MDN in outlook, control 40% of cotton output, so that in 1980, a year in which agricultural targets were generally surpassed, only 240,000 of a projected 300,000 acres of cotton fields were actually sown. It should be added that the National Agrarian Reform Institute, INRA, has a vast amount of cultivable land at its disposal, 33% to 40% of the total, according to Castaneda, who long worked in the Managua Ministry of Planning. Moreover, only 7% of the surface of Nicaragua is actually cultivated, 14% is pasturage and 47% forest, but 32% is totally unexploited. There is thus considerable scope for planned development, especially on the fertile virgin land of the Atlantic coast. The public sector share of agricultural production ought to increase rapidly, especially since Humberto Ortega has recently announced that unfarmed holdings of 698 or more hectares, falling to 349 hectares in some parts of the country, will pass under state control. The radical change of government swiftly made itself felt in the Nicaraguan countryside, creating, through the literacy campaign and the spread of the Rural Workers Association, a powerful bond between the FSLN in Managua and the mass of the rural population. The arrogance of the mandators became a thing of the past. Encouragement was given to a variety of collective projects, food preparation centers, kitchen gardens, public dispensaries, schools, roads, electrification, and so on. Above all, an armed peasant militia was formed on the plantations, highly symbolic in a country where the bearing of arms has always been the hallmark of power. Land rent was limited to 300 cordobas per manzana for cotton fields, where it could have been as high as 2,000 cordobas in the past, and 100 cordobas for cornfields. In March 1980, a decree legalized land occupations that went beyond the initial junta program. Very cheap credits, 6 to 7% interest, were made available to small producers, 65% of whom now have access to bank advances, as against a mere 15% under Somoza. Moreover, the revolution immediately challenged the traditional super-exploitation of the rural workers. Purchasing power may not have changed as a result, but the intensity of labor has certainly declined, and with it productivity. In the long run, however, even with regard to cotton, the major export crop, the weight of medium-size holdings averaging some 50 hectares will pose difficult problems for the FSLN. Somoza traditionally controlled these producers through his grip on their technical inputs, fertilizers, pesticide, on the one hand, and on their marketed outputs on the other, buying agencies. The FSLN has inherited these instruments of indirect control, but without the easy relationships of patronage that went with them. The resulting truculence of the cotton farmers has been the subject of anxious debate within the Ministry of Agriculture. For it is not clear whether the main cause is an inadequate rate of profit, which could be corrected by more generous credits and purchase prices, or an inherent class hostility to the new order that cannot be appeased by any concessions. This uncertainty has been compounded by the appearance of labor shortages at harvest time. Traditionally, up to one-third of the seasonal labor force was provided by a cross-border flow from Honduras. But although the Policarpo Paz dictatorship in Tegucigalpa has sought to preserve amicable formal relations with the FSLN in Managua, it has virtually closed the border to prevent subversive contagion, and has thereby cut off labor supplies. At the same time, the contract system has tended to break down within Nicaragua itself, owing to the flight of its so modest operators and the general instability of relations in the countryside. This disruption has had adverse effects on private proprietors, quite independently of their morose response to the Sandinist revolution. Meanwhile, the problem of dispersion is far from insignificant in the state sector itself. The FSLN expropriated not only Somoza's personal latifundia, but also all the property of the National Guard. As it turned out, however, this consisted essentially of an endless series of very small holdings, consonant with the localist character of the Guard. The state thus inherited many units of 10 or fewer hectares, with an irrational distribution of draft animals, implements, and assets among them. The raising of productivity and the rationalization of output patterns is a truly daunting task here, particularly as it often involves the transfer of assets much prized by an individual tenant or family. In the towns, the balance of forces is more favorable for the FSLN. The state sector currently accounts for nearly 30% of industry, while another 20% is represented by manufacturing capital proper, both nationally based and multinational. The remaining 50% consists of small or very small enterprises, many of them artisanal or semi-artisanal in character. Nationalized industry is strong in mining, 95%, fishing, 90%, animal slaughtering, 90%, textiles, 40%, cement and construction materials, but it remains weak in the chemical and agri-chemical sectors oriented to the Central American common market countries. Shortly after the revolution, the private sector received the benefit of numerous incentive measures, cheap and plentiful credits, 7 to 8% interest, freedom of exchange, the sale of foreign currency by the central bank, the Fiscal Adjustment Act, authorizing heads of companies to reduce or cancel delayed tax payments and to revalue their assets in light of the April 1979 devaluation of the Cordoba, profit guarantees built into agreements between private companies and the state, a government policy severely controlling wage rises and extolling the virtues of high productivity. On November 22, 1979, the Junta of National Reconstruction even went so far as to suspend Decree No. 3 on nationalizations in an attempt to reassure private initiative completely. In addition, there were the various guarantees mentioned earlier, a place for the employer's trusted men in the state apparatus, and in particular the administrative and economic apparatus, respect for 90. The property and political rights of the bourgeoisie, a short-term perspective of institutional normalization through general elections. In evaluating these concessions to the private sector, granted in return for its collaboration in economic recovery, the FSLN apparently did not consider that they went too far. In the view of the FSLN, nationalization of the financial system and foreign trade, combined with directly political instruments, would enable the state to control all aspects of production. The rapid creation of a pro-socialist economic administration would make such control fully effective. At any event, this policy of slow transition offered the revolution a greater chance of survival than the alternative of head-on confrontation, which would have abruptly stripped the country of its technical framework and subjected it to an American economic blockade. Above all, policy would develop as the balance of forces changed in Nicaragua. And all the energies of the FSLN would be directed at shifting the balance of forces favorably. The government of national reconstruction won a definite breathing space through this policy of compromise. It secured a general renegotiation of its foreign debt, including an immediate 2-year moratorium. A number of states and international financial organizations conceded a further $700 million in the form of gifts and long-term loans, of which $158 million came from the United States alone. Attached to the money, of course, were political strings, which have since led to a cooling of relations with many erstwhile benefactors, above all Washington. But the mighty rush of capital did make it possible to avert bankruptcy, providing a much-needed impulse to economic reconstruction. In the first quarter of 1980 there were many signs of recovery, 46 factories restarted production, and all economic indicators, energy consumption, job vacancies, and so on, pointed to a strong upward swing. It soon became clear, however, that this trend was due primarily to activity in the public sector and among small businesses. The recovery was strong in food, leather, and pelts, and clothing. It was faltering in the textile industry, badly hit by the war and affected by strikes, timber and construction materials, and virtually non-existent in chemicals and agri-chemicals, the bastions of private capital. There was a sharp decline in imports of capital goods, down 41% and 81% on the first quarters of 1978 and 1979 respectively. Of course, many factors affected the unevenness of this upturn. For example, the collapse of the El Salvador pesticide market as a result of the developing civil war there. But the overwhelming impression was that Nicaraguan big capital had responded to the FSLN's overtures by shipping its money off to Miami, whether through legal channels, the tricks of the bookkeeping system, under and over-invoicing, or the black market in foreign currency. The private sector factories that have remained in Managua show little sign of any revival in entrepreneurial enthusiasm, despite, or rather because of, the various government measures to boost investment. Technically, most of these enterprises are bankrupt, since they owe bank credits from the days of Somoza which they are now quite unable to repay. If the FSLN so wished, it could painlessly nationalize them simply by calling in the loans. Eventually, therefore, the state sector will probably account for some 50% of industry. The timing of further nationalizations will no doubt depend essentially on international factors. But the FSLN has no intention of taking over the small and very small enterprises that make up the other half of this sector. The field of private enterprise with the rosiest prospects appears to be commerce. Drawing on their own experience, the Cubans have given the firmest advice against major state intervention in petty retailing. The traders and shopkeepers of Managua are doing a booming business today, above all because of the growing difficulty of obtaining imports, which permits high profit margins, and the increased purchasing power of the urban population. A haberdasher, for example, can currently achieve a daily sales volume of some 40,000 cordobas with a quite modest range of dresses and cloth, a substantial figure in a country with a per capita annual income of about 5,500 cordobas. 92. In an attempt to control the distribution sector, strategically crucial in the present highly inflationary conjuncture, the state has established a single body for the supervision and regulation of domestic trade. This body is based on the network of people's trading enterprises, Inabas Corcop, in which Inabas ensures the collection of basic products and Corcop organizes their distribution. The National Distribution Program aims at the creation of 450 nationally affiliated sales outlets and 70 people's shops. However, little has been done in pursuit of these goals. So far the state has neither cornered a decisive share of domestic demand nor brought a significant share of distribution under its control. As a result, distribution takes place according to the laws of the market, price levels are to the advantage of middlemen rather than the producers, and distribution flows are again oriented towards the higher income middle layers. Productivism and austerity. The harshest aspect of the government's early social policy was its attempt to halt the occupation of farms and factories by the most radicalized sections of the population. Similarly, the junta opposed wage increases, even though inflation and unemployment had eroded the workers' purchasing power during the last few years of the dictatorship. Wages were strikingly low, 20 to 27 cordobas a day for an agricultural worker, and 900 to 1,000 cordobas a month for an industrial worker. In December 1979 the junta even asked workers earning more than 1,500 cordobas to express their solidarity with the unemployed by paying their 13th month bonus, conceded by Somoza in 1978, into a special fund for the creation of 15,000 jobs. Although a rise of 125 cordobas a month was announced on June 13, 1980 for workers earning less than 1,200 cordobas, the increase did not compensate for the effects of inflation. Appealing to the need for national reconstruction, the JGRN urged the workers to make sacrifices. Now is not the time for wage demands, government leaders said in effect, but for hard work and belt tightening. The country is in a state of collapse. The task is not to share the cake but to produce it. In return, we promise to develop social provisions, to reduce unemployment, to keep prices stable for subsistence goods, and above all to build a society of plenty and justice free of exploitation. Workers can well understand such language, especially in time of revolution, but only if the sacrifices seem to be borne equally and really benefit the collective. Such conditions, however, were hard to reconcile with the maintenance of private accumulation. The workers would like to be sure, said a Frente Obrero trade unionist, that they are not slaving away so that the bosses can have a nest egg in Miami or Costa Rica. Moreover, there had been a serious delay in the development of the social wage. Unemployment, though somewhat lower, still affected more than 30% of the active population. And the rate of inflation was much higher than the 22% envisaged in the Reconstruction Plan. The result was a large number of strikes, which the FSLN managed to absorb without too much violence, resorting to a mixture of persuasion, intimidation, and concessions. It would be wrong to suggest, however, as Jorge Castaneda has done, that FSLN socio-economic policy tended towards demobilization of the popular masses. A number of major national rallies have been attended by 500,000 Nicaraguans out of a total population of 2.3 million. And, as we have seen, the network of mass organizations has continually broadened and deepened. If there has been a drift toward demobilization, it has hardly been the predominant trend in the country. But if, on balance, the FSLN does seem to have convinced the workers of the correctness of its tactics, its ability to resolve the difficult problems of the economy will no doubt be of major long-term importance. Figures now available give some idea of the generally positive record of the last 2 years. 1980, the official balance sheet. The new Austerity and Efficiency Program, published in Managua in February 1981, draws a reasonably optimistic balance sheet of 17 months of reconstruction. Fulfillment of the 1980 plan, prescribing a return to the productive level of 1978, was on the whole better than the government had expected. Real gross domestic product reached 99% of the forecast total, a rise of 14% over the previous year. As is always the case, however, the overall result conceals many disparities. Economic recovery was deeper in agriculture than in industry, and more pronounced in production for the home market than in export-oriented fields. It affected the public sector and small producers to a considerably greater extent than it did the capitalist sector. A total of 958,000 manzanas of land, 40% more than in 1980-81, was actually sown. See Table 5. Although the planned surface cultivation targets were not realized in the cases of cotton, 79.4%, and coffee, 96.7%, increased output figures ensured that production targets were overfulfilled even for these two crops. Cotton output, for example, averaged 38.6 quintals per manzana, 8.6 more than the target. Table 5. Fulfillment of the 1980 Plan for Agriculture. Target result % of fulfillment. Area output outp. COO/off manzanas, quintals. Cotton, raw, 175,100 135 5,212 19A 102.2. Coffee 141,260 134 1,313 95.7 104.2. Sugarcane 53,256 61.6 59,717 110.0 112.1. Rice 37 1073 53 1400 143.2 130.5. Maize 306 4131 344,968.3 111.1 120.3. Kidney beans 101,030 110 1,052 110.0 102.1. Millet 81,282,100 100.0 175.0. Total 889 913.6 102.8. The 1980 food crop targets were also overfulfilled, but not by enough to outweigh the sharp 23% increase in domestic demand. 11% higher than expected, resulting from the rise in incomes. In the meat sector, output was 92% of the target for beef, 111% for pork, and 66% for chicken. These figures, however, must be treated with some caution. The FSLN has naturally given priority to achieving higher production in the subsistence food sector, and peasants in the interior have often responded to moral and material incentives with greatly increased output. But unfortunately, the transport and storage system was inadequate for distribution of the harvest. Many peasants, unable to get their crops marketed in the towns, lost as much as 30 to 40% of output. The resulting disappointment threatens sowing levels for 1981, and the FSLN will have to make a major effort to restore lost confidence. Industry achieved 90% of the 1980 target, registering a rise of 7.3% over 1979 levels. But there were considerable distortions within this overall performance. Certain non-essential branches, drinks, tobacco, greatly exceeded the forecasts, while other, more highly prioritized branches, foodstuffs, textiles, pharmaceuticals, fell short of their targets. As regards foreign trade, the 1980 export program was only 90% fulfilled, because of the shortfalls in meat, sugar, chemicals, and shellfish. The value of imports, however, fueled by the 51.1% increase in domestic demand, exceeded the forecast by $100. 1 million. This discrepancy was the essential reason for a large balance of payments deficit. Other factors were the rising price of oil and oil-derived products, the debt service payments of more than $100 million, and the excessive employment of current resources, rather than long-term foreign loans, to finance new investment. The sharp rise in domestic demand and import prices produced a 27% rate of inflation, 5% higher than the forecast. The creation of 112,300 jobs brought the rate of unemployment down from 32% to 17.5%. But contrary to the provisions of the 1980 plan, new employment showed an unhealthy drift to unproductive sectors. Thus, 44,700 jobs were created in the agri-pastoral sector, 89% of the target, 52,700 in services and commerce, 263% of the target, of which 21,000 in commerce and 31,700 in services, mainly state administration, a mere 7,700 in industry, 77% of the target, and 5,400, 36%, in construction. Private investment failed to reach its modest projected level. However, since public investment was 10% higher than forecast, total investment, at 16% of GDP, overtook the level of 1978. The structure of public investment was as follows: construction and public works 37%, machinery and equipment 54%, plantations, afforestation, research 9%. That 60% of such investment was financed from domestic resources and only 40% from long-term loans exerted negative pressure on the balance of payments and the state budget. At the same time, however, the massive influx of international credit has considerably worsened the foreign debt. The 1981 plan, austerity and rationalization. The recovery of economic production has aroused hopes for a 18.5% rise in real GDP in 1981. Record harvests are expected in coffee, sugar, sesame, tobacco, maize, beans, millet, and rice. The only major exception is cotton, which, because of replacement by other crops such as maize and millet, will not reach a record level even in 1981-82. Industrial production should register a greater and more evenly distributed increase. The food, textile, machinery, and chemical industries, together with the construction sector, are to become the axis of economic development. A 9% rise in labor productivity is planned, and the rate of investment should reach 20% of GDP. Scheduling a continuation of economic recovery, the 1981 plan stresses the need to correct the 1980 distortions and, above all, to reduce the balance of payments deficit and the undisciplined recourse to domestic credit. In the harsher international economic climate, this implies a rigorous policy of austerity and rationalization. The terms of trade will continue to worsen, import prices will rise by an average of 15%, while export prices, following the fall of coffee on the world market, will remain more or less unchanged. The oil bill will climb to $256 million and debt servicing to $190 million. In other words, 37.6% and 28% respectively of the total value of exports. The crisis of the Central American common market will have negative effects on industry, and the soaring value of the dollar will render the impact of such disproportions harsher. Still, in order to prevent a recurrence of the 1980 imbalance between production and domestic demand, the Ministry of Planning has been arguing for a selective squeeze on the rising level of demand. According to these plans, the lowest wages will be considerably increased, but total pay will not be allowed to rise by more than 20%, the projected rate of inflation. Purchasing power will be held steady through the administrative regulation of prices and a program to create 61,400 new jobs, which would bring the unemployment rate down to 13%. 17. Above all, consumption of luxury goods by middle layers, based mainly on free trade in CACM imports, will be sharply reduced, by 37%. Moreover, companies wishing to import such goods will have to obtain special permission from the Ministry of Foreign Trade. In this way, it should be possible to reduce the inordinate 1980 trade deficit of $260 million. The plan envisages that total imports, structured more rationally, will rise by 10%, whereas exports are to register a 45% increase. Special attention will be paid to the domestic substitution of such imports as staple cereals, intermediary products, and so on. The success of this policy of austerity and economic rationalization will depend on a change in the social relations of production. A strengthened sector of people's ownership will become the cornerstone of recovery and reconstruction. Thus, at the ceremonies marking the second anniversary of the revolution, Comandante Daniel Ortega told a crowd of 500,000 that 14 major industrial companies accused of economic sabotage would be brought under public ownership and that unexploited latifundia would be liable to expropriation. At the same time, small rural and urban producers will be encouraged to form cooperatives, the state's capacity for intervention and organization will be reinforced, and workers' participation in economic guidance and management will be developed further. However, insofar as the private sector maintains production, its legitimate interests will continue to be guaranteed. As in 1980, the Ministry of Planning counts on the involvement of both private entrepreneurs and foreign capital. The 1981 plan forecasts that private investment will rise by 25% to reach a figure of 600 million cordobas. Even that optimistic total, however, would be 10 times less than the projection for public investment. Finally, the ministry intends to establish a legal administrative framework for foreign investment, favoring the creation of Nicaraguan-managed joint companies. Problems of investment and product specialization will doubtless continue to preoccupy the FSLN leadership in its struggle to overcome the menacing imbalances. But the gravest danger for the Nicaraguan economy lies in the vulnerability of its foreign account. Somoza left the colossal debt of $1.5 million in 1979, composed of malversations of reconstruction funds, emergency standby credits, and very large arms purchases. Nicaraguan GNP is only $2,000 million, yet the FSLN is now having to repay or recycle loans for military equipment that was intended to be used against it. Aid continues to come from Mexico, cheap oil, Venezuela, Libya, a $100 million gift, in effect, Cuba, mainly personnel, but also boats and uniforms, the USSR, machinery, trucks, tractors, Bulgaria and the GDR, wheat to provide us style bread for the urban middle classes. Nevertheless, the banking system is drastically overextended, while the terms of trade are steadily worsening. In this situation, there are two possible scenarios for imperialist pressure upon the FSLN. The most direct and brutal would be a U.S. blockade designed to cut off essential imports, above all, spare parts for the country's fixed capital. But such a move would be politically risky for Washington at present, incurring considerable odium in Latin America, where the Nicaraguan Revolution continues to enjoy widespread respect and popularity, even at official state levels. More subtle and effective would be the implementation of the so-called Mini-Marshall Plan for Central America, currently being urged by Brandt and the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. This would involve a comprehensive aid and investment package for the region as a whole, tied to specific financial and political conditions and designed to curb or isolate Nicaragua, while pacifying El Salvador and providing outlets for Mexican capital in neighboring countries. Such a scheme, which does not yet have White House backing, would pose a major threat to the revolution, for it would confront the FSLN with a fateful dilemma, either to accept imperialist tutelage over its economic policies and political sovereignty, or to risk alienating sorely pressed masses susceptible to the argument that their well-being was being sacrificed to the totalitarian impetus of revolutionary radicalism. 6. The new regime. Sandinism and democracy. 2 years after the revolution, civil and political rights in Sandinist Nicaragua are not mere ornaments of the fundamental law of the republic adopted in July 1979. Unlike the famous 1936 Soviet constitution, the most democratic in the world, this document has been genuinely respected in practice. No doubt there have been some restrictions and bending of the rules. But where do such things not happen? In Nicaragua, there is real pluralism of the press, parties, and trade unions. There have been real strikes, street demonstrations, and national rallies of opposition parties. Human and civil rights are respected more than in most countries of the American continent. Organization and regulation of the press. Nicaragua has 3 daily newspapers, widely divergent in political orientation: La Prensa, still with some credit from the time of Pedro Joaquín Chamorro and its struggle against the dictatorship, is the tribune of the bourgeois liberal opposition; Nuevo Diario, born as a left-wing scion from La Prensa, has taken a line of critical support for the FSLN. Barricada is the central organ of the Sandinista Liberation Front. La Prensa is the most influential of the 3, selling 70,000 copies against 30 to 35,000 for each of its rivals. A sharp dispute, in which chief editor Xavier Chamorro was opposed to the management board, brought the paper to a halt between April 20 and May 28, 1980. In fact, the owners, supported by some of the editorial board, accused Chamorro of being too indulgent to the new regime. The conflict ended with a split in the editorial board and the founding of Nuevo Diario. Since Xavier Chamorro and his The New Regime 101 team left the paper, the tone of La Prensa has become distinctly more violent. A clamorous campaign keeps hammering away at the bourgeoisie's 4 key themes: respect for private property, defense of human rights, holding of elections, virulent anti-communism in international affairs. The influence of La Prensa is not due simply to its superior financial resources, nor to its demagogic propaganda. Part of the explanation, of course, lies in the weight of its natural clientele, big and petty bourgeoisie, among the total readership of newspapers, in a country where till recently 50% of the population was illiterate. But another part lies in the way that La Prensa has specialized in denouncing abuses of power, real or imagined. Any citizen who feels threatened, injured, or wronged by the new authorities is able to set out his grievances in it at great length. This pose as tribune of the people, as righter of wrongs, has greatly contributed to the paper's popularity. To be sure, La Prensa does not rest at objectively reporting the faults of a particular functionary. Its denunciations form part of a systematic and insidious campaign against the regime. La Prensa excels in the art of exploiting individual blemishes, shortcomings, and faults in such a way as to discredit all the Sandinist institutions. It has a genius for exaggerating the slightest incident to give the impression of general chaos and arbitrary rule. In a country where the state apparatus is being rebuilt from scratch, With young militants lacking administrative experience, this is easy enough to do. Needless to say, La Prensa also zestfully spreads unfounded rumors, or false news items, when these bring grist to its mill. The FSLN violently denounces the paper's campaigns of misinformation. But in fact outright calumny and deliberate falsehood are not La Prensa's main weapons. As a rule, its handling of information is more subtle, malevolent rather than mendacious, insinuating rather than libellous. By contrast, Barricada is not yet up to its job. The FSLN Daily, in fact, combines the faults of a party paper, exhortations, imprecations, directives, with those of an official gazette. The charge of misinformation, which it directs at La Prensa, could on occasion be applied to itself, for example in relation to the Polish events, or such issues as freedom of criticism in the Soviet press. If its columns were their only source of information, Nicaraguan citizens and the Sandinist commandantes themselves who would have a very one-sided picture of what is happening in the country. 102. The Hum of Managua. On October 30, 1980, Barricada gave the following 3 examples of the misinformation techniques used by La Prensa. 1. La Prensa of October 22 published a letter from one Armando Rojas under a big headline, "An economics student outlines a Marxist governmental program." There followed a clumsy text with a strong odor of forgery, or idiocy. A Barricada investigation revealed that the student Armando Rojas did not exist. La Prensa refrained from any comment or refutation. 2. On October 24, La Prensa published a facsimile of a letter sent to an active member of the Christian Social Party in Leon. The letter, which threatened him with death if he did not leave the party or the town, was signed Sandinist Coordinating Committee, West. It is easy to prove, concluded Barricada, that no such committee exists. But the editors of La Prensa did not take the trouble, just as they have refrained from publishing a denial by the Sandinist leaders in Leon. 3. Throughout October, writes Barricada, La Prensa kept up its attack on the murderous irresponsibility of the Sandinist police. On the 29th, the paper reached the bottom of the barrel with an obituary of Pipa the mule. The animal, in fact, had been killed by a burst of machine gun fire when it went to graze on a dark night in the vicinity of a Sandinist encampment, and failed to answer the sentry's cry, "Who goes there?" An obvious and insignificant mistake, then, but one that was blown up in order to discredit the revolutionary armed forces. Once all the checking had been done, the evidence was not really so damning. In the first example, La Prensa was caught in the act of publishing a rather dubious letter from a reader without checking whether it was genuine. However, this first case is also the least significant, for the letter in question only committed its student. Author, Armando Rojas, not the Sandinist youth and still less the FSLN. In the next 2 examples, it is possible to dispute La Prensa's interpretation and value judgments, but it would be hard to dispute the facts themselves. 1. There is undoubtedly no such thing as the Sandinist Coordinating Committee, West. But the Leon authorities have many times intimidated and threatened members of the Christian Social Party, PSC, which made a number of detailed public complaints in October and November 1980 without ever being challenged on the facts. The Leon PSC secretary, Agustin Yarkin, reported that soldiers had burst into party meetings on 10, 14, and October 16, and that Julian Ramon Montes had been arrested in August. 2. Nor was the unintended execution of Pipa the mule an entirely trivial occurrence, since it came after a black patch of much more serious incidents that testify to real gun nerves on the part of the young Sandinist policeman. On October 27, a 21-year-old woman, Urania Gonzalez, was seriously wounded by police gunfire when the driver of the taxi in which she was traveling failed to hear an order to stop. 3 days later, a child of 19 months, Maria Lena Solorzano, was killed in similar circumstances. 4. These accidents, the last in a long line, aroused such feeling that the Sandinist youth called for the trigger-happy lawmen to be punished, and for Comandante Tomás Borga, Minister of the Interior, to give an account of himself at a press conference. Far from denying the La Prensa allegations, Tomás Borga deplored the immature conduct of certain members of the police, reported that some 500 men had been expelled from the force for various infringements, and undertook to display greater firmness in the future. Such unfortunate happenings were inevitable, however, given the youth and inexperience of the new policemen, and Borga went on to castigate no less severely those who were exploiting the incidents to discredit the entire Sandinist police force without taking account of the extreme difficulty of its task. In the ideological struggle against the FSLN, La Prensa is thus an essential weapon for the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie. Also vitally important, given the tight Sandinist control over television, are the private radio stations, whose audience is apparently greater than that of the pro-government stations. Moreover, despite its hostility to La Prensa and its critical support for the Junta of National Reconstruction, Nuevo Diario does not pull any punches when it thinks it has uncovered an abuse of power. Article 4, Paragraph C. Obviously, the FSLN does not rejoice at the ceaseless attacks to which it is subjected, and indeed a polemic is raging between its information organs and La Prensa. But there is also a strong temptation in its ranks to go beyond ideological rebuttal. The Sandinist leadership has, in fact, passed a number of laws and decrees that tend to curb freedom of expression. Article 4, Paragraph C of the Maintenance of Public Order and Security Act threatens a sentence of 2 years public labor service for anyone who issues declarations, libels, or articles with the aim of harming the people's interests and of destroying the gains achieved by the people. Clearly, there is much room for interpretation. It was in the name of this law that the ultra-left, originally Maoist daily El Pueblo was banned in January 1980, at the same time that the Workers' Front organization, which published it, was dissolved and 4 of its leaders sentenced to 2 years public labor, only to be amnestied 3 months later. The FSLN was then facing a wave of workers' strikes and illegal land occupations, both encouraged by El Pueblo, which jeopardized its national reconstruction policy. The same law was invoked to sentence Radio Mundial news editor Trémimo Pérez on the grounds that he slandered certain members of the government, police, and army, and a number of other citizens. In September-October 1980, the FSLN passed 2 decrees, NOS 511 and 512, to prevent rumor campaigns aimed at scaring public opinion. According to COSEP itself, such a campaign was at least partially responsible for the sugar shortage that followed at 27%, instead of the forecast 5%, rise in consumption in 1980. Indeed, on hearing from one another that there would not be enough sugar, consumers started to buy in stocks, thereby confirming the alarmist predictions of La Prensa. However, these decrees have introduced advanced government censorship of economic and military information, to which was later added social information, such that editors must now first check the accuracy of their reports with the Junta of National Reconstruction or the Ministry of Domestic Trade. To the director of the JGRN Press and Publicity Department has to be submitted all information affecting or damaging the country's internal security or national defense, for example, armed clashes, attempts to assassinate government functionaries, and such like, and to the Ministry of Domestic Trade information that concerns the shortage of items of mass consumption, or that allows speculation on such items, or that in any way affects or damages the economic security of the nation. Decrees 511 and 512. On October 2, 1980, the Junta of National Reconstruction issued a further clarification: the publishing of information about counter-revolutionary acts, disorders, attacks upon the authorities, riots, strikes, the halting of public services, occupations of land, farms, haciendas, etc. falls under Decrees 511 and 512. The disturbing thing about such press legislation is not the fact that it exists. There is no country in the world where freedom of expression is not regulated so much as the looseness of its formulation, which leaves the door open to the arbitrary use of power. Still, for the moment such legislation has not done away with the real pluralism of information. Every day, Nicaraguan citizens can read 3 different versions and analyses of major events, and the polemic between the 3 editorial boards is still going strong. Political pluralism. 8 political parties, 5 labor federations, and 6 employers' organizations are represented on the Council of State, and unlike their hapless counterparts in Eastern Europe, they do not confine themselves to the role of mere extras. Each one has a headquarters of its own, holds cadre schools, prints its own propaganda material, puts forward draft legislation, and organizes mass demonstrations or even national rallies. On March 29, 1980, on the occasion of an official visit by President Herrera Campins of Venezuela, the main force of the bourgeois opposition, the Nicaraguan Democratic Movement, MDN, occupied the best places long before the rally and thereby kept the FSLN on the sidelines. The same day, the National Federation of Labor, CNT, the Christian Social Trade Union, mobilized as many as the official Sandinist Workers' Federation, CST. A battle of slogans, punctuated by a few scuffles, raged. 9. Throughout the rally. And on May 10, 1980, several thousand people from all parts of the country attended an MDN rally in Mataguas to support the clamorous resignation of party leader Alfonso Robelo. On July 21, COSEP called together the international press, which had come to attend the first anniversary celebrations of the revolution, and presented its own balance sheet of a year of Sandinist rule, accusing the FSLN of betraying its promise to announce a date for elections. The various parties and unions are also active in the state institutions, in the Council of State, where until its withdrawal the strongly represented bourgeois opposition enjoyed and made considerable use of the right to propose measures and express criticism, and also in the 135 municipal juntas, which, like the Junta of National Reconstruction, are composed of persons representing various sections of the rural population and various currents of opinion. When the government decided to ban the MDN civil rally in Nandame in November 1980, it did so on the exceptional grounds that the armed counter-revolution based in Honduras has planned acts of war on the same day on Nicaraguan territory. And finally, the sacking of the MDN's Managua offices by elements of the Sandinist youth, though tacitly supported by the police, was formally condemned by Minister of the Interior Tomas Borga, and by Junta member Sergio Ramirez. Despite the FSLN's popularity in the factories and its fierce opposition to any stoppage of work, the wage earners have never renounced the ultimate weapon of strike action. During winter 1979 and summer 1980, in fact, there were quite a few strikes against both private employers and state management, in the construction and textile industries, the health service, the furniture sector, and the sugar refineries. Many forms of industrial action were utilized, from go-slows to sympathy strikes spilling over into street demonstrations and factory occupations. The FSLN reacted to this agitation with a mixture of persuasion, intimidation, and concessions. Its most prestigious leaders were sent to the strikers' meetings, and there tried to convince them that they should abandon their narrow corporate interests in favor of their historic class interest in Nicaragua's transition to socialism. A stormy debate normally developed between the platform and the floor, compelling the commandantes to make some concessions. It was in this way, for example, that the abolition of the end-of-year bonus was limited to the small minority earning more than 1,500 cordobas a month, that the strikers at Fabertex obtained a 10% rise in the lowest wages, and that the SCAS, the traditional union of the building workers, was recognized as their representative instead of the CST union, which had initially been given this status. Intimidation, sometimes involving violence, is employed against agitators above all when they are organized representatives of an opposing strategy. In January 1980, for example, the leaders of Frente Obrero were arrested. In February, in the aftermath of the Fabertex strike, it was the turn of several dozen militants of the CAUS and Nicaraguan Communist Party, PCN. And on March 5, a number of offices belonging to these organizations were ransacked at the end of an anti-CIA demonstration that was originally 11. Supposed to march to the U.S. Embassy. Despite constant FSLN pressure for the unification of all trade unions within the CST, there are half a dozen federations with a national structure: the National Federation of Labor, CNT, Christian Social, the Independent General Federation of Labor, CGTI, Communist PSN, the Trade Union Unity and Action. 108. Federation, Communist PCN, the Trade Union Committee for Unification, CUS, founded in 1968 with AFL-CIO help, Frente Obrero, FO, ultra-leftist, pro-Albanian. To these should be added sectoral organizations such as FTSALUD, Federation of Health Workers, ANDAN, Teachers Union, and the UPN, Union of Workers in the Liberal Professions. In this intensely Catholic country, there is complete freedom of religious worship. A number of red priests sit on the government: Minister of Foreign Affairs Father Miguel Descoto Brockman, Minister of Culture Father Ecobedo Cardinal, and Minister of Social Welfare Father Edgard Paredes. Sandinist commandantes openly take part in great religious festivities, having declared once and for all that there can be no conflict between their ideal of justice. 12. And the message of Christ. The Statute of Rights and Safeguards, adopted on August 21, 1979 by the Junta of National Reconstruction, set forth a series of generally respected norms. No red terror, then, has succeeded the white terror that marked the final years of the dictatorship. The death penalty has been abolished. The 7,500 captured Somatist guardsmen, including the worst torturers, have the right to a proper trial and risk a maximum sentence of 30 years imprisonment. The International Commission on Human Rights regularly visits the places of detention. The liberty and safety of citizens is guaranteed by law. Arrest warrants are issued by judges. In the case of minor offenses, no one may be held without charge for more than 24 hours. Every person in custody is presumed to be innocent until duly found guilty. Nicaraguan citizens have the right freely to enter and leave the country. In May 1980, a law of protection Ley de Amparo was passed. Under its terms, if anyone thinks that he or she has been wrongly treated because of a law, decree, order, or warrant, or any action committed by a functionary, institution, or public servant in breach of the fundamental law of the state or the Statute of Rights and Safeguards of Nicaraguan citizens, that person has the right to refer the matter to the Court of Appeal for the region in question. Such proceedings have a suspensive effect, and may be pursued as far as a Supreme Court ruling. To be sure, this respect for individual rights and freedoms does have certain limits. Here as elsewhere, a special jurisdiction applies in a state of emergency. And as we have seen with reference to the press, the Maintenance of Public Order and Security Act authorizes quite a number of restrictions. In practice, moreover, by no means are all detainees brought before a magistrate within the prescribed period. On June 30, 1980, the Sandinist police launched a body blow operation in the Managua barrios to ensure that the July 19 festivities would take place peacefully. Delinquency had greatly increased in the previous months, many well-known figures were expected from abroad, and there was fear of a provocation by ex-guardsmen. Several hundred suspects were picked up, nearly 1,000 according to La Prensa, half of whom were set free the next day. But the others were held without charge in the Zona Franca after the initial period of arrest had expired, most of them being released in groups of 50 to 60 throughout the month of July. This police roundup sparked off a storm of protest in the non-Sandinist press and the Council of State. Committees were formed to secure the prisoners' release, and some of their mothers backed up the demand with a hunger strike. Challenged on all sides, even in its own ranks, the FSLN leadership invoked the need to combat delinquency and deplored the slowness of the judicial process. It put the latter down to investigators' lack of experience, but guaranteed that no one would be unjustly sentenced. When he was challenged by several listeners on the Linea Directa radio program, Commandante Luis Carrion apologized to innocent detainees on behalf of the FSLN leadership, and went on to condemn the gross mistakes committed by a number of policemen. Since the disorganization of the judicial system had made it impossible to keep the time between arrest and appearance in court to a maximum of 24 hours, a new measure passed in autumn 1980 extended this to one, non-renewable period of 7 days in the case of serious offenses. At the same time, a special case investigation center was opened at Palo Alto in the Managua suburbs. A revolutionary democracy. Nicaragua, then, is far from Cambodia, and even from Hungary. 1 year after victory, the Sandinist leaders may justly claim that their country is one of the most democratic in Latin America. Of course, the regime's legitimacy is essentially revolutionary in character, being derived from an insurrectional general strike rather than elections. However, power is effectively limited by juridical and judicial practice. The state, to use the terms of the Gdansk workers, has not devoured society. A revolutionary democracy really exists in Nicaragua, whatever its contradictions, excesses, and limitations. In a country backward in every respect, with no tradition of democracy, bled white for half a century by a ferocious dictatorship, a socialist revolution has brought forth a pluralist and open society in which democracy is more or less respected. So it is and so it will be, provided that Nicaragua is allowed to continue on its path, provided that domestic and external counter-revolution does not force it to tighten the screws. For this is, indeed, one of the problems, the Sandinist consolidation of power, which has ruined the chances of a peaceful reconquest of state power by the old ruling class, has propelled the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie and U.S. imperialism to change their tactics. The inflow of capital golden threads tying revolutionary Nicaragua to the wagon of capitalism would give way to economic blockade. Attempts at destabilization, both legal and illegal, would succeed the oratorical justing on the Council of State. All-out struggle would replace the conflictual alliance. Such a situation is itself highly dangerous for any type of democracy, which requires as a formal system, among other things, a minimum basis of agreement on the character and rules of the game. But these objective factors, acting independently of the FSLN as a pressure towards an authoritarian hardening of the regime, have been joined by a subjective factor of a less necessary sort, lack of awareness of a bureaucratic danger on the part of many Sandinist cadres. The FSLN has given a two-point answer to the calls of the bourgeois opposition for early elections, not at once and not as you expect. Before general elections are held, it is most commonly said, the basic conditions for an honest electoral verdict must exist: national reconstruction, literacy, civic education of the people. And given the legacy of Somatism and war, these goals will probably not be achieved before 1985. Until then, the legitimacy of the regime will remain revolutionary in character. The people voted in June-July 1979 by means of an insurrectional general strike, and the resulting junta of national reconstruction may legitimately carry out its mandate for one legislative term. Early general elections would be a caricature of democracy. They would not institute popular sovereignty, but allow the old chieftains to manipulate universal suffrage. Many people voted and were made to vote under Somoza. Indeed, some of the old patronage networks are still in place. There is no tradition of democracy in Nicaragua, but there is certainly one of electoral fraud, which must be eradicated before the choice of government is left to the ballot box. The arguments in support of the second point are much less persuasive, focusing as they do not on the objective conditions for the free exercise of the rights of suffrage, but on the type of democracy to be established in Nicaragua. This democracy, it is said, should be real and not formal, popular and not bourgeois, direct and not parliamentary. The daily polemic between La Prensa and Barricada spells out what lies behind these oppositions. The popular democracy whose advent the FSLN invokes is opposed to bourgeois democracy in several respects. First, the content of the government is to serve the exploited and not the exploiters. Thus, Barricada contrasts the content of Cracy to its form, its essence to its appearance and opposition. Clearly designed to promote the first of these terms and to denigrate the second. The essence of democracy, then, is the question of content, in whose benefit do the rulers rule. The secondary, formal aspect concerns the way the rulers are designated and elections organized. After all, have we not seen electoral farces in every dictatorship in Latin America? A regime that moves to hold elections may be authoritarian and even fascist, while a regime that declines to organize them may be democratic. In his speech of August 23, 1980 at the end of the National Literacy Crusade, Minister of Defense Comandante Humberto Ortega also embraced this disturbing approach, even if rather more subtly. For the Sandinist front, he said, democracy is not defined in purely political terms, and is not reducible to popular participation in elections. It is something more, much more. It must be said once and for all, democracy neither begins nor ends with elections. It is a myth to try to reduce democracy to that kind of condition. Democracy first appears in the economic order, when social inequalities begin to diminish, and when the workers and peasants improve their conditions of life. That is when true democracy begins, not before. Once these goals are attained, democracy immediately spreads to other areas, the field of government is broadened, the people exerts influence over its government, determines its government, whether that is agreeable or not. At a more advanced state, democracy means workers' participation in the management of factories, cooperatives, cultural centers, and so on. In short, democracy is mass intervention in every aspect of social life. What is wrong in this conception is that it counterposes in general the class content of government policy to the holding of elections. It thereby tends to discredit not just particular forms of bourgeois manipulation of universal suffrage, but the actual principle itself. For who will decide that the content of government policy is in accord with the workers' interests, if the workers do not give their own verdict in a free and secret ballot after the various conceptions of their true class interest have been discussed in the country at large? Clearly the government itself will decide. If the bourgeois practice of universal suffrage is rejected in the name of a general critique of elections as such, rather than in the name of a higher socialist exercise of suffrage rights, then the bourgeois parliamentary system of leadership selection is liable to be replaced by a bureaucratic system of appointment and co-optation from above. Second, this democracy for the people is also claimed to be democracy by the people. Unlike bourgeois democracy, it is argued, which everywhere organizes the delegation of power to professional politicians, Sandinist democracy is direct. However, FSLN representatives are not here referring to the Athenian Agora, the Paris Commune, or the Soviets of the Russian Revolution. Those who imagine that the pyramid of Sandinist defense committees, CDs, is, like the legendary pyramid of Soviets, the organizational expression of direct power in Nicaragua, the true form of proletarian democracy at last, are once again mistaking their desires for reality. The CDSs do assume functions of local mobilization, vigilance, and administration, and as such they are useful auxiliary bodies for the regime. But in no way are they themselves centers or sources of power. It is not within these committees that broad national options are debated and decided, not within them that the rulers are chosen. The institutions of direct democracy are, according to the FSLN, the Council of State, the municipal juntas, the assemblies o cabildos abiertos, the economic reactivation assemblies, ARES, the Linea Directa radio program, and so on. Now, the characteristic feature of all these institutionalized forms of direct democracy is precisely the highly indirect, mediated nature of popular sovereignty in them. Delegates to the Council of State are appointed by the leaders of the mass organization or party they represent, according to a quota established by the FSLN in April 1980. Moreover, the party and other leaderships are themselves not elected by the rank and file, but co-opted from above. The CST, for example, in a self-critical text of October 5, 1980, recognized that its regional committees were not particularly representative. The 135 municipal juntas are constituted according to the same procedure as the Junta of National Reconstruction. They are not elected, but nominated after the proper balance of seats has been agreed through FSLN-sponsored negotiation between local representatives of the mass organizations and political parties. There is no more sign of municipal or local elections in Nicaragua than there is of legislative elections, even though the citizens are sometimes called upon to acclaim the choice of leaders, and the change of leadership sometimes takes account of their exasperation with glaring inefficiency. For the moment, there are no competing lists of candidates, each one putting the case to the electors for its own program of local administration and development. The elected municipal representatives are appointed, controlled, and subject to recall by the FSLN hierarchy, not the ordinary population. The Cabildos Abiertos are local discussion meetings at which ministers on the Council of State explain new legislation to the workers and directly acquaint themselves with their concerns. These state councillors are then supposed to draw inspiration from this exchange of views in their work as legislators. A Cabildo Abierto, involving several hundred people, is generally held in the town theatre or cinema. It begins with speeches by members of the Council of State, and then a dialogue develops between platform and floor. This is how a Barricada journalist reported one such meeting: as soon as guerrilla commandante Dora Maria Tellez gave the floor to the people, Comrade Danilo Ramirez stood up and described the problems posed for the courts by fathers who do not cover their children's food requirements. Ramirez said that the present laws, inherited from Somatism, do not clearly stipulate paternal responsibilities. The comrade was interrupted when women in the hall launched the slogan, "Leyes que perjudican a las mujeres." Abolish laws that discriminate against women. Comrade Dora Maria Tellez said that the comrade's anxiety would be communicated to the Council of State, and assured him that a law would be passed on the subject in the next few days. These gatherings undoubtedly helped both leaders and led to get to know each other better. But it is clear that they establish no control by the latter over the former, and that the assemblies exercise no actual power. The discussions do not result in binding votes and the election of delegates to ensure they are carried out. At most there is an expression of wishes, which the leaders may or may not take into account. The Economic Reactivation Assemblies, ERAs, are similar meetings, bringing together the workers and leading personnel of an enterprise to discuss its problems and stimulate production. On November 1, 1980, for example, an ERA meeting was held at the Francisco Meza Rojas mining complex, 1 year to the day after its nationalization. 1,000 miners took part in the meeting, which was also attended by several members of government. "For we're short of everything here," said one worker. "We are not well fed or properly trained for our work. We're given 1 bolsa of sugar a fortnight. There's no milk, no meat, and when we want to eat some, we have to buy an animal on the hoof and slaughter it ourselves. Water arrives every 5 days. We have to go to Leon to buy food, because the local commissariat does nothing and is good for nothing." The Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons, Carlos Zarroque, replied that there was a nationwide sugar problem, but that, like the food supply difficulties, it would soon be resolved. Another miner raised the problem of wages, insisting that 7 cordobas an hour is too little when one takes account of the complexity and arduousness of work in the gold mines. JGRN member Sergio Ramirez agreed that there were good grounds for the miners' demands, and reported that their wage levels were being re-examined. Commandante Daniel Ortega said that such a re-examination was indeed taking place, but that everyone was now asking for wage increases. If the economic level of the miners were raised, other sectors would ask for equal rises on the grounds that they should not be discriminated against. "They don't understand," added the Commandante, "that we should act as we did during the guerrilla campaign. When we sent a commando to the front lines, we used to give him the best equipment and food, and the others had to make do with the rest." 116. Another miner demanded the resignation of the higher management of Condemina, the public body for the mining sector, arguing that the workers exhausted themselves for low wages while the top men had an easy time in the offices. He proposed that the FSLN should appoint one of its members to Condamina to keep an eye on the situation. Zarruch and Bermudez are perfect revolutionaries, answered Comandante Ortega, as they have proved in a number of posts. Carlos Zarruch took part in the struggle against the dictatorship. There is no need to appoint someone from the front, because the people in leading positions are thoroughly honorable and capable. On the day after this meeting, the bonus fund was raised from 7.5 to 10 cordobas per miner per day, and the old age pension from 30% to 60% of a miner's wage. At the same time, 50 million cordobas were earmarked for investment in cheap housing. Industrial democracy in Nicaragua is not, however, reducible to the economic reactivation assemblies. In a number of enterprises, for example, La Victoria Brewery, elected production councils have been set up in each department. Council delegates, together with representatives of the union, the state, and, where relevant, the employers, form a permanent production committee or factory committee. In the private sector, these bodies assume the role of exercising workers' control over production and management. In the public sector, they ensure workers' participation in enterprise management and mobilization for productive effort. But here, too, practice varies a great deal from case to case. Most often, the management of a public enterprise will be appointed by the central authorities. Thus, in its special July 1980 issue devoted to the first year of the Sandinist Revolution, the CST Monthly El Trabajador presented the ARES and their various committees primarily as bodies for the implementation of the plan. It gave the composition of the permanent production committees and the higher councils of permanent production committees in detail, making it quite clear that representatives of the rank and file are in a minority position. However, it said nothing about the procedure by which appointments are made to these bodies. No definition of our powers was given, or of the means of controlling representatives. Percent Linea Directa is a Radio Sandino program in which leading figures personally reply to listeners' questions and take due note of their suggestions. In sum, these institutions and procedures make it possible to inform and consult the most active workers about the taking of decisions. But none of them directly enables the workers to appoint, mandate, control, or revoke their representatives and rulers. Whereas the workers are deemed to participate directly in the exercise of executive and legislative power, the process actually involves the intermediation of mainly non-elected representatives, who are thus independent of the rank and file and highly dependent upon those who appoint them. To equate this with direct participation in government is to identify workers with ex-workers who have become party or state functionaries, a procedure customary in every nascent bureaucracy of popular origin. What Julio Lopez, Huberto Insur, and others present as direct democracy is, in fact, a paternalist, bureaucratic form of government organization. Perhaps a better way is not possible under existing conditions. But in that case, it would be preferable to say so and get on with the job, instead of turning weaknesses into virtues and presenting as a higher form of democracy what is manifestly an inferior form imposed by historical circumstance. Only demagogues or idealists can blame the FSLN for restricting political democracy in the phase of national reconstruction and consolidation of the new regime. Apart from the objective pressures upon the regime, the threat of external and internal counter-revolution, the cultural backwardness of the masses, the lack of democratic traditions, the exigencies of primitive socialist accumulation, there is another factor that should not be underestimated. The very economic power of the agri-industrial bourgeoisie, implicit in the FSLN conceptions of slow transition and mixed economy, renders the old ruling class a much more formidable political opponent than in those previous revolutions where it was completely expropriated. This explains why the FSLN is so anxious to exercise close control over the apparatuses of political power, army, administration, mass organizations, and why it distrusts democratic procedures as susceptible to bourgeois manipulation. For the Sandinists, rigid authoritarianism in the political sphere is the other side of their flexible gradualism in the economic domain. Yet however powerful may be the various pressures upon the FSLN leadership, it is to be criticized for presenting such restrictions as other than regrettable and temporary limitations on social democracy. Nor is this, of course, just a matter of presentation. If one recognizes that certain limits to democratization are imposed by historical conditions, one thereby undertakes to carry the process further as soon as circumstances permit, and prepares the workers themselves to demand such an advance. If, however, one claims that they represent genuine proletarian democracy, then the tendency will be to idealize and perpetuate them. Finally, under popular democracy, it is argued, the role of elections is not the same as under bourgeois democracy. By this Sandinists do not mean that the bourgeois parliamentary system of electing deputies in huge geographical constituencies will give way to a workplace-based election system that allows voters to make real use of their right to control and recall representatives. They simply argue that under popular democracy the function of elections is not to organize party rivalry for political power, but to select the best from the good, to call on the people to appoint its own vanguard. The elections to which we refer, declared Humberto Ortega on August 23, 1980, are very different from those demanded by the oligarchs and traders, the conservatives and liberals, the reactionaries and the imperialists, that whole riffraff, as Sandino used to call them. Keep it firmly in your mind that these elections are to consolidate revolutionary power, not to place it at stake. For power is in the hands of the people, through its vanguard, the FSLN. For his part, Julio Lopez put the matter as follows: the aim of the elections will not be to decide who holds power in Nicaragua. That question has been settled by history, and the people continually ratifies its decision. Elections in our country, at the various levels announced, will take place in order to confirm the people's authority, the representativeness of people's power. The masses will not, as in the past, stand atomized and fragmented, queuing to vote for one or another section of the bourgeoisie. The people that goes to the polls will be organized into unions, the EPS, militias, and ATGs, in short, a people endowed with high political awareness of its interests. These, then, are the key ideas: democracy defined as government for the people, direct mass participation in the exercise of power, through representatives appointed by, and responsible to, the top organs of power, elections conceived as a selection of the best from the good with no clash of political lines. Visible here is what might be called the Cuban model of socialist democracy, not the best aspect of Fidelist experience. Among the better contributions of Castroism, from which the Sandinists have enormously benefited, we may mention its varied and unconditional support to revolutionary movements in Latin America and Africa, its accumulated experience in the strategy of seizing power, and its long practice in the building of a new and more just society. It is impossible to overemphasize the decisive character of Cuban aid to the Sandinist and Central American revolutions. In assuming this responsibility, the Castro leadership has faced considerable dangers and turned down many alluring offers from Washington. However, recognition of the genuinely internationalist character of recent Cuban policy in Latin America should not prevent us from expressing necessary reservations about the political system at home, the Achilles heel of the Cuban Revolution and a fetter on the island's economic development. The Cuban model of the organization of power. For the moment, and hopefully this will be true for a long time to come, this Cuban model is contradicted by genuine political pluralism and real respect for democratic rights and freedoms in contemporary Nicaragua. There are numerous signs, however, that such a model underlies the thinking of many Sandinist officials, if not of the entire leadership. On the pretext of opposing the bourgeois liberal campaign for early elections, the FSLN deprecates elections in general as the customary stratagem oligarchs employ in assuming power. The revolution, according to this view, has better things to do than squander its funds and energy on a popular consultation whose result is known in advance. Thus, on the day after the solemn commemoration of the 19th of July, Barricade carried a full-page slogan, 500,000 demonstrators the people have voted. A mass demonstration, it is implied, may advantageously supplant the ballot box, and the people gathered in a public place may thereby return its leaders by acclamation. This Castroist idea par excellence figures prominently indeed in the polemical arsenal of the regime. Such an attitude does not smooth the way for elections at the base, within the mass organizations and localities. Indeed, it serves to legitimate practices of co-optation and appointment from above. When someone opposes the FSLN, they are quickly denounced as a Somatist or CIA agent. Such labels are currently applied not only to the bourgeois opposition, but also to workers' organizations, the CNT, Christian Social, the CAUS, Communist, the CUS, Frente Obrero, and the PCN. Yet the fact that these unions and parties, with the exception of the pro-Albanian FO, the least suspicious of them all, have retained their place on the Council of State, suggests that the FSLN itself does not believe such accusations. This denunciatory approach, which tends to stigmatize all opposition and deny its legitimacy, is characteristic of single-party regimes, not of a revolutionary democracy. It points to a conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat as the dictatorship of a vanguard party in which other political formations are doomed to the role of innocuous ornaments. There is a strong influence of Comintern traditions in the vanguard party's view of its relations with the masses and the mass organizations. The vanguard quality is conceived as an essence. By single-handedly leading the people to victory, the FSLN is said to have proven that it is the indisputable vanguard of Nicaraguans, the expression of a people alive to its historic interests. As such, the FSLN knows better than the workers themselves where their true interests lie and how they can be attained. It may therefore substitute itself for the people, if the latter ever yield to demagogy or lassitude. No consideration seems to have been given here to the possibility that the undisputed people's vanguard might one day succumb to the professional dangers of power, Rakowski, and, like other undisputed vanguards before it, give rise to an oppressive bureaucratic caste. Highly significant in this respect is the FSLN attitude to the mass organizations, particularly the trade unions. It does seek to build them up less as genuinely autonomous bodies, however, than as transmission belts through which the vanguard party and the state can structure and mobilize the masses. The FSLN has no problem controlling the mass organizations of its own creation, the Sandinist Defense Committees, the Rural Workers Association, the People's Militias, the AMLI, and the MJ-19. But the labor unions are a different kettle of fish. Storming the unions. The urban working class is quite small in Nicaragua, and the workers' movement used to be one of the least developed in Latin America. Even so, it was not at all non-existent. 50 or so trade unions, organizing several thousand members, were formed under the Somoza regime, and some of them displayed a high degree of combativity. The FSLN itself had weak roots in this workers' movement, being mainly represented through its own proletarian tendency. The Sandinist Workers' Federation, created after victory, therefore faced solid, long-established unions in the key factories. These labor organizations, which had a real following among the workers, were all the more independent of the FSLN in that their leaders were committed to various political forces, the Communist Party of Nicaragua in the case of the CAUS, the Socialist Party of Nicaragua in the case of the CGTI, and the Christian Social Party, later the MDN, in the case of the CNT. With experienced cadres at their disposal, these organizations benefited, like the CST, from the powerful wave of unionization touched off by the victory. Out of political conviction, some of them, FO, the CAUS, rejected the Sandinist national unity policy and plunged into an attempt to outbid it from the left. The CNT and CUS leaderships used similar tactics to consolidate their bureaucratic position against the CST. Since its foundation, the CST has set out to promote the Unify. 122. Cation of the whole workers' movement. Extreme divisions and sectarianism are, it is true, both cause and effect of the weakness of Nicaraguan trade unionism, a handicap of advantage to its class enemies alone. Unification, then, is a legitimate and positive aim, but only if it is not imposed in authoritarian manner by a state striving to bring the trade union movement under its control. And only if the unified organization guarantees internal democracy, election of officials, democratic congresses at every level, the right to form tendencies on the basis of union structures, and so on. Throughout 1980, however, the FSLN gave the impression of seeking to integrate the unions into the state apparatus. The spontaneous development of workers' struggles in autumn 1979 and winter 1980 placed the Sandinists in an embarrassing position, especially since their commitment to a policy of austerity and productivism allowed rival union organizations considerable room for maneuver. Control over both the workers' unions and the peasant movement was becoming a key question for the FSLN, a condition of success for its strategy of national reconstruction. In any case, whether as the result of a political blunder or a shortage of experienced cadres, a maladroit commandism was often in evidence. The SCAS, the Historic Building Workers Union, furnishes one illustration among many. Under the very popular leadership of Alejandro Solorzano, a communist PSN leader and general secretary of the CGTI, this organization had waged a number of major struggles under the dictatorship. It therefore had a legitimate claim to constitute the framework for unity in the building and public works sector. But there was no avoiding the fact that it was led by PSN and CGTI members. Unlike the PCN, the other, equally pro-Soviet Communist Party, the PSN applied a tactic of keeping as close as possible to FSLN policy, instead of seeking to outflank it. And yet, however accommodating they might be, these SCAS leaders still belonged to a political party with which the FSLN was in conflict. The Sandinist front thus tried to build a rival union based on workers employed by the Managua municipal junta. The Ministry of Labor naturally hastened to recognize the new CST union as the only authorized partner in talks. When Solorzano refused to bow to its ruling, he was jailed for a few days in October 1979. In January 1980, several thousand building workers took up the struggle to increase their wages and force recognition of the SCAS. On January 9 they demonstrated in front of the Ministry of Labor, whereupon Minister of the Interior Tomasz Borga and war-harrowing Comandante Dorateles began to suggest that talks be held. The workers' pay was increased towards the end of the month. And by giving up its legal entitlement, the CST union opened the way for recognition of the SCAS as the single building workers' union. This trial of strength actually deepened the workers' suspicions, and could have been avoided easily enough. Attempts were also made to gain control of trade unions in San Antonio, Monterroso, and Corinto with varying degrees of success. In Tipitapa, an industrial town near Managua which houses a number of large nationwide companies, Plywood for furniture, Medixa for the metal industry, and Borden Chimico, the existing unions initially agreed on affiliation to the CST. But when the Sandinist Federation parachuted in an incompetent and arrogant local secretary, who obviously confused trade unionism with state business, the enterprise unions decided to withdraw their affiliation and set up a Tipitapa workers' union outside any national federation. Its members were not seeking a break with the FSLN, which still enjoyed great prestige. They simply regarded the CST not as an organization to defend their interests, but as the state's representative in industry. According to an FO official, the CST secretary declared the founding meeting of the independent union illegal, and actually had it prohibited by the authorities. An anti-bureaucratic turn. Such examples could be multiplied. In January 1980 a campaign of vilification and repression was launched against the FO and in March against the CAUS, following the strikes in sympathy with Fabritex. However, these instances of harassment, which fortunately did not become general, encountered very strong resistance from the workers. The FSLN National Directorate seems to have learned the lessons of the experience. The idea of enforced unification, together with appointment of politically reliable people to key union posts, appears to have been placed in cold storage. In October 1980, the CST Secretariat published a self-critical document in which it acknowledged the inexperience and poor quality of FSLN union cadres, their tendency to substitute their own activity for that of the membership, and the weight of bureaucratic centralism and paternalist traditions in the workers' movement. In essence, the document stated, organizational work was entrusted to a small number of fringe cadres lacking in both quantity and quality. The leaders of union branches were not invested with the highest responsibilities. In many cases, the regional executive committees were not representative of the rank and file. So, we can see why many disputes expressing genuine grievances did not receive the support of a number of leaders. This led to a situation in which other federations were able to capitalize on the workers' just demands. In an attempt to set things right, the CST Secretariat advocated the development of union democracy, a struggle against bureaucratic centralism and paternalism, and a policy of voluntary, democratic unification of the workers' movement. Leaders should not take decisions on behalf of the working class. Working people should make their own decisions and choose their real leaders. Concrete proof that we have left behind the old style of work will be the formation of cadres from rank and file members steeled in day-to-day union activity. Such leaders should be placed in the highest positions of regional responsibility. Having swept its own front yard, the CST called upon all union federations to attend a first assembly for workers' unity, which would democratically discuss the tasks and functions of the trade union movement in the socialist revolution. All the workers' federations responded to this appeal, with the exception of the CNT, which was committed to the MDN's trial of strength with the regime. On the new Trade Union Coordinating Committee of Nicaragua were to sit the leaders of 9 of these federations, the CGT, ANDN, Teachers Union, CUS, CST, FEDSALUD, UPN, FO, ATC and CAUS. The assembly, meeting in Managua on 15 and November 16, 1980, was a complete success. The agenda was made up of 4 points: the raising of production and labor productivity, the improvement of working conditions and social services, including wage rises in the light of Nicaragua's economic situation, the maintenance of strict revolutionary discipline in the workplaces, the settlement of labor disputes without work stoppages. At the end of a very free debate, in which the various unions played a major part, agreement was reached on the first 3 points. Disagreement on the fourth remained, since a number of speakers spoke against any self-limitation of the right to strike. The final resolution reaffirmed the right to strike, but emphasized that it was the workers' last resort, to be employed only when other procedures had been exhausted. Since October 1980, all signs have been that those who support steps towards genuine unification of the trade union movement have triumphed over the advocates of strong-arm tactics. CST references to the traditions of bureaucratic centralism and the old style of work, which appeared in the self-criticism of October 4, are also evidently directed at the Stalinist cadres who, joining the FSLN after one of the CPS dissolved of its own volition, applied themselves to work in the mass movements, especially the CST. If confirmed, this new turn will be of crucial importance, guaranteeing as it does that the Nicaraguan workers' movement will be independent of the state, making free with the law. In the juridical field, the FSLN has shown a rather free and easy attitude to its own laws. As we have seen, it is far from the case that all suspects appear before a magistrate within 24 hours of arrest, as they should according to the Ley de Amparo, the Nicaraguan habeas corpus. Sandinist leaders explain this by referring to the shortage of policemen and of efficient magistrates. We are starting from scratch, argued Tomás Borga, Minister of the Interior. With no experience and no files, and with all the criminals out of prison. We start with young and often illiterate people, who come straight from battle against the National Guard. We could even say that the police forces were born on July 19, 1979. they have really existed only since September 1979. And so, obviously there are going to be some problems. The minister has claimed that all breaches of the law committed by policemen were duly punished. For example, 1,500 policemen were expelled from the force for their mistreatment of citizens or other abuses of power. At the same time, however, 55 policemen died in the course of duty, murdered by common criminals or counter-revolutionaries. But the repression of Frente Obrero is a rather more significant episode in this respect. A pro-Tirana organization once close to Jamie Wheelock's proletarian tendency, Frente Obrero played an active role in the struggle against the dictatorship at the head of an armed organization, the Anti-Somatist People's Militias, MILPAs. In March 1979, taking advantage of the crisis of the dictatorship, it managed to launch a daily paper, El Pueblo, which was tolerated by the regime. That FO is an ultra-leftist organization is hardly open to doubt. It characterized the FSLN policy of alliance with the anti-Somatist bourgeoisie as a betrayal of the revolution in keeping with the petty bourgeois nature of Sandinism, while its own class-against-class strategy took no account of the country's geopolitical situation, the need for foreign aid, or the level of consciousness of the broad masses. Nevertheless, the Sandinists regarded it as a dangerous force, since its policy of outbidding them on every conceivable question was calculated to attract the most radicalized sections of the proletariat. The Junta of National Reconstruction first banned FO on July 23, 1979 over a murky affair involving stolen machinery. The milpas were subsequently disarmed by Sandinist forces and the distribution of El Pueblo impeded. The repression eased in late August, when El Pueblo was again allowed to appear. Tomasz Borger received the FO leaders and tried in vain to win them to the FSLN strategy. The second ban was imposed on January 21, 1980, following a wave of strikes in which FO, as well as the PCN, played a leading role. Whatever may be thought of the basic issue, and few socialists will dispute that a revolutionary government has the right to protect itself, if necessary by coercion, against real ultra-leftist excesses. The actual repression of FO involved a series of irregularities. Thus, the new regime 127. The FO leaders spent a fortnight in prison before their formal indictment in a magistrate's court, whereas the maximum period prescribed by law is 24 hours. After some equivocation, they were eventually charged under Article 4, Paragraph C of the Maintenance of Public Order Act, which refers to the publishing of declarations, libels, or articles intended to damage the people's interests and destroy the gains achieved by the people. Legally, this article covering press offenses allowed for prosecution of the journalists and publisher of El Pueblo. But it was also used against Isidoro Tellez, called Kilo, a building worker and FO general secretary who did not belong to the paper's editorial board. The trial, held in early February, was chaotic to say the least. Defense. Witnesses were never called to the stand. The FO leaders were confined in Chapot prison, even though their sentence of 2 years of public works did not explicitly refer to incarceration. And commutation of the sentence to a fine, although permitted by law, was denied them. By early May, the FSLN National Directorate, then locked in its first political trial of strength with the bourgeoisie, apparently decided that the lesson had been given. It unanimously voted the release of the FO prisoners, and Commandante Jamie Wheelock hastened to Chapot prison to convey the good news. The decision in itself was, of course, a sympathetic act, no doubt inspired by a laudable resolve to avoid using imprisonment to settle differences among revolutionaries. But the fact remains that formally it was a flagrant violation of the Managua court's verdict. Hence the indignation of the bench, which had been made to look ridiculous, hence too a provocative commentary in La Prensa on the commandante's standing above the law. The affair was eventually settled when the government hurried through an amnesty decree. This whole episode is instructive in more than one respect. It shows that the FSLN is loath to resort to repression and tries to end it as quickly as possible. but it also reveals a very free and easy attitude to the law, and a propensity to arbitrary rule which, however good-natured today, may easily assume a quite different character if harsher conditions prevail. The development of the Nicaraguan Revolution does not, of course, depend essentially on the Sandinists' ideas about democracy. First and foremost, it will hinge on the relationship of class forces at the international, regional, and national levels on such 128. On theoretical questions as the strategy of the Reagan administration, the outcome of the civil wars in El Salvador and Guatemala, and the development of the counter-revolution in Nicaragua itself. At the same time, an understanding of the objective conditions in which the Sandinist regime must struggle to defend itself should not lead to fatalism. The FSLN's conceptions of workers' democracy and the transition to socialism, as well as the practices informed by them, will play a far from negligible role in determining the future of the revolution. A clear awareness of the dangers of bureaucratic degeneration that threaten proletarian revolution, particularly in a backward country, would help to avert any measures that could lead to an all-powerful state administration or, at least, to their adoption only in full knowledge of their risks, temporarily and with a multitude of safeguards. Conversely, as the Bolshevik experience demonstrates, any underestimation of this peril greatly assists the crystallization of bureaucratic deformations into an authoritarian system. The lack of foreknowledge in this respect of the first Marxist revolutionaries who conquered power is comprehensible. Anarchist and social democratic warnings lacking credibility at the time. A similar lack of preparation or awareness half a century later, when the ravages of bureaucratic despotism have been revealed in their full scope, is another matter. It is regrettable that the Sandinists draw on the Comintern arsenal for many of their arguments against the liberal democratic offensive of the bourgeoisie, rather than the incomparably more solid weapon of a real process of social democratization, lengthy though it would have to be in Nicaragua. The task involved here is not, however, to endow Nicaraguan society with imitation institutions of the Swiss Confederation, even if that were accepted as a desirable model, nor is it immediately to establish a pyramid of workers' councils. A developed socialist democracy cannot be directly installed in a backward, war-ruined, and largely illiterate country with no democratic traditions. While the national campaign has reduced the illiteracy rate from 55% to 14%, the general cultural level in Nicaragua is still very low. It can only be the fruit of a long process of building and extending democracy, a process all the longer and more difficult in that the revolutionary regime must reckon with enemies both internal and foreign. Nevertheless, if Nicaragua is to embark upon a process of long-term democratization instead of bureaucratization, then a number of provisions are required from the very outset. The more numerous and coherent the provisions, the better chance the revolution will have of following a democratic course. It is the good, though perhaps short-lived, fortune of Nicaragua that the conditions under which victory was achieved favor these provisions. Defending the working people against the workers' state. The measures needed to check an authoritarian dynamic flow, in fact, from two of the greatest political problems posed by the transition to socialism. First, how is it possible to limit the formidable power of a bureaucratically deformed workers' state, Lenin? How can the working people, the citizens, be protected against a power that, while it rules in their name, does so through the mediation of a more or less independent bureaucratic apparatus endowed with interests of its own? Second, how can workers, who though sovereign in principle, cannot exercise power directly in the phase of primitive socialist accumulation, nevertheless genuinely participate in power by appointing, mandating, and controlling their leaders? The Marxism of the Comintern, of the first four congresses of the Third International, did not confront these questions. Later, they were to obsess the left opposition to Stalinism, Leon Trotsky in particular, though its answers to them were not always convincing. The solution to the first problem must involve an institutional 130. Limitation of state power, a diminution of the field of governmental authority, the presence of counterpowers to render it subject to the law. All this exists in Nicaragua, in varying degrees, and is certainly worthy of further development. The Sandinist state has no ambition to regulate the sciences and the arts, to dictate a certain worldview to its citizens, or to supervise their moral integrity. It does not affirm that everything is political and therefore subject to its authority. The Sandinist commandantes do not, to say the least, commit the sin of legal fetishism. But nor do they believe that the revolutionary regime, in time of civil peace, should represent that rule based directly on force and unrestricted by laws which Lenin wrongly gave as the definition of the dictatorship of the proletariat. When violations of legality occur, they are not justified and covered up, but punished and explained in terms of the lack of means available. Finally, the central authorities have to take account of a whole range of counterpowers. One of the original features of the Sandinist revolution, and one definitely worth preserving, is the existence of genuine pluralism, of political parties, including bourgeois parties, so long as they respect revolutionary legality and do not resort to armed subversion, and of the press and other media, although strict regulation prevents freedom of expression from favoring moneyed interests and counter-revolutionary rumor campaigns. As I have already noted, unification of the trade union movement is not a blow against pluralism. Indeed, a single powerful labor federation, provided it is really democratic and independent of the state, is an incomparably more effective counterweight than 9 more or less representative unions. Any measure which, invoking defense of the revolution, tends to drain this pluralism of its content encourages the growth of an authoritarian bureaucracy. To take one example, La Prensa is undoubtedly a formidable weapon in the hands of the bourgeoisie, and it is understandable that the FSLN tries to regulate its intervention in the national arena. More dangerous than its press campaigns, however, would be the disappearance of La Prensa, for the paper is, in its way, an invaluable source of knowledge about Nicaraguan society. It contains information and a point of view not to be found anywhere else. And the ideas it puts forward correspond to the spontaneous ideology of broad layers of the population. It is good that these ideas are aired, and that revolutionaries take up and answer them. Thus, as long as La Prensa does not side with the armed counter-revolution, as long as it advocates peaceful, democratic reform of the new regime, it will in the last analysis be useful to revolutionaries, giving them a better grasp of the society they are seeking to transform, and of the state apparatus they are using for that purpose. It will force them to work out political answers to their problems, instead of opting for the alternative of administrative or military solutions. For a revolutionary application of the right of suffrage, the solution to the second problem lies in full recognition of the right of suffrage. Insofar as the division between leaders and led persists during the transition to socialism, and it will persist for a long historical period, then either leaders will be freely elected by the rank and file and ultimately responsible to them, or they will be appointed from above and responsible only to the top of the hierarchy. In the first case, we may speak of mediated workers' power, in the second, of dictatorship by the bureaucracy. Of course, real rights of suffrage must not be confused with various simulacra of them. In the Cuban system, for example, the masses are asked to choose between several candidates on the basis not of different political lines, but of varying personal backgrounds. Since everyone fully agrees with the program of the Cuban Communist Party, the only task is to select the most devoted, hard-working, and efficient candidate, the best among the good. The right to vote is obviously flouted when it serves only to ratify, by 99.8% in the USSR, decisions already taken by the apparatus, and this amounts to the same thing when it merely permits a choice between several supporters of a single line. The right to vote can be real only if the election system allows a genuine clash between distinct political projects and between the parties that give them expression. And that presupposes full exercise of the various political rights, freedom of expression and association, freedom to demonstrate, the right to strike. Now, the building of a bourgeois parliamentary democracy in Nicaragua is not the only alternative to bureaucratic degeneration. 35 See Martha Harnecker, Cuba, Dictature ou Democratic? Paris 1976. 132. It is perfectly possible to advocate a system in which the leaders are responsible to the led without at the same time embracing parliamentarism. In any case, the basic conditions for the functioning of liberal democracy do not exist in Nicaragua. More generally, however, a growing section of the real power holders in a Western liberal democracy, the economic apparatus, the civil service, are themselves sheltered from popular suffrage. In these countries, the prohibitive costs of an effective electoral campaign anyway limit the actual choice available to electors. Moreover, universal suffrage is conceived in such a way as to ensure maximum autonomy of the elected from the electors for their entire term of office. The President of the French Republic, for example, is little short of an elected monarch. Half the citizens of the United States, when asked to choose between a Democrat and Republican, are so little interested that they do not bother to cast a vote for president. The full exercise of voting rights not only involves real political pluralism, the free clash of parties. It also requires that the voters be able to control their representatives, to mandate them on the basic options after a wide-ranging discussion has been held, and, if necessary, to replace them during the period between elections. Otherwise, the unavoidable delegation of authority becomes a surrender of power to a narrow class of politicians whom the privileged are quick to integrate. The rooting of suffrage rights in real collectives, labor collectives, neighborhood groups, is the precondition of this right to control. For unlike nominal collectives, the large territorial constituencies of bourgeois parliamentarism, such collectives have a life of their own that exists before, after, and independently of the act of voting. Members of such collectivities are able to keep a vigilant eye on their representatives, helping to work out key political decisions in a much more effective way than is the case with atomized voters. It is therefore quite possible to reject the bourgeois democratic forms of election, which involve geographically based exercise of universal suffrage, without adopting a system of co-optation and appointment of leaders from above. A council democracy could progressively, and no doubt slowly, take shape out of factory, hacienda, and neighborhood committees, provided that these committees really have the capacity, even under strict regulation, to influence decisions and to appoint, control, and recall leaders. The new regime 133. Democracy in Nicaragua can and should first assert itself where it runs the least risk of manipulation by reactionary forces, in the FSLN, the workers' and peasants' unions, the Sandinist defense committees, and, through them, the municipal councils and production units. It would be wrong to pretend that nothing is being done in this direction. One has only to think of the genuine efforts to stimulate management and workers' control in certain enterprises. But these are faltering efforts, for the moment unsystematic and not centralized, and their scope is accordingly rather narrow. Democracy is difficult to sustain in practice, above all when problems mount more quickly than they can be solved, and when the counter-revolution is knocking at the door. Socialists, then, will not criticize the Sandinist political system in the name of an ideal model of democracy outlined by the founders of Marxism, which has only to be immediately applied in toto. For such a model, the state of workers' councils beginning to wither away does not yet exist anywhere except as a mobilizing vision of the future. In any case, the prevailing conditions in Nicaragua, both structural and conjunctural, make such a model seem especially unrealistic. The Sandinist leaders should not be blamed, then, for their failure to have directly handed over all power to the Soviets. The establishment of a council-type democracy in a country like Nicaragua would be a lengthy process involving many mediations. The FSLN leadership is to be criticized, however, for the fact that it does not function with such a perspective in view. It does not develop local and partial forms of authentic democracy capable of shaping the further evolution of the political system in Nicaragua. The road of democratization may well appear the most arduous, but it is the only one that can lead to a socialist society. Workers' democracy is an essential component of the new social relations. It alone can permit the full realization of the enormous potential of the socialist mode of production. Although bureaucratic paternalism may seem more realistic and efficient in the short term, it rapidly breeds a social and political system that is neither liberating nor high-performing. That system has a dangerous and well-known logic. It begins by discarding independent minds and massively promoting time-serving mediocrities. It then leads to negligence and arrogance on the part of officials, and to mass disaffection, cynicism, and passive resistance. Finally, it crystallizes into the domination of a privileged caste, which has an interest in 134. Reproducing the system long after the disappearance of the objective conditions that first gave rise to it. The FSLN, an anti-anchor. Will the Sandinist revolution once again produce some variant of such a bureaucratic order? Will the monolithic dictatorship of the Vanguard Party replace the pluralism and democratic freedoms currently in force? A number of factors give hope that this will not happen. First of all, there is the character of the Sandinist leadership itself, part of a generation that came to revolutionary politics at the height of the crisis within the international communist movement, after the Soviet Communist Party had officially recognized the crimes of Stalin, after the first anti-bureaucratic risings in Poland and Hungary, and at the time of the Sino-Soviet split. They have followed the tribulations of the Cultural Revolution in China, the horror of Cambodia, the problems of post-revolutionary Vietnam. They know, too, that the difficulties of Cuban society do not all stem from the US blockade. Inevitably, they must ask themselves a series of questions. Will our revolution go the same way? Will it experience the same convulsions, the same setbacks? Can it not avoid them, if it produces innovations in the building of the new social order as it did in the struggle to capture power? To be sure, such anxieties are no relief when the task is to organize a modern state under enemy attack, with a guerrilla past as the only form of experience. What could be more natural than to turn towards those who have decades of practice in this field? In its apprenticeship, however, the FSLN has abandoned neither its critical sense nor its capacities for innovation. Embodying is it? Does a genuine revolution, it evinces a genuine independence of models and is in no way confined to mimesis. Its strategy for the seizure of power, for example, though greatly inspired both by the Cuban and Vietnamese precedents and by the experience of urban guerrilla warfare in Latin America, was in fact highly original and never reducible to any of these. There seems no reason why things should be otherwise with its strategy of transition to socialism. The task facing the FSLN at the present stage of the revolution is the new regime 135. Hardly favorable to the blossoming of political democracy. Unless the Sandinist leaders can convert the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie to socialism, as some of them did perhaps hope, they will have to break its drive towards restoration, smother its capacity for counterattack, and compel it to accept the new social order. Otherwise, the bourgeoisie will first rebuild its strength and then choose its own time and place to inflict a historic defeat on the revolution. The problem of socialist democracy in Nicaragua cannot be posed without reference to the class struggle. Today, a small, although not inconsequential, fraction of the bourgeoisie has agreed to link up individually with the revolutionary process, some out of an ideological choice, others out of nationalism, most in the hope of becoming part of a new elite in any case. The great bulk, however, the bourgeoisie as a class, is fighting to restore an order in which the reduction of the greatest possible number to the condition of beasts of burden allows a privileged few to live in the image of the West. Naturally, the Sandinists would have an easier time of it if they could neutralize these nostalgic opponents by appealing to their hearts and minds. But unfortunately, the agri-industrial oligarchy of Latin America has proved deaf to such a call. The small number of families who control most national wealth in El Salvador and Guatemala have shown that they are quite prepared to build their privileges on 200,000 corpses. Although it suffered a defeat in July 1979, the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie retains a considerable part of its economic and social power. In the circumstances, however, It followed the tested tactic of bending with the bow and keeping its riposte ready. It let the tide rise and waited for it to ebb. The situation today pushes the bourgeoisie on towards a showdown, for now that the euphoric unanimity of the early months has passed, mounting difficulties are creating a level of discontent waiting to be exploited. But more than this, the bourgeoisie has its back to the wall. The revolutionary process is nearing that point of no return beyond which any further delay does not increase but weakens the counter-revolution's chances. After a year of organization and feverish preparations, during which the two sides have been taking stock of each other under cover of national union, the hour of decisive confrontation is now approaching. The relationship of class forces that emerged from the July Revolution has become intolerable for the FSLN as well as for the bourgeoisie. Both will now seek, by means of political action, to 136. Bring about a qualitative change in this relationship. It is hard for socialist democracy to blossom in a climate of civil war, a climate that, in Nicaragua, has not been artificially created by an FSLN bent on totalitarianism, but lies within the very logic of the conflict between the classes. The main concern of the FSLN today is to ensure victory in this inevitable conflict. And in order to give itself the greatest possible chance, it has not hesitated to impose the few restrictions on democratic rights and freedoms that I have already mentioned. Once again, the Sandinists cannot be blamed for their refusal to join the Paris Communards, the Communists of Canton and Jakarta, and the Chilean and Bolivian left in the great pantheon of martyrs of the socialist movement. Nor can they be criticized if they refuse to sacrifice the interests of Nicaraguan peasants and workers on the altar of honorable principles their enemies have never respected. Historical experience provides ample warning, however, that when a revolutionary regime carries out the necessary task of breaking the political will and capacity of the old ruling class, it runs the risk of at the same time stifling all will and capacity for political initiative that lies outside its own expanding bureaucracy. There are many signs that a good number of Sandinist leaders are aware of this problem. One example is their change of policy on the trade union question. Another is their reluctance to use physical coercion against the mass movement or against other organizations of the workers' movement. If and when the menace of counter-revolution recedes and the new social order seems to be out of danger, it is likely that the Sandinists will energetically attack the bureaucratic deformations thrown up in the phase of consolidation. But their attitude during this prior phase will affect both the scope of deformations and their own capacity to deal with them. Born of the March 1979 fusion of three violently opposed tendencies, the Sandinist leadership has had first-hand experience of the fruitfulness of pluralism. It has recognized not only the positive contribution to overall strategy made by each tendency, but also their specific mistakes. The strategy that led to victory depended on the capacity of each tendency to contrast and synthesize its own partial truth with that of the others. It was a productive experience for the FSLN, one that helped to foster tolerance and collective leadership. The new regime 137. The Sandinists can also benefit from the Cuban experience, pondering its lessons with an even clearer mind since the trauma at the Peruvian embassy sent a wind of self-criticism blowing over Havana. Peasant markets, on which small producers are free to sell their goods, have already made their appearance in Cuba. Wide room for initiative will probably be given to factory managers. And skilled workers will be able directly to offer their services on the labor market. The view in Havana now seems to be that the blanket nationalizations of 1968 were a gross error, and that an underdeveloped economy stands to gain from an extensive private sector, provided that the revolutionaries retain a firm grasp on the reins of power. It is not clear why the FSLN leaders should repeat, in the economic or any other field, precisely those mistakes which their prestigious forerunners are in the process of correcting. So far, the Sandinists have evinced a remarkable capacity to understand and rectify their own mistakes, obviously preferring to rule by consensus rather than coercion. In their efforts to ensure Nicaragua's transition to socialism, they have not yet taken any of the measures that would accelerate the advent of a bureaucratic order, the banning of opposition parties and newspapers, subordination of the trade unions to the state, the development of a monolithic vanguard party and an all-powerful political police. It is therefore possible to hope that pluralism and relative respect for democratic freedoms will be retained and gradually extended as the conditions for a socialist democracy develop. It should never be forgotten, however, that the future of workers' democracy and of socialism in Nicaragua ultimately depends on factors over which, all niceties aside, the Sandinists unfortunately have little control. A ruthless onslaught by the counter-revolution, finding an echo among the masses, would lead to a hardening of the FSLN, the gradual militarization of Nicaraguan society, and perhaps eventually the introduction of the Cuban model, for which certain ideological presuppositions are already in place. All this only underlines the importance of the international solidarity movement. Aid for the Sandinist revolution today will help to safeguard the chances for democratic socialism both in Nicaragua and throughout Central America. 7. Prospects. The Sandinist revolution triumphed after a long chain of disasters for the popular movement, in Brazil, Uruguay, Argentina, Chile, Bolivia, and other Latin American countries, after 15 years in which oligarchic reaction, founding republics of torture, had carried the realm of human horror into fresh regions. By showing that a radical anti-oligarchic revolution could be victorious in the backyard of U.S. imperialism, the Sandinists checked the wave of discouragement and resignation that was sweeping the Latin American left. Their victory and the very existence of their state, whatever its problems, serves as a powerful stimulus to the struggle for social and political emancipation on the American continent. It represents a severe blow to the oligarchies and to imperialism, marking a definite shift in the regional relationship of forces whose effects could immediately be gauged in El Salvador and Guatemala. Events unfold quickly in a period of revolution. Since Ronald Reagan became President of the United States, the Carter human rights ideology has been shelved. In any case, as an ad hoc ideology designed for U.S. moral rearmament after the disaster of Indochina, it had served its time. The main aim of American foreign policy, according to Jeane Kirkpatrick, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, is now defense of the country's own national interests, and not the moral elevation of other countries. Moreover, I do not believe that the victory of the Sandinistas was inevitable or that the unrest in El Salvador is inevitable. Could it go away? Sure it could. It could be defeated. Should we withdraw our help to the junta? That would be utterly irresponsible, tantamount to turning the country over to a rapid victory of the revolutionary left. The struggle against international terrorism, meaning revolution, is the overriding priority of the new administration. Aid has been dramatically cut in the case of Nicaragua, that nest of terrorists, but restored to Pinochet's Chile, whose political police murders with impunity in the heart of Washington. Death squadrons, use of torture as a system of government, pauperization of whole peoples matter little so long as American interests are protected. Under cover of opposition to Soviet expansionism, U.S. imperialism intends to crush popular aspirations to liberty and to maintain weak, blood-soaked dictatorships in power. The first act of this adjustment is being staged in Central America. Weapons, money, and U.S. advisors are flooding into El Salvador. The uprising against the junta there is being portrayed as a Russian plot, as if the Salvadorian working people, bled dry for so many years by an ultra-rapacious oligarchy, lacked reasons of its own to take up arms. These pathetic accusations are intended to justify the internationalization of the conflict. The armed forces of Guatemala and Honduras are closely collaborating with the El Salvador National Guard, ready to give their assistance if the need arises. The U.S. Rapid Deployment Force, established by Carter, is in reserve. The threat of an intensified blockade is brandished at Cuba. The military bases in the Panama Canal Zone are being reactivated in contempt of the Carter-Torrijos Accords. Military aid to Guatemala, where far-right commandos liquidate some 30 presumed oppositionists every night, has been calmly restored. The plan for the economic strangulation and political destabilization of Sandinist Nicaragua is coming into force. And in spite of the reservations displayed by several Latin American states, there is a great risk of direct intervention in the region. Hundreds of mercenaries and former Somatist guards are gathered in training camps in Florida, Guatemala, and Honduras. In the latter two countries, the authorities are preparing public opinion to face acts of aggression by Nicaraguan communism. The idea of a new Bay of Pigs operation, suitably revised and corrected, already has a number of powerful supporters in the new U.S. administration. Of course, those in favor of intervention have no wish to repeat a landing in politically hostile territory. They are counting on the preliminary work of reaction inside the country, seeking at the same time to reunify the scattered forces of the anti-Sandinist emigrants. When the FSLN regime encountered grave difficulties with the Mosquito, Sumo, and Rama Indians of the Atlantic coast, great hopes were aroused among its enemies. Yet the FSLN had always been well aware of the crucial importance of this Indian population, and in 1979 solemnly undertook to respect its cultural identity and to assure economic development in the region. Since then, the telephone has been introduced, new boats have been purchased for services to and from Bluefields, greater priority has been accorded the construction of a road link between Puerto Cabezas and Managua, and special vaccination and literacy campaigns have been set in motion. However, the creation of a strong military presence, combined with the arrival of a large contingent of Cuban teachers and doctors, led to mounting clashes between the local population, influenced by anti-communist Protestant missionaries, and the pro-FSLN newcomers. In the autumn of 1980, these degenerated into full-scale rioting. In February 1981, convinced that ex-Somatist forces were inciting the Atlantic Coast Indians against the regime, the state security decided to arrest the principal leaders of the Misirata Indian organization, thereby provoking a showdown with the local commune. Itas. Some 3,000 Indians took refuge in Honduras, soon to be joined by the main Mosquito leader, Stedman Fagoth Muller. As JGRN member Sergio Ramirez Mercado later admitted, the government had made one mistake after another. In the view of anti-FSLN émigrés, this vast, jungle-covered region bordering on Honduras could be an ideal zone for an armed uprising backed by ex-guardsmen in Florida, Guatemala, and Honduras, especially if the situation worsens in other parts of the country, or a Soviet intervention in Poland creates a favorable. 5 New York Times, June 18, 1981. Perspex 141. International Climate. According to José Francesco Cardinal, former head of COSEP and leader of an anti-Sandinist force in Honduras, a column of 600 well-equipped and trained soldiers is now waiting for the green light from Washington. Just as the overthrow of Somoza was not achieved by Nicaraguans alone, he has said, so the liberation of Nicaragua cannot be the work of Nicaraguans alone. Lukewarm allies. Nevertheless, the State Department hawks must confront widespread and apparently unexpected resistance, both in the United States and elsewhere. Mexico has made known that it opposes any policy of escalation, and indeed continues to support the Sandinist government. President López Portillo is personally uneasy at the aggressive stance of the new U.S. administration, no doubt wondering whether the same methods will one day be used to solve the differences between his own country and its northern neighbor. Moreover, the struggle of revolutionaries in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala enjoys great popularity among the Mexican population. By advocating a negotiated settlement, López Portillo can both capitalize on nationalist sentiment at home and reassert Mexico's claim to leadership in the region. The majority of Washington's European allies have also so far refused to accept that the civil wars in Central America are a mere Soviet-Cuban plot, laying stress instead on their socio-economic roots. For the Social Democratic heads of state, in particular, Reagan's perception of the North-South opposition as a conflict between East and West threatens to drive the peoples of Latin America into the arms of Castroism. The Second International maintains its support for the Sandinist revolution and the guerrilla forces in El Salvador and Guatemala. Through the voices of Brandt and Schmidt, it favors a negotiated solution in El Salvador, economic aid to Nicaragua, and a mini-Marshall Plan for Central America and the Caribbean, arguing that this is the best way to defend the West against Soviet expansionism, not reckless maintenance of retrograde oligarchies in power, but support for forces of reform that are capable of modernization in a climate of pluralism and liberty. This viewpoint is not necessarily unacceptable to the more advanced sectors of the European bourgeoisie, who are anyway unhappy at the aggressive reaffirmation of the Monroe Doctrine at a time when Latin America is of growing interest as an export market and a potential field for investment. In the United States itself, there is strong resistance to military aggression in Central America. Those who fought against the Vietnam War are mobilizing to block direct U.S. involvement on the side of the dictatorships. But in addition, a section of the establishment is afraid of being mired in a long conflict with no prospect of success, a conflict that would set the peoples of Latin America more firmly against the United States and further tarnish its image in the Third World. Towards a Central American Vietnam, the balance of forces in the field is by no means unfavorable to the revolutionaries. Every country in the Isthmus, including supposedly stable and prosperous Costa Rica, has been severely hit by the world economic crisis and the sharp deterioration in the terms of trade. This deepening economic crisis, combined with the mass political radicalization spurred by the Sandinist revolution, is gradually producing a region-wide revolutionary situation. Guerrilla warfare has spread to Guatemala, where the four groups of armed resistance have coordinated their activity and enlisted the support of the Democratic Front Against Repression, FDCR, with its 160 mass organizations, including virtually all the trade unions. For the first time, the guerrilla movement has recruited a large number of Indians, who account for more than half the total population. Guerrilla operations, considerably more effective than in the past, now occur in 17 of the country's 19 counties. In El Salvador, the army went on the counterattack after the failure of the general offensive launched in January 1981 by the Farabundo Martí Liberation Front, FMLN. But despite its savage repression, the military junta has been unable to bring the situation under control. As in Guatemala, the general insecurity has aggravated the economic crisis. In Honduras the situation appears calmer. The April elections to a constituent assembly, the first to be held in 10 years, produced a very high turnout of 80%. The regime of Policarpo Paz Garcia, provisional president until the forthcoming legislative elections, claims to be starting a process of institutionalization that will give the Honduran state a real basis in law. But here too the economic crisis is sharpening social tensions, and a number of political organizations have come out in favor of armed struggle. The Revolutionary People's Union, URP, a recent split from the official Communist Party, the Marxist-Leninist Communist Party, PCML, which broke with the CP in 1972 on the question of armed struggle, and the Honduran Socialist Party, PASO. Whereas the Guatemalan and Salvadorian armies are already largely kept within their borders by guerrilla activity, the Honduran army crossed into the Salvadorian province of Morazan in January 1981 to assist in repelling the FMLN offensive. It regularly helps the Salvadorian army to stop the cross-border flow of refugees, and has attacked FMLN bases situated in the no-man's land between the two countries. However, the Honduran army may also become tied down in the not-too-distant future, and its forcibly recruited troops would be no match for the Sandinist People's Army in any case. The FSLN has responded to the policy of the Reagan administration by preparing the Nicaraguan people for civil and foreign war. The 50,000-strong army has recently acquired better equipment, including a number of Soviet-made T-55 tanks. But its main effort has gone into the organization and training of the militia. Some 300,000 men and women, organized in intensively trained mobile reserve battalions and territorial militia is responsible for a particular production unit, strategic installation, or public building, can now be swiftly mobilized in the event of aggression. It is hard to see, then, how the United States could overthrow the Sandinist regime without becoming directly involved in a large-scale war. Despite its public preparations for war, the FSLN is desperately trying to preserve the chance of a democratic, pluralist transition to socialism, an ambitious project in an underdeveloped country, perhaps even utopian in the backyard of U.S. imperialism. If it should temporarily fail in this endeavor, then at least the order of responsibilities will be clear. In spite of, indeed, paradoxically, because of the mounting dangers in Central America, the revolutionaries in Nicaragua have an interest in preserving the greatest degree of pluralism and democracy compatible with the constraints of socialist construction and national defense. For only then will the masses entirely and wholeheartedly support the revolution, only then will their struggle to defend the new regime be fully effective. But beyond short-term considerations of efficiency, respect for the democratic rights and freedoms of all who refrain from armed counter-revolution is the guarantee that once revolutionary power has been consolidated, the passage from a state of emergency to socialist democracy will truly begin.